Are we alive? Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're waking up to a very interesting day. We have bad news out of China. They did not do as good. There was news of China government not allowing iPhones into their buildings, and that was negative, as well as all of the stuff we had yesterday. Even Xi Jinping got yelled at by elders about the economic state. You got a lot of that news there. And then Europe, the European recession stuff. We were talking about it yesterday. We brought it up on the watch list. We had to talk about it, but now German factory orders came down pretty low, and everyone's talking now about the reemerging recession. I think factory orders were worse in Germany than any other point last year. It was pretty wild. So, Chad, I hope you guys are ready for it. It's already wild now. It is going to be changing in like 30 minutes, okay? Because we are going to get the ISM service data. We'll see if that moves the bonds again. Weak Europe, all of that is already reacting. But Chadadonia, it's going to be a fun one. It is already Wednesday. I don't know if you're aware of that, man. It's already middle of the week. So, Chad, what's up, baby? Good morning. Good morning, baby. How you living? What's going on? Oh, I see. Look at the chat. Tim Whitman. Oh, he did. It just went crazy. Najee Wolf, good morning. Maria, Roll Tide, Wise, good morning. Ray, I just missed like 1,000 of them, bro. Y'all gotta forgive me. Good morning. Nate McAllister, Cam, Dakota, Jay Samuels, baby. Thomas, good morning. What's up, Zuraj, Andreas, Brandon, Isaac, John Mark, El Chapato, the Clean Kings, baby. Gregory Ruiz, Carissa Hayes, Malone. Oh, good morning. What's up, Ari? What's up, Kurt McGirt, John Moore, Samuel C, Open Face Sandwich in the house. Big D and Antonio, baby. What's up, Oliver? What's up, Able Mental Robot? Good morning, TNTO. Lucky Soldier in the house, baby. Good morning. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, and Benny Silverio, stop playing with me. That's what I'm talking about. What's up, Josh Nash? Oh, James Owens, baby. Eduardo, N.A.D. Sane in the house, baby. Good morning. What's up, Drew? What's up, Most Dope? Andy, Candy Upton, Nathan Evans. Oh, Mr. Petty John. Oh, don't get me hyped in the morning like that, baby. Good morning. What's up, Mr. Reed? Theo Robelio. No, baby, not the brightest bulb. Good morning. If I missed you, you blame the activity. We getting hyped here on Wednesday, baby. What's up, Trevor? And then we also have the Twitch. Braxton, Real Fried Rice, baby. Dr. Suede, M. Fitz Art, Sasha Gray Matter, Payday Devo, and Destroyer. Good morning, baby. Oh, don't ever forget about Jake from State Farm. Indeed, Blizzy B. Good morning, guys. What's up, Destroyer again? Dr. Suede, BDA, Blazing Bob, and I think that's it, man. And Pre-Force, baby, good morning. Oh, Mr. Ganter in the house. I'm going back to the YouTube. Wandering Matthew Ernest. Oh, good morning, Chad. It's Wednesday. Yeah, it's only Wednesday, man, but that means we're halfway through the week, so I hope you're ready. Again, about 30 minutes after the bell, you will be getting the data, and then we will go from there. But now, let us get into the news. Stocks slide as European stagflation fears mount. European stocks extended their slide, and Wall Street was poised for a weak opening as disappointing German data and elevated oil prices reignited concerns over economic growth and inflation. Stock 600 index retreated by 0.8 following for the sixth straight session after German factory orders plummeted in July, suggesting that Europe's biggest economy continued to stumble in the third quarter. Fears of anemic growth and sticky inflation were also fanned by Brent crude prices holding just below $90 a barrel after the largest OPEC plus supply cut to year-end. U.S. equity futures slipped with contracts in the interest-rate-sensitive NASDAQ down about 0.3 on speculation that the inflationary impact of higher oil will force the Federal Reserve to keep interest rates high. The Eurozone and UK are dabbling with recession, which markets have forgotten about 3 months ago, said Rupert Thompson, chief economist at Kingswood. It is clear that we will head in the wrong direction in the coming months, which means that equity markets will remain under pressure. The speculation or the specter of stagflation inflation in Europe and Chinese efforts to counter growth slowdown in contrast with signs that the U.S. may dodge a recession. After a strong set of data, economists have been boosting their forecasts on the economy. One widely followed unofficial estimate produced by the Atlanta Fed even had it expanding 5.6% on an annualized basis in the third quarter. That has boosted the dollar, which is traded near a 5.5 month high against a basket of developed market currencies after a run of 7 weekly gains. Conviction is growing that European central banks will hold off raising interest rates at its meetings next week. Our long-term view is that the dollar is overvalued, but for now, cyclical pressures are in the other direction, so the pressure is for the dollar to strengthen out, Thompson said. Japan warns. Elsewhere, the yen plunged to a 10-month low against the greenback, prompting Japan to issue their strongest warning in weeks against the rapid decline. The nation is ready to take action amid speculative moves in the market. Japan's top currency official warned shortly after China's central bank offered the most forceful guidance on record with their daily reference rate for the yuan as the managed currency had a level last unseen since 2007. The bullish dollar has also been a boost by the rally in crude prices. Brent crude retreated after earlier trading since the highest in November. Goldman warned that the upside risk to the year-end price target of 86 a barrel, and UBS Wealth forecasted Brent and WTI to end the year at 95 and 91 respectively. Wow. So we went over the schedule again. Today you're going to get the ISM Services. That'll be more important. You will be getting the Beige book as well. Then Fed Collins speaking. We did hear from Loretta Mester here in the morning, and then I think everything else goes into tomorrow. You got like 3 different Fed speakers tomorrow. Can you believe that? It's already Wednesday, Chad. But there is that currency alarm. The renewed advance on the U.S. dollar is raising alarms in Asian countries as currencies there fall to multi-month lows, prompting authorities in Japan and China to step up their defense of beleaguered exchange rates. The Japanese issued their strongest warning in weeks against rapid declines in the yen, with their top currency officials saying that the nation is ready to take action amid speculative moves in the market. Currency pulled back from a 10-month low after these comments from Masato Kanda, Vice Finance Minister for International Affairs. If these moves continue, the government will deal with them appropriately without ruling out any options, he said. China's central bank also offered some of their most forceful guidance after strengthening the currency the most since levels since 2007. Chinese property. Speculative bets that Chinese authorities will widen support for their property sector sent some of the country's ailing developers surging. Sunac China jumped 68% in heavy trading, with Evergrande closing up 83%, the biggest gain since their 2009 listing. Chinese homebuilders gained nearly 10% on Wednesday, the most in more than a month. The sudden upturn comes after August's rout with the property sector showed signs of deepening financial problems. Authorities have been introducing bolder measures in recent weeks to put a floor under the crisis, including lower down payments and loosening mortgage rules for homebuyers. Europe stagflation, elevated oil prices, and weak economic data from Germany reignited stagflation concerns across the euro area, causing euro stocks to extend their slide. The stock 600 retreated by 0.6, falling for the sixth straight session after German factory orders plummeted. Brent crude approached 90 a barrel. The weakness in Europe and deepening signs of economic slowdown in China also piled on pressure of equity futures in the U.S. The Eurozone and the U.K. are dabbling with recession, which markets had forgotten about 3 months ago. That's what Rupert said. We already had that one. Bop, 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 bop. S&P futures, they are down 0.2 on Wednesday morning after U.S. equities finished lower on Tuesday with outsized weakness in value and small caps. Treasuries are a bit firmer across the curve after yields backed up on Tuesday with some of the focus on a big wave of corporate supply. Dollar index is down by 0.2 with some weakness on the yen and euro crosses following big gains over the last few sessions. Gold is flat. Bitcoin futures are up by 0.1. WTI is down by 0.2 after gaining nearly 1.5 on yesterday's OPEC supply news. Market tone has been more defensive in recent days with renewed backup in rates, dollar strength, and spike of oil flagged as overhangs, and some renewed scrutiny surrounding market concentration with equal weight and value factor underperformance. Peak disinflation momentum talks as another headwind. Usual chatter about September seasonality, though also some pushback given the signaling from strong year-to-date performance through August. In addition, recent pullbacks have been fairly limited, and bullish talking points surrounding soft landing, peak Fed, and earnings inflection remain largely intact. ISM Services is the highlight of the U.S. economic calendar this morning. Pretty quiet in terms of the macro news. The New York Fed said that the neutral rate estimate declined in Q2. Japan stepped up verbal intervention against rate declines in the yen, while recently they hit a 10-month low versus the dollar, and then some hawkish-leaning ECB comments as Nagel pushed back on speculation easing would come quickly following the peak, while Knott said that markets may underestimate September rate hike chances. Xi reportedly reprimanded by retired party elders about China's current direction. Commerce Secretary Raimundo said no near-term revisions to Trump-era tariffs on Chinese products. Elsewhere, German factory orders declined more than expected. Amazon reported likely to be sued by the FTC later this month. Apple headlines have focused on China government employee ban and other higher iPhone 15 pricing. Love, Southwest, and Alaska Airline all warned about higher Q3 fuel costs. GIS reaffirmed full-year guidance, but cut outlook for fiscal Q1 pet revenue. Roku is up big on cost-cutting and positive pre-announcement. Zscaler posted big billings beat, but expectations also high. GitLab focus on stabilized on buying patterns. HQY has been driven by custodial revenue. ASAN beat, though guidance raise seemed to underwhelm. AVAV beat with takeaways focused on record backlog and strong visibility. PLAB missed, and then D to sell to their nat gas distribution to companies like ENB in a deal worth $14 billion, and then ROK to acquire ClearPath Robotics. I got a couple more for you. Still very early, my brother. Still very, very early. Good morning. Okay, where are the headlines? China ordered officials at central government agencies to not use Apple iPhone 15s. The White House is seeking detailed information on Huawei's latest flagship smartphone, which analysts have described as an important milestone for the Chinese tech group 4 years after U.S. restrictions crippled their handset business. Speculative bets that Chinese authorities will widen support for property sent some of the country's ailing developers surging, 68% for Sunac and 83% for Huawei. Evergrande. Xi was reprimanded. Taiwan CPI for August overshoots the street at 2.52, up from 1.8 in July and ahead of consensus. Universal Music has struck a deal to reshape the economic of music streaming with changes aimed at directing more money to professional musicians and away from the sea of noise that Chief Executive Lucien Grange has criticized this year. The world's largest record company and the French streaming service Deezer have agreed to an arrangement they expect will lift payouts to professional artists by 10% in the first big shift of music streaming business model since the launch of Spotify in 2008. ECB officials warn that the market's next week meeting outcome has not been decided. ECB not warns that the market to not underestimate the risk of a rate hike. Investors are warning hedge funds that they will face redemptions and further pressures to cut their fees unless they can improve their performance, highlighting the strain placed on the industry by a dramatic rise in borrowing costs. And then Enbridge agreed to buy 3 utilities from Dominion in a $9.4 billion deal to create North America's largest natural gas provider. Wow. New York Fed raised neutral estimate, declined in Q2. San Francisco Fed study finds that rate hikes reduce potential economic output for at least 12 years. ECB Villeroy says options remain at coming meeting. Peak rates is close or very close. ECB Knott says that the markets may underestimate September rate hikes. ECB Nagel pushes back on speculation of rate hikes would come shortly after ECB reaches peak. Bank of Japan board member Takada sees budding signs of price stability, wages, and price of services rising. Hedge funds face pressure from redemptions. Global companies forecast to issue $120 billion in high-grade debt during September after the recent slowdown. No sign of market strain as Fed offloads almost $1 trillion of bonds from their balance sheet. China and Japan step up defensive yuan and yen in response to surging dollar. China pushes back against Notion economic slowdown as a sign the country is facing deeper issues. Polls suggest that China exports and imports likely contracted at a slower pace in August. Eurozone retail sales slip as auto fuel purchases fall in July. German factory orders missed expectations in July, a sign that woes continue into Q3. Australian GDP growth picks up as exports offset continued slowdown in consumption. Xi reprimanded by party elders in China. China property developers stock advance as investors bet on further stimulus. Oil rises above 90 for the first time in 2023 after Saudi and Russia extend crude production cuts. Gas prices are near the highest seasonal level in more than a decade despite waning summer driving season. Congress poised to sell 1 million barrels of emergency gas reserves authorized in 2014 after Hurricane Sandy hit refineries. What? They're selling gas reserves? Dang, from hurricanes? From 2014? FTC may file a lawsuit this month against Amazon after the company did not offer concessions to settle the antitrust claims. Apple signs new deal with ARM chip technology that extends beyond 2040, according to ARM's IPO filing. M&A activity shows signs of picking up after a slow start to the year. Big tech faces legal obligations at Brussels lists the services bound by new rules. China bans government officials from using iPhones. Trump-era tariffs are to remain intact. Blinken arrives in Kyiv in a show of U.S. support as Ukraine arms forces. Huawei's breakthroughs making an advanced chip could prompt tighter U.S. curbs on China. And then U.S. warns Pyongyang will pay a full price for arming Moscow in Ukraine conflict. Wow. I think there's actually a couple more. So again, airlines, they warned on higher prices. Several airlines have warned of higher Q3 fuel costs this morning. Bank of America noted that jet fuel costs, which have been volatile this year, have jumped nearly 25%. Airline stocks have lagged in the recent months. Concerns about some softer domestic revenue trends in Q3. So previews heading into September conference season flagged the likelihood of downward revisions from high travel prices, along with expectations that demand and pricing will hold up. There was Amazon antitrust stuff. That was overnight. And then, where is it? Here it is. This one's a good one. I got to give you this one. Are you ready for this one, Chad? Are you ready for this? Are you riding with the Lord, or is you hanging with the sucker side? Recession mentions tick down. So according to the Earnings Insight, recession mentions on S&P 500's earnings conference calls fell to 62 in quarter two from 113 in Q1, the fourth straight quarter of decline. Recession mentions are down nearly 75% from the Q2 2022 peak of 238 and on track for the lowest reading since Q4 2021. In addition, recession mentions below the 5-year average of 82 and just slightly above the 10-year average of 60. Goldman on Monday further reduced their expectations and then dampened U.S. recession expectations are one of the higher profile tailwinds for U.S. equities. So literally, if you don't remember, by the end of last year, like October 2022, pretty much, or even like middle of that, like even at like May, June, July, you had the most mentions of recession in quarterly earnings. That means every company, every filing, 10K, 10Q, they would be coming out. Everybody was mentioning recession. And now that we've wrapped up the latest earnings season almost a year later, there is now the least amount of recessions in the last couple of years. At least mentions. There you have it, Chad. So you got a couple of pre-market movers here. I'm going to go potty. I will be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. And I will BRB, baby. BRB.
Work. Well, the problem for the authorities in Asia, John, is that this is not a story about the yuan or about the yen. It's all about the US dollar. And as you know well, the conversation here is that the Fed may not yet be done hiking, and even if they are, interest rates are probably going to stay high for a while. And that's what's driving the dollar higher. So it's well outside of the control of what's happening in Asia. The yuan fell to the 2007 low that you mentioned. You might on paper say that's because of the China slowdown, but as I'm saying, it's as much a dollar story as anything else. And of course, over in Tokyo, the authorities there warning against speculative moves that they might have to step into the market, but they're going to have to step in, of course, against the Fed freight train. But it is another example of how the Fed's hiking cycle and the dollar is causing pain around the world, and surely it will add further fuel to the campaign that's led by China and other nations that want to diversify away from dollar usage.
And out of interest, what are they worried about? Because Japan are telling us they want to reset inflation expectations higher. Surely a weaker currency helps that. China's going through some economic difficulty. We spoke to a lot of guests, including Alan Ruskin this morning at Deutsche Bank, about the potential of actually a weaker currency helping them. What don't they like?
Well, a weaker currency, there's a question of diminishing returns when it comes to, trade and exports, when demand for trade and exports is already weak, John. I think that's part of his thinking there. But also I think it's more about volatility and the pace of the drop or the pace of the decline. Certainly Japan has always leaned against large gappy type moves in the yuan. And on the Chinese side, of course, they don't want the yuan falling at a pace that might trigger or pressure companies and households to try and get their money out of China. Remember the whole capital outflow story that we experienced back in 2015. So I think on the one side is quite a debate of diminishing returns when it comes to what kind of lift you get for trade, but on the other side it's the danger from too much volatility in your currency market.
And a current down in Washington, D.C. on top of the story, pushback from China, pushback from Japan.
Very good point. A very, very good point, Chad Adonia. They don't want the volatility. So again, you had big currency interventions and then big currency talks today. China and the yen, bad German data, and now 30 minutes after the bell, we are waiting for young ISM Services. But Chad, I got a couple of pre-market movers for you. Right now, Roku is up 9.8. They had additional expense reductions, 10% of workforce reduction, and then they update Q3 guidance. They put out an 8K, up 9.8%. Toast is up 4.5. UBS upgrade. DXCM, 4%. They gave an update to investor presentation on GLP-1 and CGM synergy. First Solar is up 1.9. Morgan Stanley upgrade. Chewy is up 1.2 on an Argus research upgrade. ACI, they're up 1.0. CNS Wholesale Grocers in talks to buy doors to clear way for Kroger Albertsons deal. There was something on SoftBank on them last night too. NXGN is up 14% to be acquired by Thomas Bravo for $23.95 a share. AVAV is up 17.9 off of earnings. GoGo, they're up 7.4, $50 million buyback program. GitLab up 6.1 off of earnings. SMTC is up 4.9 off a Needham upgrade. AMRX up 4.2. They got U.S. FDA approval of lisdexamfetamine dimisalylate, approval of cevilamine carbonate in China. That sounds dope. HQY up 3.2 off of earnings. Manu and MP, they're up off of nothing. Same thing with Tilray. MTSI up 2.4. Craig Halliam capital upgrade. SST, they're up 23%. They confirm receipt of indication of interest from total security firm Just Develop It. Derm is up 19.1 on a license agreement. APLT up 18.2. They announced successful pre-NDA meeting with FDA and confirmed plan to submit Goverstat NDA in Q4. DAKT is up 16.9 off of earnings. MTIK up 13% off of earnings. CGC up 12 off of nothing. EXPR, they're up 10.9 earnings and $65 million term loan. And then SLI up 4.4, results of DFS Phase 1A proposed for South Plant. Stocks trading lower, ENB, Enbridge down 6.9. They acquire 3 U.S.-based utilities from Dominion. Love is down 4.1, guidance, and BNP Paribas downgrade. TEF, Teflonica, down 3.8. Saudi Telecom acquires 9.9 stake of Telefonica for total amount of $2 billion. Squarespace or Square is down 2.5. UBS downgrade. FMS 2.3 on nothing. 2.0 on Dominion. Advanced Business Review and announce agreement to sell gas distribution. Carnival down 1.6 off of nothing. UAL down 1.2 off of guidance. PLAB down 8% off our earnings. ASAN 5% on earnings. OLN down 1.9 off of Goldman earnings. And then CNM down 1.9 off of earnings. Man, bro, a lot of plays. A lot of plays out there. A lot of plays out there. I saw lift on the low ticker. I have not checked. I was going over that. We'll see here. And just give me a couple seconds. I'm sure we'll get it. But, Chad, you only got a couple of minutes here till the bell. We've gone over the pre-market movers. Now tell me, what is your first play of the day? What do you got here, Chad? I got a couple of plays. Again, that list right there, man. There was a lot of movers here, from biotech to banks to non-banks to materials, Dominion to China to Europe, bro. You got a lot. Oh, we got some plays. ES Long, 4485, Complex Spy Butterfly, Slip in Foxo, Spy Calls, Vail Resort, MTN, Bitcoin Long, shorting Warner Brothers, Neo Long, shorting Nvidia, closing Airbnb, watching QQQ, China, GME, Affirm, MSOS, PR Long, Google Forever, 0 Day 444, Spy Puts, Nat Gas, short Citi, Wells Fargo, long Euro Natural Gas, Affirm, Tesla long, short Nvidia, average down on SQQ, Roku calls, looking at Roku, Nvidia both ways, AMD, Netflix call, Toast upgrade long, Data and then Spy, Netflix shorting, holding TSLL, UUP puts, AMD calls, Spy puts, 446, SQL, CTNT, ADTX, Wheat Futures, long Ethereum, Upstart calls, long AMD, Eli Lilly call, debit, short Apple, short Gig Apps, MES, Cry, but more for the inverse, Jesus long, AMC, more 929, 440 puts, might have to reshort Dollar General, NQ short, AMD shares, Pfizer calls, MSOS calls, looking at Apple bounce, Disney put, MES, MO for the long. Here comes the interference, the UAL, the uranium, Tesla, Volmageddon, and the final play. Disney puts TLT and Microsoft for the upside, baby. Let's go. Chatadonia. There it is. How much time? We got like a minute and a half, I think, and then we're going to get into the pledge. But I'm going to be watching EWG. Again, I don't have a play on it. I brought it up on the watch list yesterday. Like I said, I want to watch what happens here, but literally we got a little confirmation today. People are talking about that whole Eurozone recession once again, so watch out for that one. Again, ACI, the news read a little different, but yesterday they were saying SoftBank, so watch out there. And then Roku, GitLab, AMRX, man, these are all of the runners here in the morning. We've gone over their news. These are the things running. Otherwise, you're going to go back to the Magnificent Seven, and then don't forget about the banks. Again, we've been talking regionals and all of that. They're down a lot here. I think even financial banks in Europe or European financials, they're not doing as well too. So we'll see how that plays out. Otherwise, just wait till the data. If the bond data finally moves us, then, I mean, the story will be written for you, my brother. The story will be written for you, my brother. So, Chatadonia, I hope you're ready for it. I hope you're ready for it. But here it is. There's something more important. Tell him, Awazd. Tell him. But here at the cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. For real, God bless you. Thank you for your service. Even big shout outs to the families. They made their sacrifice as well. I hope you know you're all appreciated, and I encourage all of you to show that love and appreciation to the veterans because they deserve it. So veterans, thank you, baby, and shout out to all of you. God bless you, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, the public servants, the coaches, the janitors, the garbage man, anybody helping out. You just even helping out grandma, man. I hope you know you blessed as well, too, and keep it up. You deserve that credit, man, and God bless you all. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Citizens! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah, let's go. Oh, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Chatadonia, good morning. My goodness. My goodness. So, Chatadonia, you got 2 minutes, man. That's it. You got 2 minutes till the bell. We've went over our plays. Again, China stuff was big, man. It's actually crazy. China was actually big here today, and then we got to deal with the Europe stuff. But like we said, 30 minutes after the bell, we're going to see what's up. Seasonality is crazy, man. Seasonality is crazy. You know, because like we said yesterday, you know, there's certain years, there's the back and forth, and if I could encourage you anything is that just watch out for the whole, September does not have to do anything. And what I mean by that is that it does not have to follow any sort of script. That's why, the thing about September is that it is just riddled with event risk. There's so many events. There's little clusters of them that happen, again, just week after week, even in the next week. So just keep in mind, you know, September, that it might even end, you know, whether it's positive or negative, it'll be the last couple of days that will probably determine it. So we will see, man. We will see. You can and will get cocked. It all depends. It all depends, my brother. But that's where just nothing's promised for seasonality in a year that has been very much about seasonality. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the better way to put it. Where is this thing? All right. Yep. 30 seconds, Chad. Like the video. Drop your thumbs up. Make sure you are subscribed. Call out any plays, and let's have a good one. Again, 30 minutes. 30 minutes from the open, we will start to get the data, and that's all we're going to need. ISM Services, 7 o'clock Pacific. Yes, sir. We're going to be good. We will be good. All right, again, airlines too. Round 1. Fight. Again, Apple's moving up there at pre-market. Remember, Apple is down, or a lot of people are bringing up the China news. Bonds moved a little bit, but they actually, bonds can quickly go red, so none of that's guaranteed. Looks like the S&P is down by a quarter right now. Dow Jones down a quarter, and so is the NASDAQ. And believe it or not, the Russell is actually up. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? China news, they said that they're going to not allow... people in the China government, they're not allowed to use iPhones. So you know how we kind of banned TikTok? They're banning iPhones. So it's like a little remix. Let's see. CGC is up 16%. No way. So again, there's a lot of these different like earnings runners. Yeah, AVAV is one of them. Then you have Roku. I'm telling you, there's like 5 or 6 of them. Where's ACI? No, that's not. That's the SoftBank one. There's another GTLB, GitLab, and then AMRX. Oh yeah, what happened to Zscaler? I forgot about it. GitLab's up 8%. Dude, Zscaler went down. Oh man, dude, we were up 10% on that after hours, so that one's clapped. Yeah, options. The leap on it is down $50. So that one's actually not bad, but then the weekly's murdered. CDTX is, yeah, that was another one. Dude, there's like 4 or 5 of them. I might even keep up the list if you guys want them. So just keep in mind all of those pre-market movers that we brought up here in the morning. I mean, there's a lot of like earnings ones. Again, DXCM, Toast, Chewy, GIS, RMD, NXGN, GoGo, GitLab, SMTC, AMRX. Those are all... $1 billion plus market caps moving more than like 4 or 5%. ARMD, SXC on the high, Upstart, Unity. I see some BABA on the high. So I don't know how the China plays have been playing out. Yeah, Upstart's popping. BABA might go green. And then SPY is still red by a quarter. Everything's matched up. JD's red by 1%, so those dropped. Baidu's coming up here. Baidu might go green. Airbnb back to 142. Remember, 144, 145 is where it needs to go there. Tilray, again, I saw like 3 other weed call-outs today. And then MSOS is actually still up, but it's on the red. So, but there is a lot of that. Meta, dude, who's holding above 300? Yeah, Meta's actually going. Watch Google as well. Then you got XPEV moving. Is that Broadcom moving as well? AVGO, remember, they didn't move yesterday. It's like 885, 890 to the upside. Otherwise, they flush to the downside. AMD, small pop on coin. AMD's coming back up again. I think 111, 111.50 was the high. Square's popping now. They had a downgrade in the morning, but they're moving up. Honestly, high-low ticker back and forth. Apple's back to red, and then Dominion, they sold part of that deal. They're on the low right now, too. If ISM beats, we go up 1.5. Well, remember, in the case of ISM, bad news is good news is bad news. So you don't want the ISM to do good. Remember, it's a services index, and I believe there is prices as well as an employment factor to it. So keep that in mind. It's going to be one thing about the index that comes out, but then it's also going to be about the prices paid as well as the employment index of the PMI. Oh, wow, red's everywhere. Yeah. How come one Apple candle looks bigger than the other? So keep that in mind, though. But if that we want all those numbers to go lower. If you want the market to go higher, you want all of the ISM numbers to drop. Prices, employment, all of it. You want all of it to be bad. But then at the same time, if it ends up being good, I think that'll be negative for bonds in the market. Disney rumors about Iger moving on. I don't think so. He just hired that one dude. AMD just flipped real quick, too. Nike, NVIDIA, red candles. Oh, I see red. I see red, people, bro. I feel like I'm in the sixth sense. Meta, huge red. TBT, Snap. Apple as well, too. Remember, Apple was down like 1 and some change. Bro, and then Baba's just going straight up, ironically enough. Snap is going down. XLE. Yeah, Energy's still running. XOM, Oxy, those are both on the high. And then Unity, once again, we saw that running literally yesterday, end of the day. I feel like it's been running since. Pinduoduo, that's another China name running. Adobe's on the high. Google and EA on the low. Google just took a candle now. Google is at the low. Yeah, not all China names are green, but like you said, Pinduoduo, Baba, Baidu, those are holding up. And then we still got 25 minutes, man. So whatever happens here, I'm sure we'll get a lot of movement. 10-year still trying to catch a bid. I'll take it. It looks like the big tech names are kind of moving around. AI is on the high. Upstart again. Abivai on the low. Alpha on the low, too. I thought it was. Yeah, it's about to be. PINC. Again, Russell's green. Delta, United are coming up. Remember, they had bad guidance there on fuel in the morning. Roku's still continuing there. Roku's up, again, over 13. Remember, they announced cost cutting. Good morning. I started my long term at the beginning of this year, baby. Amen. God bless you. I hope it is fruitful for you, and I know damn well it will be with enough time, baby. So shout out to long term. I'll talk to you in 2030, my friend. Check wheat. Netflix still going. I forgot Netflix was a behemoth yesterday. It's up there, but I'm surprised considering some of the news overnight. But it's good for now. And then again, also oil too. Oil and energy coming up. Oil, energy, bonds, currencies are all at places we don't want to see. So that guy we were listening to while I went to the bathroom in the morning, what he was just saying about currency volatility, it's very applicable. But just keep in mind everything we're getting right now. If commodities start moving up, it's because oil's back up. Interest rates are back up. The dollar's back up. The yen, the euro, not the euro, not as bad, believe it or not. But then the yuan, that's where we're kind of like, oh shit. If we keep getting that volatility, we may have a problem. Amer Sports is said to file for U.S. IPO seeking $10 billion valuation. Amer Sports, I have no idea what that is. AMER. Roku still on the high. So that one's going again. Roku cost cutting again. They're up over 13 on that. Lucid on the high. AVAV. That one's going up there 26%. I'm pretty sure that was earnings. Jeez, that thing's actually ripping. CFLT on the high too. AMR. Coin. Overstock is flushing. Coin's up 1.6. Spies at the low. Overstock is down 16%. Yo, bro, hold on. What is happening? Bro, I feel like there's so many names. Like even Snap's down 4 or 5. Watch out. This feels very August-like. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, if you just start getting no news names dropping 10, 15% after running, you might get a little bit of that just pressure. But then again, yesterday we saw a lot of things just do their own thing. Li Auto, LI is on the high. Pinduoduo again, IonQ. So high ticker's still running, but we are near the low here. I think all of your tech names gave up there after the little 1 minute, 2 minute pop. Overstock reports declining revenue at Bed Bath & Beyond so far. People getting scared. They were feeling good by the end of August. I wouldn't say they're scared yet, but it's either data this week or next week is going to make people either very scared or very, very worried. Tesla's still at the low. J&J. Is that the VIX on the high? VIX and VLO. VIX and Energy on the high right now. And then SPY getting a candle. Another green on Baba. Again, Baba's up almost 1%. The rest of the China names are not moving like that. Even Pinduoduo woke up. And JD. I guess Pinduoduo's up 1%. But my goodness, very interesting considering. KWeb is actually in the green now. So I guess they did strengthen their currency. And then there's Tesla again at the low. Let's see if it's able to pull out a 7% day out of a hat. Broadcom on the high. Yeah, Broadcom 8.7. It's barely moving. So again, I think 880, 890. I think that's what we're looking for, like 891 and then like 883. That could be very good for Broadcom. I don't even think Nvidia stayed that stable. Did it after day 2? I kind of did. Yeah, Broadcom's still running up. Tesla straight down. Market is holding on. Where are the rest of the chips? SPY looks ugly off of the daily chart. Intel's even down by 0.8. Upwork again. I've seen Upwork on the high several times. Is that Boeing? Boeing's in the green on the high too now. Roku came down from the high, still up 12% though. Broadcom's running. It's only up 0.5% though for now. And then Zscaler still down too. That one's actually amazing considering how good they did. Boeing's about to go red to green right now. Jabil. It looks a little illiquid, but yeah, we've been watching that run for the last couple days. They've been on fire. Dollar General in the green by 1.1. SPY's down 0.35, Dow 0.35, and NASDAQ 0.3. So everything's chill. Baba again. Baba's square. That thing's taking us all up right now. Disney, absolutely brutal. It's back to 80. Didn't hit like 82 yesterday. 82.75 and then back down. Uber's on the high. Broadcom's still going up. Where's NVIDIA? Airbnb, I don't know. It still needs to get above 144, but if it could do like a gentle melt up, that wouldn't be too bad. AMD a little bit off the low of the day, but they've held up green very well. Citi, again, Uber on the high. Citi's actually popping decently big. Citi, 10-cent candle into the high. ONON, Uber's running too. And then bonds down, SPY holding, and then Apple's in the red too. So even with Amazon and the other one swinging. Is that Zscaler now? Yeah, they just hit the high ticker. They're coming back up now. Where's the other one? Snow. Yeah, Uber's popping too. Again, Citi got a big candle. IONQ, even Tisha. Now JP Morgan, Capital One. Financials are starting to wake up, it looks like. Financials might go red to green right now. PMI, 18 minutes. 18 minutes still. So we got a decent amount of time left. We have enough to make one more. We're either going to be at a new low or a new high by the time the data comes out. But I don't know if you guys noticed your gain from the morning, though. Bonds just literally wiped out the gain on these last 3 candles. So let's see what my Uber's tweaking out. But Uber's running up. Unity once again. Yeti's on the high. BJ Restaurants, VMware. High tickers gas in, a couple names on the low. Still down by a third across the board. And then Russell is in the green. Oh, I think there's going to be a S&P PMI that comes out. Yeah, so there's S&P Global final PMIs that come out in 2 minutes, but that's not the one we're waiting for. So there's ISM Services PMI at 7 o'clock or 10 o'clock Eastern. That's the one we want. But 9:45, it's the final reading of the S&P PMI that you got like 2 weeks ago. So it's the final reading. In a weird way, it shouldn't be new. So a revision, pretty much, yeah. Less convoluted as Bureau of Labor Statistics, though. NVIDIA, Uber, Broadcom's kind of already ran. MMYT, Neo's still on the high. That one's still running up there. And then Meta's actually in the green. SPY just, again, you literally recovered half of that. Drive by like it from San Antonio, Charlie. Oh, you out there in Tyler's hood, baby. Hey, man. I love San Antonio. Enjoy it. Be safe out there. SPY has recovered back up to opening candle now. So we opened up, spent 15 minutes almost dropping, 10 minutes, and now 4 minutes. You've recovered all of that. You have a lot of different movers here. We'll check after the data, the composition. Apple's still down 1.5, man. It is wild. Alrighty. So get ready. 5 more seconds. You're going to get S&P final PMIs. But I wouldn't get too jumpy. Even if the market moves, remember at 10, that is going to be the big one. Yeah, so they came in lower. Final services PMI, 50.5. Estimate was 51. Honestly, it's the lowest services since February. The only other ISM services that was that low, ISM PMI, it's still a services one, but it's S&P. That one came in below, pretty much right below February. So that's good news, but the bonds aren't moving as much. That's not the real data, though. So don't get tricked by it. What I mean is, for now, nothing wrong with it, but in 15 minutes, that will be the set-all, be-all of new information that we have not received. Palantir running. I'm watching Apple here too, though. Apple's in its own little world, dying off of this little China news, but it's kind of wicked. 1.5, still at 186 though. It's actually really, really high. Roku's on the low. Roku's still up 10 though, but they're finally selling off. AI on the low, ASON on the low. So these are the ones that went up, and then Zscaler trying to go green, and then SPY even getting a cheek lay. Bonds bounced a little bit, but we will see. I did see the SoftBank Kroger talks. Yeah, I thought it would have got a bigger reaction. I saw that right when it came out yesterday. But they said there's like another company involved, I believe. Let's go, Palantir. Rug pull Raul. PayPal on the high. That ICCT is running. Tesla on the low. So yesterday, Tesla was fascinating us how it kept going up. Now today, it's dying. ICCT is up, 38% right there? What was the other one? I think PayPal. PayPal's running. Square was making a move earlier today, too. Yeah, PayPal's in the green by 0.3. Tesla is now down 2.1, 250. Don't let that distract you from the fact there's data in 12 minutes. New data. So that's good for now. I mean, just watch the bonds. They literally went negative already. They had a gain of like a quarter, sold off prior. So let's see how this all plays out. Love Tesla. Express, huge pop. I hope. Is it EXPR? Express Inc. 25%. They're holding at the high. JD's coming up now. 3M. Let's see our value plays, how they look in. Even MO's down. Tesla's still dying. I have ACI up here. Let's take a look at Apple. Pfizer down. Sell covered calls. Usually when you're getting green on the position, if you could sell a covered call, get a nice premium that pays higher than bonds pretty much and guarantees you at least 30 to 50% more than what you paid for the stock. I think that's a good covered call. Tesla's flushing now. Comcast on the high. I don't know, maybe watch Disney, but Tesla's still flushing. Apple is still flushing, and then SPY right near the low on those three candles. Ironically enough, bonds are matched up. So even though they've done the opposite move, they're pretty much at the same place. So where they go from here, they could either follow each other or not. 10 more minutes till data. CFLT, ASAI. Nvidia, AMD. Dollar Tree on the high. Wasn't DG running up? I think they might have. Why isn't Airbnb reacting to the New York news? It's kind of old. So, like, I think it was like 4 or 5 months ago. I think Airbnb reacted when the news actually came out. But then again, it's just like, it's not like a full ban. I think it's changing some stuff, but it's for the most part, I genuinely, like I told you, I don't think it threatens Airbnb in the same way that a lot of people are thinking. I mean, they've been doing these regulations for since like 2016, I would argue. And then also, too, S&P news is very, very big news. Tesla. We'll see if Tesla wakes back up, though. Just watch out. After yesterday, it's interesting to see it, but, I mean, kind of makes sense. But it's like a one-way road, depending on where it starts moving. Bank of Canada in 10 minutes. That'll be big, too. Damn, so we're going to get ISM and Bank of Canada. As long as Bank of Canada doesn't surprise, like if Bank of Canada raises, we might get a little freaked out, I think. But other than that, as long as they stick to the plan, we should be good. ICCT, that one's going again. Is that Oracle on the high now? And Microsoft? Hold on. Microsoft's launching. They just woke up right now. So they weren't really doing much. They were like barely red. They went green there. That's $1 in a candle on Microsoft. $1 a minute. Yeah, even Oracle. Now Google's waking up. So hold on. This could just be all of your big tech. Amazon now. I think everybody except Apple. Apple and Tesla. Literally, Tesla has the smaller candle. Even Apple got one. But the rest of them are going crazy. I think Overstock gave a Bed Bath & Beyond sales update. I think that's why they're down to 22 right now. Intuit on the high. Dancing Queen, kind of. I mean, if we can move out of this range, it could be decent. It's still very early, but if we do go back up to go back down and do the dance, I mean, we could burn a lot of time. But not too long. Your patience will not be tested much further. So got some data here. That'll set us up for honestly the rest of the week possibly. So just get ready. Where it is. So, damn. We hit 44.78. I didn't even realize that. So, we broke below all the levels. I think we filled the gap yesterday. But now 44.78. You held the 44.83. So, low-key, we have to reclaim 4,500 again. Uber's on the high now. That's still running all day. Again, Microsoft, Apple Tech, a couple of tech names just kind of came out of nowhere. Google is on the high as well, too. Pfizer, I think, dude, the value plays here. It's like, I think you're watching safety in some tech, but so far, these last 2 days are very reminiscent of August. So let's hope the data changes or not, but at this point, it's just starting to look like the drain is continuing. Again, as currencies and all of that, and we just had end of the month calm down, but we'll find out. But for the most part, I mean, we should have you should watch some of these plays kind of stabilize. But if we start if the only thing going up is tech, that means they're going to drop once the reckoning of rates happens. But it's like you're kind of everything's getting sold. But on that note, let's check. It's not bad actually. It's 250. So right now, 250 names are red on the S&P, and then 250 names are green. Dow Jones, 21 names red, 9 names in the green. And then NASDAQ 100, 37 names red, 67 names green, or 63 names green. So honestly, SPY's 50-50, and then it's like a slight tilt negative, but then the outperformers are still holding their weight. Dollar heading lower, that will be good. Because again, it was up here today. But it's also just like the bonds. It's very close from going green, just like the bonds are very close from going red. Is Walgreens just done for? I mean, like, what do you mean? Like, if it's like a genuine question of are they gonna like fail, I don't believe so. But at this point, you know, putting in a CEO, firing her after 3 years, and not really getting the most out of your turnaround plan, you know, you're gonna pay for that. It's just not good. It's not like their earnings went up there. But do I think the company is like I think Walgreens is better than GameStop? I don't know if that could answer the question. We'll see. We'll talk about it in like, I mean, just give everything 12-month scales, more or less. Are they going to start cutting? They're more of a dividend aristocrat, but you never know. We've seen a lot this year already, but the general idea is, I mean, I don't think they're as distressed, but they definitely, you know, their turnaround story kind of sucks. I like the CEO who left. That's why I'm like, dude, no way. They paid her that much money, and then she didn't do anything, and then leaves 3 years later. It's a very, very bad sign. Unity, Square, Amazon, Shopify, all on the high. Even Costco. So SPY's not really moving, but high ticker, borderline going crazy. Again, Shopify, Costco, JD, Unity, Amazon. I think even PayPal. They're all running up there. There's Baidu now, too. Tesla, Costco, IXUS, IBM. I think I saw something on IBM in the morning. And then Baidu and the China names did wake up. Yeah, IBM's still going up there, about to go red to green. XLF was trying to go green. Amazon's back to break even now. But then Apple at the low all the while. So this whole while, you're getting like 3 or 4 different names moving up. Even Comcast, Google's still holding up. Even Microsoft. And then Apple is just hitting another low every single time. Now you're starting to move a little bit to the high side, but still within the opening range. Data in 3 minutes. So, I mean, we're pretty much not moving. And then the ISM comes out. So, yalla. I bought PayPal at like $62.99, I think. And like 62-ish. Unity was going nuts all the last, literally from close yesterday. It just started going crazy. And then it's still been going up there. And then even Roblo, I think, a little bit. But Roblo, until it gets like back to 40s, it don't matter. Or the high 30s. Okta's going up. They've been good since earnings. Novak's on the high. X Pro. HLT, DQ, ACAM, bro, there's so much on the high. CRM, it's interesting, though. Half of the SPY kind of holding us down. I mean, none of those changes from yesterday's took into place on the S&P. KRE, big flip. Yeah, slightly positive to negative or down by 0.6. We'll see, because Russell's been in the green all day. If that flips, that won't be good. There's NVIDIA. ISM data in 1 minute. So get ready for that. We'll have KRE. What's the other one? We'll check NVIDIA and Broadcom too, maybe. All right, 1 minute, chat. So get ready. Like we said, bad news is good news. Good news is bad news. You want all of these numbers to miss. So ISM Services is expected to be 52.4, employment 50.5, service activity 56.8, service prices 56.4, and then new orders 54. But really, index, employment, prices, and then prices and employment will probably have the most weight. Walmart's on the high as well. SO, SPY is still at VWAP, and then we have 20 seconds, Chatadonia. 20 seconds. So get ready. Everything in line. We will find out on the next episode of the Stock Market Hates You. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boop. And we're off. Oh, shit. It was good data. ISM Services, 54.5. Estimate was 52. Employment, 54.7. Employment went up 10% based on the index. And then prices shot up to 58.9, 56.4. It was way too good. And new orders shot up. Yeah, you got Bank of Canada hold. That's fine there. It's the service data. Served way better than expected. No, that's it. Way, way better than expected. And then Bank of Canada says recent increase in prices. CPI is expected to remain higher. They said there's little recent downward momentum. Yeah, no, everything was bad about that. The broader service PMI was stronger. Employment was stronger by a decent margin. And then prices and new orders, everything. Honestly, it's kind of unfortunate considering the JOLTS job openings that you saw. It's quite annoying because that means just like on the same month, another set of data didn't like coincide. Again, employment, at least on the service side, employment is very, very strong, and service side is the sticky part of inflation. Yeah, it's going to be a bad reaction. I mean, maybe we shake it off, but this time, I mean, so far the bonds are dying, the SPY is going down. This might be the big data where it's like, I think it's easy bearish. We'll find out. But I'm leaning towards bearish. I don't even think bearish, neutral, just straight. That was bad. If that stays up there, again, all of that's up. Just if we follow the good is bad, bad is good. Yeah, it's pretty hot. It was very, very hot, especially compared to anything. But if you think about it, it's been a while since I've told you something without a neutral in it. But I do think that was bearish. But then again, we'll find out. But so far, bond reaction, very negative. SPY, if you don't know what's going on, all of the service data was very, very good. It's been a minute. We'll see, you're down a lot already, 3 in a row. So let's see. Cannabis stock. Oh, check out Canada. I don't know if they relate, but you're starting to drop there a little bit more. Good thing I didn't go for the Broadcom. AMG, not AMD. So we're still in that, though. That's dropping now, bro. Bonds are murdered. Let's see. I'm losing on the ZT now, but then the ZB's coming back up. Watch out for the yen. The yen might die. I mean, the yen is already dying, but low-key after the intervention stuff, dollar spiked. It should. Again, the data was so good, it's really bad. And especially if, like, look at that dollar move. If you've been watching everything so far, I mean, you kind of get the idea. All right, let's see. Like, it just, as far as employment, everything, Disney's popping off of this. 81. But just especially with the whole, employment stuff we've been dealing with over the last couple weeks, it just, that data is very different than a lot of the data you've gotten. There's AMD off the bottom. Overstock still dumping. Financials are going up, ironically enough, so watch out there. But so far, Bank of Canada decision, they didn't do much. They said stuff about inflation, then they chose not to raise rates again. And then ISM Services across the board was a hot print. So we're still a little lower there now. I mean, they're down almost 1% on the NASDAQ, and it's very early. NVIDIA selling 0.52 on the SPY and then 0.3 on the Dow. Surprisingly, the Russell is still in the green. I think, NVIDIA keeps printing on the low ticker. Apple's already down. So I'm like, Yeah, NVIDIA's down 2.6. Well, I closed out of the Meta yesterday. The Beige book will be more useful. Not really. The Beige book, I mean, I don't think we've gotten too much economic conditions. It'll tell us a little bit, but at this point, I think, if you've been watching the data, you are seeing cracks over the last couple of weeks, but this data kind of is reversal of that. So all of the ISMs, that was a really strong ISM services considering the context of broadly weak data across the last month. So that one kind of came in here. I thought it was going to come in a little weaker, at least in line. Yeah, Disney goes up when market goes down, it seems. Apple's on the low. So SPY's coming down again. First reaction here. Still holding negative after 3 candles. It's about 0.5%. But I think you move like 0.3 more so. Let's see if the yen comes back up. Interesting. Yen is bouncing before bonds. SPY's not like completely flushing it, but still 0.5. And then Dollar Tree, you still got names going up. Dollar Tree on the high, Roku on the low, AT&T on the high, a couple of names, even Kava. Why was that so bearish? Just because it's not, it means like even yesterday, I'll give you an idea. You had, even this morning, you had another Fed speaker. You had 2 Fed speakers in the last 24 hours just say how we're kind of in fog and we don't want to necessarily, we want to be very specific on our next move moving forward with the Fed, right? But now, if the data starts getting really strong again, it forces the Fed's move. So that's kind of the worry people are having, is that now we want the data to be weak, but not too weak. But if the data starts getting good, it's not even higher for longer. It just means like even more higher rates, more longer. But then at this point, it's happening while we're seeing signs of like, oh shit, we kind of need it to be balanced. So you don't want it to be too bad, because then that could mean just a lot more pressure there, or too good. Because again, either or is a bad instance. In this case, very hot data means inflation is going to rocket up, and most people are aware that the Fed, is kind of running out of options. Yeah, so you're coming back down here again. Bonds are holding. Again, they had an immediate move off of the data. You're at 44.70. I mean, at this point, 44.50 is the next level. I'd say, 44.60, 44.52. And then if that breaks, I mean, we might get back to the gulag. Before you know it, this was parachute level. So don't ever forget that. But really, this gap is really big in between here. This is where things got crazy from 2 weeks ago when we started to rally. So I think that will be a level for now. I don't believe there's more data. We have Fed Beige book, and then Fed Logan, and then API numbers, and then Japanese data, and then China balance of trade tonight. And then tomorrow there's nothing, and then even Friday. That's it. This was the biggest data this week, and I mean, it did cause a reaction. I mean, that's definitely a new piece of news you got to chew on. Oh, business, baby! Or not. Oh, man, the myth, the legend. Amen. Tomorrow's unemployment claims. It could have an effect, but unless it moves, to the same degree as some of the other data sets here and like actually breaks out of like certain trends, I don't think it'll go too crazy. Dow bounce. Dow's doing a lot better, actually. Dow's only down a quarter now, while SPY and NASDAQ are down over 0.5%. NASDAQ's down almost 1%, and then Russell's still in the green. The news that just came out was ISM Services. So we've been talking about this for days now. Again, at least into the weekend. This is exactly what we were waiting for. Caused a decent reaction. It seemed bearish, and then we're waiting for the grand total. I do think financials are helping the Dow. There's also Salesforce, Caterpillar, Walmart. Those are doing a lot. Even oil, too. Well, then it's not like anything Dow-related or value has an immunity pass. China's up, surprisingly. At least China names. Some names came down. KWeb is up by almost 1%. on BlackRock as like a investment. I don't really like buying those types of banks. I mean, I'd prefer JP Morgan, but even then, like banks they're pretty convoluted and complex as far as ownership is concerned. Costco, zero point 0.5. 3M's trying to go up. Where's that other one? Unity, Roku. Yeah, AVAV was killer earnings. It's like 30%. It's up. It's like $130. CMI. Cummins up 1.5. ZBH is running. Dollar index hits fresh 6-month peak up 0.1. Yikes. So dollar still crying again. ZBH is running up there. Dollar came back down. So 29.28. That's the new high of the last 9 months, 6 months. Well, the data, yes, I would check the rate hike odds. Pretty much this data should shift the odds back into hike from pause or calm down. But yeah, they slowly should start moving. I bet you by like the end of the day, depending on if we're up or down, I wouldn't be surprised if it correlated with slight movements there on the rate hike. You know, and even then, just look out for like June, July of 2024 and how they move. That'll probably be the answer. They didn't move much for now. We will see. UK to rejoin EU Horizon Science Program after 2-year absence. Cut shifted from May to July. That's probably where it's going to happen. If you're going to watch any of those odd moves, but it might be subtle, like some people are pointing out. It's not really, moving too crazy, but like the further out months, if those start to flip-flop, that's, again, June, July is where you should see it. All right, higher rate. Yeah, people are worried about higher rates. Again, you have people in the Fed. I don't know if you've been listening to financial media, but you even have people in financial media pretty much talking about, you're like one rate hike away from borderline causing a problem now because things are starting to slow down. You have very high rates and it's now been almost 2 years, but the thing about it is that everyone's like, well, wait a minute, how is this gonna, is this actually gonna work? So I think we're in a very unique situation now because if the data, just as we're starting to see good things, and then now if the data heats up again and then throws Powell into a corner where now inflation and activity is running up, I mean, that's it. Autonomy of the Fed is eliminated, and now Powell goes from having a plan, and it looks like it's playing out, to now Powell's on the defensive once again, and then nobody knows what's happening, and then inflation becomes entrenched. And then back to the age-old debate. The Fed always has overshoots. Well, that's where people think this is already overshot. But that's why if the data goes back up and shows it's not an overshoot, that means everything we've done wasn't enough. But then imagine how you feel about that now. It would change a lot of things. Microsoft going lower. AMD's back down to the low. Apple, too, again, they're dumping now. So literally ever since the data, we've moved down like an additional 0.5%. NASDAQ's about to go down 1% now. SPY's down 0.5. Dow 0.2, and then Russell has finally gone negative after being green all day. They should have never done this stupid skip. No, I mean, it's not about the actions. Honestly, it's actually crazy. If I still sold you the tinfoil, I can make it more tinfoily, but I'll keep it more academic for you. I mean, my theory is very simple. What this all boils down to, the problem wasn't rate hikes. It wasn't skipping. It wasn't not skipping. The problem was the data. And what I mean by that is that all of the data is so delayed, and then the revisions and being so data dependent on data that does not really outline what is going on. You were left with data that said real estate was coming down and the jobs market is never going to get weak. But then again, by the time jobs were still getting weak, there was more layoffs than ever before in history. The jobs were looking strong. Real estate was the most expensive and then had a big decline, and that didn't get reflected on any of the data that the Fed used. So like we're talking about revision this, revision that. It's just like if we're waiting for the data, even the ISM data, it's like we're reacting to very, very outdated data. And now you don't know what you're flying blind, bro. Like when it's all said and done. That's why it's like you got to wait for signals. I'm waiting for Powell to leave the room. But at the end of the day, it's like, that data it's already hard to follow Fed policy. But now imagine trying to follow it with data that is inherently lagged and then, had a lot more revisions due to outliers of the last couple of years that caused this. So I think that's the problem. That's why I think we're so ahead, behind. That's why we're doing start and stop, is because we're going off of data that starts and stops. It's not, the data isn't really, that's the only thing making us go up, down. But it's like, I don't think it's really indicative of the reality of the economy. But then again, in that same respect, part of the reality is that people are still spending money. Companies are still making a lot of money. Everybody tells you, oh, this company sucks. Disney's going to fail. They made $21 billion last quarter. How? You know what I'm saying? That's a lot of money. So, if you are trying to find about the economy, it's like one thing to wait for the data, but even if the data was lagging, it's not like it was that bad. I mean, people are still moving, but, that's what we're trying to see next, is when does the data and the economy kind of show the same picture, and we may not see that for a while. How can you even trust the data from the companies? You shouldn't. So like even the data, the way I look at it, I don't know if you guys have caught on to it as of late, but it's very simple. I doubt all of the data very heavily, whether it's, I don't care what kind of data it is. I take it as far as I could throw it, even if I could bench a lot, I don't trust it. However, as a trader, I hope you get into the mindset. Otherwise, go home, go away. There's no point of being here if you don't accept this reality, is that the data could be wrong and it could be incorrect and outdated and mean absolutely nothing, but it doesn't change the fact that will be what the market will be reacting to, unfortunately. So that's just the only new info. Even if today's data is 7 months old, we just got it today. Is it 7 months old? No, but maybe it's not really reflective, but it's always outdated, and there's going to be a lot of shady shit, but it's just like, unfortunately, that is going to be what people will react to. That is going to be the new piece of info that everyone's going to parade around as new, and they are going to go off of that. So that's where I'm just saying, unfortunately, it may be frustrating, but it's like you should have a skepticism and you should doubt it. But at the same time, it's like, that's why you got to, if you don't want to participate, you got to sit back. That's why, being in a holding pattern, when I see it, I'm like, damn, I just have to wait till it shows up. So that's it. Just everything's shady. Don't trust. Everything is driven by money. I mean, that's all. Like, just, again, how many of your friends will betray you for $100,000? You're like, what? Exactly. I mean, if somebody went up to your best friend and said, I'll give you $100,000, what do you think's going to happen? $1 million bucks. You got any pictures, bro? You got anything on there? So it's like, it's money, bro. It's the whole world is a lot of money. Again, watch how much moves off of the data, the ideas. Again, you may have the idea right today, wrong tomorrow, wrong today, then it's right down the road. You could have lost money, but it's like, all of this is fueled by money. So you gotta, if it has to deal with money, you should probably not trust how it's given to you. And again, don't even trust me. You know what I'm saying? That's like I'm saying. I hope you take what I said and research it, and I hope you look into this. And that's why I'm saying I hope you are skeptical, but at the same time, if you really are skeptical, your only options are you've refused, you do not comply, you do not deal with any of the data, and you refuse to make trades on it until data reflects economy, and then you wait till that's all there, and then you play. Otherwise, you have to. That's the only new. It's even though it's fake or whatever, it will be considered as new info to the market. Sadly. So manipulation, it's kind of like real estate. It's just slow. That's all. And that's why it's like you got to it's like looking at comps from 3 months, from a year ago, but then you knew 5 houses just sold in the last month. But then you won't see those comps until they close. That's just pretty much how the data is. You could get the general broader picture, but there's stuff there's stuff right now in escrow that we don't really see as far as the data. It's just very slow reporting. And then once you get it though, like that's all you're given. It's just it's a mix of real estate and the DMV. Why oil up so much? Because government doesn't say something now. You don't know? It's actually quite good. And then the beauty is that even for now, like no one's going to care about your gas prices for another like 8 to 12 months. Why? Because Joe Biden just has to bring the gas prices down like a couple months ahead of the election. There's no point of now. But the fun fact with gasoline, if you haven't noticed, the price of oil is up. You're not hearing about it as much, but you're hearing about oil. But look at the price of gas. If you haven't realized it, the price of gas went up before the price of oil. So I would argue that your gas price was high a month ago before your oil prices went up, maybe even 2 months ago. So gas prices, there is futures, but in a weird way, a lot of this is kind of like priced in. And that's why I think as long as gas prices move up first, right? You see what I'm saying? And now nationwide gas prices are coming down. That's what's going to happen. This is going to move first. And then as long as it's chill, the oil market will fall in behind it. That seems to be how they've been controlling it. But other than that, it's like, that's why I think no one cares. They're looking at gas prices. And if you think about it, gas prices went up 1 or 2 months ago, but oil was $10, $20 lower. So you didn't care about it, but your gas price was going up. And you're like, wait a minute, why is it up? And now your gas price is higher going lower. But now what's happening, the price of crude oil is going up. So it's going to kind of run in opposites and confuse the shit out of everybody. More data. We got one more. We got the Beige book. Europe should be for everybody. That's Europe. That's it. The whole Europe is, dude, I can't believe we talked about it yesterday. I told you I was looking for a play, but I didn't think the data, literally, that's what everyone's talking about today now. But it's true. Just remember, it was like end of last year, this year, everybody was like, oh, the Europe's going to recover. Oh, I thought Europe was going to have a recession. It's like everybody forgot about the recession stuff, thought it was fine, and then now, low-key, it's like all the data, energy, everything else, everybody's like, wait a minute, it actually might come back. I'm still in Baidu. Yeah, so SPY's coming down there. Another break on the bonds. This could be it now. Banks are selling off. So watch out. Banks, energy. I don't know if healthcare's up, but like one by one, any of the support here on the day, if those start going down, that one will not be pretty. Damn, that was 8 straight months of expansion on the service index. That's what this says in red. Gas was 380 Friday and 330 yesterday. Yeah, but like that's what I'm saying though, is that as the price of crude oil skyrockets, it seems like there's an incentive to try to stabilize gasoline prices. And then when gasoline prices go up, vice versa. So what's going to happen is I think your price of gas is going to go down as price of crude oil goes up. And then when the price of crude oil goes down, gas is going to rocket up in literal opposite formation. Netflix up. Netflix benefited off the writer's strike. Again, certain places like Netflix, they didn't use the same writers. Disney benefited off of not spending the money, but Netflix, I mean, again, Netflix has even came out with some decent stuff recently, but it's still, they haven't made their full-on banger yet, but essentially they had a much more limited impact from the writer's strike. Dollar's still up. Dollar's crazy, man. Dollar is about to start wrecking. It's there. This is the cocoa run. It's just little commodities are starting to go up. And like I told you, even when we said about commodities, just wait till oil goes back up now too, because then it just gets even more expensive. So that's where it's like there's a lot of things on the cusp of repeating round two. And that's what we're kind of trying to work our way through. One Piece did numbers. It was good. It was like an anime, non-anime like thing they did. That was good. The George Foreman one was decent. It doesn't hit the same as like, dude, last year I feel like they had bangers, but at the same time though, in the context of a writer's strike, I mean, it did allow them to have some content right now. How is gas nationwide going down? It depends where you are. I mean, /RB is the gasoline futures. Obviously, you know, California and Texas are going to have different gas prices. But in general, that trend should have been gas prices went up a month or two ago and are now starting to come down while we're starting to see oil prices go back up. Gas over 4 in Denver. Y'all don't complain to me, man. Don't complain to me. I'm humbly paying $5.99 a gallon still. I'm still stuck in 2021, bro. I'm like filling up, paying $6. I got like I'm like mining crypto in my back seat of my car. You know, I'm still stuck in 2021, man. It's awful. It's awful. I don't know how to get out of this loop. It's messed up. That's why you need EV. Yeah, like an expensive one too. You know what I'm saying? Like, give me an expensive one. Like a Lucid. That's why I need a Lucid. You're right. Gas is $5.99. I need to spend $150,000 on a town car. You're right, man. I didn't think about this. I've been wasting my time here. I need to put in that. Can I get a delivery on a Lucid? Do they have them? Apple, SPY lower, SPY going lower before the bonds now. UVIX on the high, and then 0.71 now on the SPY. It's slowly working its way down. And then you have 1% now on the NASDAQ. 44.65, Chatadonia, that's it. So this is the level I said. Watch 44.58 I honestly think that's the danger zone. We might even go below it and then try to bounce, but very simple here. If this kind of breaks, and by the end of the day we can't even reclaim 44.50, I think it gets pretty ugly. It's already looking ugly. Again, we're down 1% now, straight down from the data. Again, at least today we didn't have to worry about neutral or not, so that was great. But so far, ISM Services, very good data, very bad reaction, and now we are down 1% on the NASDAQ. Again, we did have a baby gap down too, so it's not just intraday movement. Yeah, let's see. This is the one. This is that spot. Because remember, we got up here. This is where we had a lot of trouble trying to break out from here. And it cost us almost 100 points. And then we rocketed right back up. This was, again, with Powell and everything else. But this does kind of have its own little peak. So see, you're getting another cheek lay. A lot of the big tech is still low. Like I said, watch out if banks and energy start giving back up. If any of the green comes down, that won't be pretty. Only 1 hour in, man. AT&T CEO says he hasn't found any areas of public health risk so far. Airbnb and 140. Election. Oh no. Yeah, again, I don't know. I think that AT&T comment was related to their like things they have. What was it called? The wires. Comes the bounce. Coca-Cola new 52-week lows. It's bittersweet, but I'm kind of down. Oh, wow. So we're still up, I think, like 20 or 30 on it, but at least Coca-Cola is back to the low of the year. So that's something, at least in 2023. You're still above the October prices, which is pretty much 2021 prices. Tesla. Yeah, Tesla's done a lot, man. I mean, at least today it's down. So we'll see. The yen wants the 2020. It's right there. Again, they gave verbal intervention today. We're going to see what happens. I'm ready to pull the trigger on KO. I feel you, but let it get stuck in the mud with everything else. Because, like, at least it's down there. It's like it could go and become a very attractive price, but if it bounces with everything, it'll kind of just be a market thing. But, you know, that's a name that I've talked about a lot this year where, you know, if people ask, you know, should I buy this, should I buy that? I was just saying, you know, there's certain names out there that have no premium on the last 12 months, you know, literally like Coca-Cola, and that are very, very high quality. So these are the ones that I want. But I'm definitely down. We're waiting. You're ready, just going to let it get beat down. I mean, honestly, there's a better chance it'll probably go higher prices. So if you're willing to just throw in there and wait, I could get behind that on a name like Coca-Cola. Again, there is some downside, but it's like I've seen with it. If it does keep going down and you are committed to averaging, you'll probably be good in the longer run. But it really barely has moved. I mean, we got it here. I think 2021, we got in like 52 or 54. But like these are all very, very small moves for the company. I like Pepsi, but Coca-Cola has just always had, just a more solid focus. Like Pepsi has way better segments that I like, but I think it's easier to focus on the beverage stuff and drinks with Coca-Cola, whereas Pepsi is like snacks too. But either or, it's the same thing. Just like FedEx, UPS, just like, what's it called? Who else is the other one? Coca-Cola, Pepsi, FedEx, UPS. I'm blanking. There's one more. PayPal, Square, kind of similar. Vanguard money market yielding 5.2. Take advantage of it, my brother. Amen. Wendy's, weren't we talking about Wendy's yesterday? Wendy's on the high. Activision. What's that other one? ACI. Tesla's still getting clapped. You want Lucid. Lucid was up in the morning. They sold off, and then SPY is not holding, you guys. So, again, this little, like, dance here, 44.63, right below 44.70. Now you're at 44.65, but bonds are still kind of going lower. I mean, nothing has really changed from the data. So, again, downward spiral, call it whatever you want. It's been continuing down here at a decent amount of pace. What do we have? 14 million in volume, and we are at our number 1. So volume's decently high, assuming it continues. If it slows from here, it could be a slow day, but we're already getting active. Again, bonds are moving more. S&P here is near the low of the day. There's still a little bit of difference, but my goodness. And then low ticker is much more active. 30-second, 1 minute, 5 minute is way more active than the high ticker. So let's see, it could be a little baby moment of truth. Okay, our E is there. Weight Watchers. Remember, Weight Watchers was running yesterday. Lucid, I don't know. I think Lucid is just going to be dependent on those earnings and headlines. And then it's just, if we get into a month where people don't want to hold shit, I mean, again, last month we saw a lot of things pay for it. So I think they will fall in line with that as well, too. I think ChargePoint will have good earnings. I don't know. I feel like ChargePoint has struggled recently, though. Remember, they took a blow in the whole Tesla thing. So, honestly, I never liked the chargers, but out of any of them, I used to like ChargePoint a lot because when I would charge my Tesla, I would see ChargePoint everywhere. However, just in the last couple of months here, this, like, shift towards like, Tesla providing chargers and partnering with GM and Ford, I don't think it's a good sign for ChargePoint. If anything, I think Tesla is going to be the owner of the charging game. Any reason why TLT is positive after the data? And shy. I think TLT is just positive on the day because it's holding up more after, again, the bad data this morning in Europe, and then even some of the China stuff. That started off bonds good this morning because people are like, okay, bad data, that means rates won't go too crazy. Today, good data comes out, rates go up. So certain ones more sensitive moved around, but TLT, it's still down, but it's just holding up its gain from the morning. So it's just not reacting as much, but eventually it probably will. And just look at how much it's moved to considering, so like Shy, IEF, they look a little bit more pinned, and then TLT, they took an extra low earlier. So the longer end of the curve is just going to move a little bit more crazier because there's more duration to assume. Do you find yourself sitting at Tesla or charging? I just don't drive the car as much. That's it. I only drive it when it's charged, available, if it makes sense, if I'm prepared. But I charge at both home and the charger. But, I mean, it doesn't really work for my lifestyle. So, I mean, I have a Tesla. I keep it there. I use it when I need it. But most of the time, I'm using another vehicle. Bill Gates purchases $95 million worth of Anheuser-Busch shares. Nice. Netflix XLE. Watch out if energy gives up. A BG on the low too. SPY's kind of giving up there. Again, bonds are still pointing down. Like I said, energy's already down by 0.10. Yeah, Pfizer dying. Interesting. I think NVAX was the only one that ended up holding out of all of them. But then the other ones that ran up earlier, they're now down. But then I also think it's just, I think it's bigger than the news. I think we're doing it again. I mean, today's data and we're reacting to it, but this whole like September flush, or like we saw in August where like the drain kept happening. Sadly, I got strong vibes of that today, but we'll see. Yeah, people are waiting to see the direction of rates. Until then, no one's touching REITs. Yes. And a lot of value plays, too. It's not just REITs. It's anything with a yield, anything with a borderline fixed income. I mean, you're going to wait, and then there's also just demand for safe havens out of the tech, but you're also still kind of, you're not, people don't feel safe in the same way. Again, cash is the number one holding right now on the year. There's more cash being held in money markets now than ever before in history. So it's like you still got a lot of money waiting on the sideline as well, too. That's where it gets even nuttier to think about. Isn't that wild? You guys don't think that's crazy? Like, that's something you really have to think about. Like, you really don't think this is wild, that in the midst of this rally, of going from SPY 377 to 447, just at the beginning of the year and how fast it's moved. Like, it's kind of weird how this is all, it's done it pretty quickly. I forgot what I was going to say there. It's not only the rally, there's another point. Oh, yeah, what I was going to say is that it's pretty crazy to think that rally happened from 377 to 477, right? Like, look at how high you are. And there's more money in cash right now in money markets than ever before in history. So that's crazy. That means last time we were up here, bro, there was no money on the sidelines. Last time we got up to this price by like everybody fucking YOLOing their whole account on margin to get up here. Remember, we had to go lower on margin and all of that, and everybody was talking about that. Well, keep that in mind, is that right here now, we're at the same price, but there's more money than ever on the sideline. So, like, what is going to happen when things actually go down? Like, how much more can things move if that means all of this action was on a smaller amount of dollars than there was at 2 years ago when we were at this price? Very wild concept if you think about it. There's a lot more cash in general. It's like kind of comparable to like 21 and 22, but the thing you got to think about is like if we got this high without that much cash and people not using it, how much lower can we go then? And then vice versa. It's like that means the first time we got up to these levels when there was a lot of cash, it took all buying and margin activity. But now it's like, how did we get there on literally there's like $6 trillion just sitting there. So what's going to happen when that 6 trillion shows up, and what happens when they have a reason to show up? How does the world look at that point? But it's wild to think we've moved how we did off of way, way less money. Cover the short. We're still going down again ever since the data. This is like the first Apple kind of holding on, but there it is. Energy's red now. Then financials went red earlier, but that's it. Once these guys go, I think everything is about to be red. Honestly, now staples are holding up the best. But one by one, any of the green is giving up now. Russell's in the red. I think everything is now. You only have 5 names green on the Dow. The Nasdaq, 45 names green, 56 red. And then SPY, remember, is 250, 250. Now it's 312 red, 190 green. I'm not in Disney unless it's in the long term. So I don't have any Disney flip shares. What did they do with it? Did they even react to the data? They literally went up on it. We weren't going ballistic. Be careful with that one, considering, but oh, they did their split. That's why. It's supposed to be like a 50-cent stock. The data was really good, but that led to a negative reaction because it's kind of contrary to the data we've seen. Data bad equals dump. It really was, man. It really, really was. It's crazy. Mandates. Mandate on mandate on mandate. It's a good one, man. I need to talk to my mom. That's it. That's my biggest fear is my mom believes it again. And I'm like, no, not this again, Mom. Please, no. That's it. That's my only worry. I won't see my mom for another 2 years now because of an election. Yeah, dollar's around November, but it's still, dollar is substantially lower. So that's what I'm saying. Right now, it's Asia's about to die. It's the yen and China messing up everything right now. But, like, if you haven't seen it in a weird way, like, the dollar is so much weaker than where we were when like, October. Bro, October, September, the dollar was, like, 10% higher. That's a very, very wild concept to think about. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's actually wicked. That means the dollar could run like another 10 to like 13% from here, and it will just be at the same levels that the yen and the yuan are getting to. So right now, the yuan hasn't broken out yet, but once it does, we have a problem. Obviously, 150, it's going to hit 150, then they're going to intervene. But, bro, it's crazy. So the Asian currencies are there, but then are you ready for this? So let me see if I could let's see if anybody can figure this out. This is the answer to everything, too. You got to it's a fucked up game, dude. So you see this. So why doesn't the dollar, how come the dollar does not look like the yen or the yuan? There's something about it. And then S&P is 12% higher than October, too. Good call, good call. There's something about this, though. How, like, look, again, the yen is about to break out. This is 25 years of history dead. Again, the yuan, I mean, this is one of the weakest. They're even strengthening it the most they ever had, but this is still October. So you're telling me we're just getting back to these levels, like why and how, but then the dollar is just damn, this makes no sense. How? How? There's an answer, and we were just talking about it. It's not lagging. The dollar's not lagging. How dare you tell America we're lagging? We're number one. You like to tell that to people, they get mad. But, like, think about it. There's something. It's not the rates, as weird as that sounds. It's part of the rates, but not really. You know, you would think those rates would lead to a stronger dollar. But how come? There's something else. So, like I told you, China, Asia right now, dying. If you look at their currencies, you look at the dollar, it's very easy to tell. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to say, like, literally something's happening on it with Asia. And anything close to Asia geographically is suffering for it. So what's happening with the dollar? What is keeping the dollar down? That's my question, Chad. What is keeping the dollar down? Maybe somebody posted it. I don't see it. Well, I'll give you $1 if anybody gets it. For any new answers, if I could see, I'll give you $5 maybe. Interest rates. Boom, baby. Is it Joseon or Jose? Jose on. I'm okay. Joseon. Joseon, baby. Good answer. It's the euro and the pound. Ta-da. There's your answer. Those are the only other gigantic currencies. Even though they don't trade with us as much, we could control all of Europe and we work together. But notice, those are the only other currencies not as weak. So again, the yen and the yuan are very important for trade, but they don't reflect the dollar right now. That's why the dollar should be through the fucking roof. The dollar should be murdering everybody right now. However, that's why, again, back to the theme of the day, the real story is Euro recession. Because if Euro recession doesn't materialize, guess what? You don't have anything else happening. If Euro doesn't materialize, the currency is going to stay up. And then even if China and the yuan die, we're going to balance it out with the euro and the pound. And then vice versa, though, is like if you do get a recession and then we do start getting clapped on it, then we run into a problem. You said it first. I might have missed it. I was looking because I was looking back and forth and Chad wasn't on there. I was like, come on. But it's really like, it's a weird phenomena, but it all kind of makes sense. You know, or hit recession. Which should, I mean, again, they magically skirted it, but I think Europe magically skirting it all assisted all the currencies, even if China and the yen were getting murked. The BRICS, no. I'm telling you, the BRICS is a plot to sell you gold. I will die on the hill. I'm ready for it. I'm just saying, it's not even tinfoil. Another brick talk. Every BRICS thing is to make you want to buy gold. Telling you, do you listen to BRICS and then be like, oh, I don't want to buy gold afterwards? Especially if you're younger and are not familiar, like literally, if you've not studied the issue. Like, do you guys realize this is like a affiliate marketing for gold? That's all it is. The BRICS, and again, reserve currencies, SDRs, you know, like this shit's been going on for a very, 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 very long time. And that's why I'm glad you guys are all interested in it, because I hope it does spur knowledge in the right area. But this is all, like I was just telling you, man, just remember money and people selling you stuff and all of it. Don't it's all for gold. So you buy it. Remember, it's a big business. It pays same commissions as real estate. You fell for the gold. I did too. Everybody did, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, for real. Like, go ahead. Go get you one gold coin or something. Go get you a couple of ounces of silver to keep on your person. Oh, Disney's rocketing now. I saw it moving up here, but it is waking up. Ba-da-pop-pop-pop. There are more real estate agents than homes for sale. Yeah, it's been like that, and it's only going to get worse. Just remember, I mean, nobody's selling their houses if the rates are this high. If you thought inventory was bad, I mean, obviously, I think you'll find what you want if you keep looking, but at the same time, it's just like, dude, the inventory is it's there. They're selling. Well, I mean, are you going to buy another house? Or what do you, I assume you're probably switching to renting, though. But the whole, it's not even about top dollar. It's simply about interest rates. Dude, like any of the houses that I have, I'm like, dude, that's insane, because I'm looking at the mortgages that I have, and if I just put in my address on Redfin and I look up the estimated mortgage payment, I'm like, what the fuck? That's insane. And it's simply because of interest. Which is nuts, but it's like I don't think the inventory there, but that's why you have that effect. So it's just like that will always be like that. Disney's did a little pop and then came down. You said regional's getting clapped now. Anyone who needs another mortgage to get another house will never move. Probably not until the rates come down. I'd say never is kind of extreme. Eventually, the rates will come back down, but it's not a smart decision. That's all. Can you do it? Yes. Have people done it? Of course you can. You can go right now and go get a mortgage and go live wherever you want, pay whatever you want. But just for most people, if you're not making a major upgrade and getting a lot of things from it, it's like it just doesn't. I mean, people are. It gets interesting. It doesn't become smart to do it. That's why some people were just going to really think about that question of, should I really sell my house to get less house for more payment, or might as well just live in my house, take the low payment? And remember, if you did a 30-year fixed mortgage, so again, my guy, you're saying you're selling your house and you're going to rent. Why wouldn't you just rent out your house and then go rent where you live? Because all I'm saying is that if you have a mortgage and it's a lower mortgage and you have equity on the house too, that is fixed for the next 30 years. Your rent is going to change in 12 months. It may go higher, may go lower. That's the beauty of rent. I'm not saying rent is bad, because in this case, if you rented in 2021, you overpaid. By 2022, if you wanted to rent again, you could have got more unit for the same rental, right? So it's like, if things get worse, maybe you're going to be able to rent wherever you want to go. But then at the same time, it's like you get flexibility with renting. But at the reverse end, the double-edged sword is that price is not going to be fixed. No matter what, it's always going to keep going up with rent, unfortunately. Your house payment goes up every year. Why? Is it because of taxes? Are your tax payments going higher? Or taxes and insurance, I feel. But for the most part, it's not. I mean, it's still, all I know is, most of my mortgages right now are 50% lower than any mortgage if somebody wanted to take it out today. At the price, even if the price I paid for it, which is insane. So it's just the rates are high, so just do what you need to do, but just make sure it makes sense. I was going to rent out my house, but the taxes pushed it over what I could charge in rent. But why? So, like, even then, I would even lose $100 a month. Depending on what I'm trying to accomplish. Like I'm saying, I would pay $1,200 a year, lose money renting out my house if my mortgage was at 4% and the current rate is at 8.35. Hands down, I would lose money holding that house, then sell it. Just because it doesn't exist anymore. It's like you can't get that house. So even sometimes it may make more. Again, that's free money. Here we go. Disney's coming down now. And the SPY. 4459. It's all I'm glad, bro. Today I was able to call it just straight bearish, no neutral. It finally played out. We might get like a random run up by the end of the day, but that one was that was easy, bro. That one was easy. MSTR on the high. Watch Coinbase. MSTR pop in $5. Yo, check coin, check MSTR. I don't know. All of them are going. Watch crypto right now. Something's happening. MSTR first. What is that? Hive, Riot, Coin. Nvidia's on the low, and then SPY's still drilling into the low. Again, all the crypto plays are moving right now. I don't have any news on that, though. Comcast modified agreement with Disney, extending date for sale of purchase of Hulu to September 30th. So that's why Disney went up and down. That was on Comcast modifying the agreement. That was old. I saw that as I was looking here. For young MSTR. Again, Coinbase still has the candle, but it stopped like going crazy. MicroStrategy, September 6th. Yeah, 8 o'clock. MicroStrategy unveils transformative partner program to fuel ecosystem growth. Or unless is this Pacific time? Hold on. It says 8 o'clock, but I don't know if I'm wrong or not on the time. No, that's 3. That's East Coast time. Yeah. So no headlines then. No one knows what they do. I'm adding Walgreens to the long term. We made the latest pickup for Colt's sister because she had a lot of cash, but it dropped an additional 7% from there. So I like it, but I'm also giving it some time. But, I mean, in the last quarter, I think we've made pickups. Again, coin and crypto dancing around. Tesla at the low. Dizzle back up. Intelia came down. And yeah, the Disney news is related to the Comcast agreement. I did not buy CRM shares, no. Do you think globalism is dead? No. I just think we live in a very, what's the word? Very European world, I guess, is the best way to put it. It's a very controlled. It's shifted to the China element. It's just like a very controlled type beat. I don't get why people have to turn a profit on rentals if it's a long-term play. Someone's subsidizing your equity. I mean, in this market, you can make a lot. There's nothing wrong with it. But at the same time, if it makes sense for a long-term perspective, I'm not against losing money on a real estate property in the sense of rent. I've done it before, and I'll do it again. especially if I have mortgages that are 4% and lower. I'm going to I'm going to keep that property no matter what. Just say it's corruption inching closer to tyranny. I don't need to. Like I said, I mean, if you really understand history and what I'm saying, us moving towards a more European world makes a lot of sense. And I don't mean that negatively or positively, but it is what it is. But it's a very European world, regardless of what you think of diversity, how people behave, equality. This is all it's a very European style of governing and monetary systems and all of that. You should mean that negatively. Well, no, I think it's up to people to decide, but there's a lot of history behind it. And again, how people are and classes and all of that. That's really what I think it is. I mean, when it's all said and done. But it's also interesting. We live in a pretty cool world. I mean, all of this, you get to live through it, then throw in some AI. Oh, man. We are not Europeans, but you're starting to be governed like it. Again, even the dollar, the yen, and then the pound thing we're talking about, it's there. NVIDIA is still dying. Spy's about to take another candle. Again, Disney moved a lot on the Comcast stuff, but that's it. MicroStrategy, crypto companies win fair value accounting. Oh, so that's it. MSTR. Remember they had an issue in the SEC or whatever. It was like you can't report that on like your what's it called? The fair value accounting and how they have to report the losses and purchases. I think they got a victory in that case. I'm surprised it's not moving more. It might be able to. It's been wicking wacky. It does look weird. That does seem like good news for them, though. Let's check. It's a crazy spread. That's a $2 spread on the stock. I remember we made a flip on that and then ended up dying. It's actually wild. Can you elaborate on being like Europeans? I mean, how did America start? What happened? If you're familiar. We came over here. Remember, they were like, yo, man, we're going to tax you. We're going to do this. And then it was a king telling you where to go no matter where you went. And then there was like highly controlled societies. Again, there was a lot of things set up for caste systems and the wealthy. It was built around wealthy owners. And I mean, again, how we got here. But, Europe has a very big history of governing. And literally one of the oldest. And you see how it's played out. I mean, we have those similarities. It's like it's repeating all over again. Why would we go back that way? I don't think people are aware of it. If you are aware of it, you are. But if you're not, then you're not. I don't think people even get it. It's, I'm sure you were probably confused when your peers were advocating, for you to give up your freedoms in certain ways. Again, your peers tell you pay the T tax, do this, do that. It's like, it's pretty wild to think about. But, you get it now. You have people who want to be controlled. You have people who want regulation. That's a very European society, especially back then. And then anybody who disagreed, they ended up leaving or turning into another nation. Bank of England's Dhingra A recession would cause risk to UK CPI goal. Bank of England Bailey says returning CPI to target not optimal. AMC on the low. Again, MSTR hasn't really reacted to that yet. I never got the email. I'm going to get back to you. I'll get back to you before the end of the week, my man. Don't you worry. I can't believe it's already Wednesday. I agree with what you're saying. Too many people grossly misinterpret you. That's fine. I mean, I'm not really. I mean, if you get it, you get it. If not, you know, I will try to explain. But at the same time, it's like there's a lot of stuff I don't understand. There's a lot of things that are interesting here, and quite frankly, I mean, you know, it's just easier to live life and go on with your day to day than even worrying or try to understand this stuff. And that's the next part of it. 4452. That's the level. Again, this is that little top right here. 4457, excuse me. So if we start to see that, it's not going to be good. All right. We could bounce off of it hard, but bonds have not calmed down once this whole time. So depending on how this plays out here, it's like you're prone to flush it a little, then rocket off of it. But at the same time, there's still like another 10 points. This could be its own little top rope, especially if we get a baby bounce. But it's still been straight down, 1.2 on the NASDAQ since the data, 0.8 down on the SPY, and then down 0.58 on the Dow. And then Russell's even down after being green. My goodness. I think it's a goner. I think from the data it was, but it's fascinating to see. I'm glad that that data caused the clear-cut reaction. That's good for me to take in. I should have made a play on it, but I didn't want to get too jumpy. But I'm very, very excited to see that, because then that means if we, like I'm saying, if the data goes back into this is exactly what happened last year, and we'll get a nice edge off of it. But for now, I mean, easy read. Data came out all strong, bad reaction. You got one little bounce, not even close to making it up. Bonds are still dying. I mean, for the most part, it is kind of one way. So we'll see. 44.55 now. That's it. You've broken one of the higher highs that led into the rally. So I'm talking about last Thursday. Again, this was like following Powell, I believe, or one of the days before after Powell. So now you're below that next level, 44.55, pretty much where we're at now, or 44.53. If that breaks down, you'll get a little, like 10 points at a time, but I do think we start to go down to like 44.33 and then 44.27. But I said earlier, this is kind of its own big spot. I think this level holds up a lot better. And then MSTR, the crypto stuff didn't hit. Tesla stopped moving. SE on the high. NVIDIA off the bottom. Apple's still dying. Remember, they had bad China news. Even BABA came down. All the China plays came down after that little run, even though KWeb's still green. We're dropping off of very strong ISM Services data. So if you watched the short on Monday, if you watched yesterday's watch list, or you were here yesterday, we were talking about how big this data will be, and it did not disappoint us. The data came in, and literally the biggest reaction. It looks like the JOLTS jobs opening. The day that, remember when JOLTS came out and we went up and we rocketed straight up? This is like the reverse off of it, and it's because the strong data on employment, services, pricing related to it, it all shot up. And that's very contrary to some of the weaker data we've been witnessing. But then that strong data means that, you know, aggressive Fed, higher rates, or the potential of inflation returning, that means it exists much more than we thought it did a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago. Yuan running. I like the correction. We were running pretty hot from last week. We were, but it's the data though. That's the thing that I would be getting focused on. Is that if we go back to what we got last year, it's just going to be money. But it's like that is the driver. But just the reality has been the last couple months, there hasn't been a data trend strong enough or consistent enough to let you see anything other than upside. So that's why now it's like if this data is hitting and it's hurting, the bonds are at this breaching point where it's like the data is going to force them to move. That is the real answer we need from here. And it will be great. It will tell us a lot. Wasn't it good news on Disney? It was, but I mean, how many times in the last 2 months have we seen Disney pop and then sell off by the 10 minutes afterwards? But it did seem like it was good news, but I think it still puts a timeline to September 30th, and they still need to make an agreement. So I don't think it's like straight up. Disney, it's part of their recovery. They were doing good early on, and then they kind of slipped up a little bit, and then the Raider strike, that stuff like helped and hurt them. But then realistically, since last year, I mean, their streaming business has fell off the map. Parks were a little bit weaker, but they, realistically, the thing they're losing money on is streaming. I mean, I think I want to say to the tune of $4 billion. And then, I mean, it's another thing which I just, it's kind of disappointing that most people don't talk about it. Like, right now you see the news on Disney. Everybody's telling, you can name 100 bad things with Disney. Disney's going to fail. They don't go to the parks. They're too woke. You go broke. So many things on Disney of why they're bad. But a lot of people miss the fact that literally from like 2018 till today, they made a huge series of awful purchases. Like they bought like $60 billion of assets, and a lot of them are unperforming. Again, there's like Hotstar, the India unit, and they paid billions of dollars for these units, and now their members and the rights that they lost to them, it's not there. So that's another part of it. But overall, it's been a year of recovery that people were expecting, and they did not really get their recovery just yet, and that's why the share price is paying for it. Reminds me of GE. It reminds me of too many companies. There's a lot. That's why I could go either way. Same thing with like Walgreens, right? It's like sometimes you get these little shakeups, new CEO this, new CEO that, but then it like gets a little crazy. They're getting boycotted no matter their investments. No, they're not. Again, if that's the case, that's what people were saying last time. It did not reflect. Again, they're losing members, or they're not profitable on their members for streaming. But again, the Disney, the parks, everything, it's killing it. It's not as if they're getting the boycott. It's they're losing money. They're spending a lot of money. They're not making it. They have a lot of debt. They spent a lot of money. And like again, their war chest is going down. And like you already spent money on unperforming assets. You're kind of limited there, but I don't think they're getting boycotted as it seems. That's just not showing up there. I'm not saying I agree with what they're doing, and I do think that they, what's it called? I think they suffer on certain releases, but then again, I mean, you could disagree all you want. How the fuck did they make that money on the parks? Like, you know what I'm saying? It just like when it's all said and done, whether it's higher prices, you could even check transactions, but it's not like you're getting, people are still showing up to Disneyland. People are still on. There's 100 million people on Disney Plus. Like, that's, again, go look at Target. Go look at Budweiser. That was you saw, like, Budweiser. You lost market share. You know what I'm saying? It's not like you didn't even watch a 5% drop in the parks. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not as if like you did not have the parks drop, not even 2. Remember, Budweiser lost 20% of their market share. That's unheard of. That's unfathomable for something that big, But it's just like I'm saying. There's been boycotts, and you've seen it. And go woke, go broke is a real thing, more or less. But it's like, it doesn't necessarily mean that just because you hear people saying that it didn't show up. Like, that's it. People talked about, when in reality, the only boycott that I've seen work so far has been Budweiser. That's it. Target still clapped, but that's the first one where it was like, holy shit. People got pissed off by what this company is doing, and now they went from capitalizing and owning market share to losing market share by a very, very big portion. That's wild. So it's like, it's hard for me to say that's what's happening to Disney, where I do think they've suffered from it, but like, legitimately, they're just losing money, and they again, it's just not like the parks. They've grown, which is ironic in the midst of all of it. I think the writer's strike over might hurt them, because then Disney's going to spend a shit ton of money. Right now, they're saving. Yeah, where is it? Yeah, I guess so. September. Yeah, Disney, 82 billion in sales, bro. That's crazy. Again, EBITDA is 11.9 billion, and that's down from a couple years ago. It was at 17 billion. But then their sales are almost double in the last like 5 to 6 years. But it's just like, it's very awkward. Again, I think Disney, I'm not saying they're the best. I like them, so there's my bias. But at the same time, I don't think they have been boycotted. Let me check Budweiser. Oh, Budweiser, I have to go quarter by quarter. And then Disney, 80-90. Spies did not flush after we hit the level we said. Even Apple's trying to move. So let's see what happens. Yeah, AMC, I think they filed something to dump another 40 million shares on everybody. Yeah, I have June preliminary numbers for Budweiser. Yeah, Budweiser, they went from like quarter over quarter. They actually ended up doing better than some quarters even after the boycott. But then they went instantly from like 15 billion down to down to 12 billion in sales. So they lost 3 billion off of that. And then not to mention the market share. But someone said it. I think that could be counting I'd have to segment it, because they probably just made up that revenue from all the other beers that everybody else bought. But again, people stop drinking Budweiser, but they own other stuff. Do people use credit cards to gamble on DraftKings? I think you can. I think you could fund it with a credit card. I think I did, because that's how I get points. I'm pretty sure you can. I haven't played DraftKings, though, in like a year. I'm surprised, though, because, DraftKings members are growing faster than Robinhood on the quarter. Definitely can. Depends on the state. Yeah. So you could gamble on your credit card. Gambling builds credit. I don't know. Some Chads have been hitting sports bets, though, lately. I've had like 3 Chads be like, I made 10 grand. I made 20 grand. I'm like, what the fuck are you betting on, dude? This is crazy. You could place bets at 7-Eleven through the app. You can make sports bets at 7-Eleven. Yo, VMware's rocketing. Again, they're still talking buyout stuff. I think the buyout price is like 173 or something. So watch out there. You could watch out for Dell too, or whoever's purchasing them. I think that's called a lottery. Hey, man, baby. Oh, and there it is. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Bradley, Fresno, Linda, Peach. That's what I'm talking about. Happy Wednesday. Oh, nah. Peach Nation, get your ass up. Can I get a Slurpee and then the money line on the Braves? Thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you. Let's go, Bradley, Fresno, Peach Nation, get your ass up. Woo! Happy Monday. Oh, damn it, Wednesday. I meant Wednesday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. If I put $5 on a game, it's actually fun to watch. I know, you just figured it out. That's what, half of these dudes don't even like sports, man. They just like gambling. That's it. I barely watched sports until I got DraftKings. Once I had DraftKings, bro, I've never watched that. I've never sat there. I had my girlfriend sitting with me on Sunday watching football just because I put money down on it. Other than that, I don't care. But that's how you do it. If you ever wondered and you're like, how do I get into sports? Like my friends like sports, you know what I'm saying? And you're like, how do I get into it? You start gambling on sports. That's how you'll, if I don't know, maybe your dad disapproves of you because you don't watch football enough, go download DraftKings, make a bet. Put $1 down. You're going to be more interested in that game than he has ever been in his whole life. I promise you. I promise you. Yeah, sports are hella boring without it. I agree. Yeah, I don't watch them without gambling on it. And then otherwise, I like watching my nephew play sports because it's just funny with kids because they don't know how to play. So then you're just cracking up the whole time. But other than that, I'm like, man, this is... Yeah, I like to play sports. Yeah, I agree 100%. I don't know. What sport was it, though? Oh, I told you, baseball, bro. Baseball in real life, like, I could watch. I a couple of innings. I can't go all 9 innings. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got way too much ADD for that, but I could go, like, 4 to 5 innings easy, and I'll be, like, fully fascinated. You played baseball and don't like watching it? I forgot what it was. It was like a year ago, maybe like 2 years ago. I went to a Petco Park game and like, I don't know what happened. It's just maybe just something. I'm just a weirdo, but like something happened and I was watching that game and I got like really like fascinated with it. Like it was weird. Even my girlfriend was like, you're a weirdo, bro. Cause like, I just started like fully paying attention. And, like, something about it, it felt so, like, insane. And I was like, dude, this is the coolest thing ever. That's it. And I was just sitting there at Petco Park, and then I vibed with it, and then that's it. But then I left by the like 6th inning. So, but it was amazing though. It was amazing. MPW still at 8%. That's why like I'm not too mad because we're still gonna get paid a good amount of our money, which I'm okay with for my, remember I wanted a higher yield, risk. But then again, once you start hitting 8%, there's like 3 other options we could go for: Walgreens, or even Altria now too. Walgreens, the CEO, it's like a failed turnaround story. So they were struggling, they recovered a little bit, then they put in this new CEO who had like a crazy background with Sam's Club and like just a solid CEO. It was like the stock went up 4% when she came in. She was a very good CEO, and then they kept her there for like 2-3 years, and then she just left after, again, their earnings kind of started to falter, and then lady was like, I'm out, bro. I can't do this anymore. She said it was a very regretful moment of her career, one of her hardest decisions. Again, not really someone who leaves that early, but she backed out of the company, and then that's what started the death blow after the earnings. It was like a week after earnings. So, yeah, she said, ejectocito, cuz. Average down on what? On MPW? I just don't think zero interest, in the sense that I don't think it'll change my life, good or bad. A lot of plays right now, whether I average down or not. That's why I only threw 1 deposit on Altria. Even Walgreens too. I just think a lot of them. Walgreens is getting bargain bin enough where it makes sense. There's going to be more downside. But at the same time, it's like, is it going to really make a big difference? I don't know, though. Walgreens is looking like, I really do like $22. Is it at 8% yield? Yeah, 8.5. Walgreens has the same fate as Rite Aid. They might, honestly. That is the scary part. The difference is they've had more stability, I believe, with their dividend. And again, they have that aristocrat, but yeah, the divvy might not be safe. Again, we've already got to experience high yields don't last forever. But that's why I'm like, the only dividend yield at 9% that I believe is safe is Altria, hands down. It stayed at the same price for fucking 3 years. It's not doing anything. They got billions of equity if they ever needed to sell it to get the divvy, but that's about it. But what? Walgreens still $19 billion though. That's the good and bad. Did they sell off Boots Alliance though? Wait, have they sold off the Boots thing? Because that's worth $9 billion at this point. So even then, they still have half of their market cap is held in one segment. Yeah, they're trying to. They never did. Let's see. Sava on the high. Yeah, Sava's starting to run. Sava with a big pop, actually. $1 up there, $2 now, or 20 cents. $1.20. Starting to run. Sava on the high. MO has smokers loyalty. I don't know though. Their Walgreens looks interesting. I want to see where we're at. Sava may rethink Alzheimer's treatment. Oh, is that good or bad? Like, do you think back out, or do you think you have no idea that's very good and profitable? Long term, why you do this? Oh, Snapchat, everybody. Where is a Walgreen? Yeah, bro. Walgreens down 30%. That's insane, actually. Again, that's over the last couple years. The position size is smaller, but my goodness. Walgreens leaps. I mean, it's paying almost 9%. Why would you want that? MDT, I've talked about it a lot, Ian. I like it, but it's still expensive. It's not, MDT is not at what's it called? It's still like, it's at like these lower levels, but with what it is and how it is, I mean, it's not there. Again, if I am looking at Walgreens, you guys, you may like it, you may not. It sucks. We have to deal with pain, but the reward is always beautiful. But like, I hope you see, like, these are the names that I want. You know what I'm saying? It's hard, it's difficult, but it's like, I want the MDT's popping right now, but I want the value. That's, I mean, again, I'm fine if it goes lower. If I buy it low and it keeps going lower, that sucks. But at the same time, I feel much better than buying it low and then going lower versus buying it high and going lower. But let's see. Yeah, because Disney's there too. Have I ever been to Walgreens? No. What is Walgreens? Is it? They don't sell like construction equipment. I thought they sold walls. I thought they sold the nice like plant walls. That's crazy. Yes, I've been to Walgreens, bro. CDC panel rules failure to pay event occurred with casino. And then Airbus books 1,200 gross aircraft orders in January through August. Walgreens is not a real estate play. They don't own their leases. So that's why it's good and bad. Because, like, in a weird way, you would think they'd be getting affected by commercial real estate, but they don't own all of their leases. O does. So they're actually, it's kind of bittersweet. Let's see. Walgreens leaps. I think you could do a little better. I don't like leaps. Just on a stock paying 9% dividend. Check one more thing. Yeah, Walgreens 47 years, but that's still just. Where is it? Is ARK dirt? ARK is related to interest rates. That's what I think is the easiest one. ARK and interest rates. Oh, yeah, I like 3M too, but that one's just not cheap. That's it. Walgreens is the one that just keeps getting cheaper and cheaper. Been buying their properties for years. I do their relocations on Walgreens. I thought they have a majority. I'm pretty sure a majority of their properties are rented. If they own them, I'd like that more, but I'm pretty sure that they're not. They're rented. We'll see. I can pull up some of the leases. Oh, you're talking about O'Reilly? I'm gonna say, like, I swear there's, like, I think O has all the leases with them. If Walgreens becomes Rite Aid, they look, I mean, if in a couple of years, if they put in a new CEO and it fails and then they get in trouble with a lot of stuff, probably. But at the same time, I mean, they're at just under 50 years of dividend increases, and their payout ratio right now is about 50%. So, like, honestly, there's other names with a way higher payout ratio, believe it or not. Investing in Walgreens is crazy. Straight down for 10 years and investing in it for the long term. So how long have you held the long term for, sir? You seem very confident and not buying cheap stuff. But I feel you. Again, do you believe in Walgreens? Do you know what it is? What's the plan? But at the same time, I mean, it's not. This is a name that's been around for, again, over 100 years here. So maybe it does fail, maybe it doesn't, but at the same time, you know, you guys remember the Octobers. Don't ever forget. Where'd it go? Blackstone offers 28 million LSE Group shares. Saudia raises October Arab Light OSP to 360 premium. Up being rude, staying down 30. No, I'm talking long term on all of it. That's it. Every name that we bought when it was down, we're going to get shit for. Again, I just bought, every time I bought it, it kept going lower and lower, but it's the same thing. I mean, this from 2022 till today, I've heard 100 companies are not going to make it, and they're all still here except for Bed Bath & Beyond. Like, that's the only, and that's the one that everybody thought was, like, legit, though, when it's all said and done. That's why I'm kind of like, you know, Walgreens we've held for a while. It hasn't really, I think we were only green on it for maybe 1 year. Paid us our dividends, and then it came back down, but I don't think it's that crazy. I don't know. I'm seeing if it makes any sense. Except for Sears. Well, if you're worried about Sears, you should be worried about Amazon. But I'm just saying, from October or even from 2022, every time things have gone down, and it's not like, just remember, price are not indicative of like the whole story, but it's just like every time we've seen a stock go down, everybody hates it, and then right when it goes up, we're like, oh, I wish we bought it. Again, the video was at $80. There was again, Redfin at $3. Every name dropped. This one is a 10-year streak, but I'm like, dude, this is the whole reason why I'm looking at it. So the same reason to be afraid of it is the exact reason we're in a world of a lot of weird stuff. You know, it's not that bad. Maybe Walgreens could be a debate topic. me see one more. Oh, did they take off yeah, they took off Walgreens from the S&P 400, I think. Or S&P 100, they removed Walgreens. Yes, that's part of it too. Yeah. Replaced it with Deere. Yeah, we'll give it a little bit. I like it though. Again, it even went 7% lower from the Colt sister pickup. But then again, I'm going to kick it with my cash. Good research. Yeah, it's good though. I think we're going to debate it for a little bit, but Walgreens, it's 9% now, 8.5%. I think Amazon is already in the space. And then speaking of failures, where's Disney? Okay, he didn't move. And then Meta too. So this one was a failure as well too, but he came back. That's the thing. It's still even above yesterday's price. SEC said to approve new broker fees. Oh, wait, that was old. And Chad, don't let me get ahead of myself. It's 8:30. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. We're actually like 10, 20 minutes behind. But sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving then. Optometrist recommendation. Stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Go bling, 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 blink. Bling, 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 blink. Oh, feels good. Oh, the chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. And boom, baby. Chest to the sun. Sit there with good posture. Don't mangle your spine. Protect your spine. Wow, protect your body. Are you going to be a long-term trader? Let's see how long you make it with your spine. So, come on, chest to the sun. Then relax the jaw. Go. Blah, 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 blah. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath and go. Chattadonia. All right, where are my curls? Where are my dumbbells? Let's go, man. Move around a little bit. Happy Wednesday. Good morning, Josh. Good morning, Angela. Came at push-up time. Remember, I love you guys, so it's just very simple, man. If you guys are not, if you've been sitting here for the last 2 hours, I suggest you move. If you just got here, maybe you could take a little bit, but hopefully you do not sit down here too long without getting clapped. And yes, I'm still in Rite Aid. It's the same exact position. I have not closed out the covered call or the shares. I've not averaged down, and I've been waiting. The covered call, though, it won't go lower than that price. But then again, the stock hasn't moved, so plan is still in play, but that one could take a while. But I'm still in that one. But that one is that's not long term. That's where if there's any differentiation, plays could be similar. Both of them could suck. But it's like Rite Aid, I knew damn well, that's a potential bankruptcy. Whereas like Walgreens, I am looking for the long term. I do think they're a little or a lot more stable than Rite Aid. But at the same time, some people have validly brought up, if they don't have a turnaround story and it slowly fails for another couple more years from now, that's it. It does become Rite Aid 2.0. Woo! I gave that to you while giving you 20 curls, man. I'm excited. Now I need some resistances, and we're going to be good to go. Yeah, Overstock, something about Bed Bath & Beyond sales, but then, very reminiscent today of August, where, one piece of bad news and you're watching things just get knocked out, 20%. It's actually wild. I'm doing these like over the head things to stop my pinching shoulders. Even with resistances, they hurt so bad. No, I think McDonald's is high. Oh, my goodness. And then SPY's still near the low. NASDAQ still 1%. I'm still doing my resistance. Lift straight up? Are you saying to lift with my shoulders, or are you saying like lift the stock? My average on Mo, I think it's right here. I think I'm down like 1% on it or something. So 1% of where it is now. Tesla, Microsoft. They stopped moving. Remember, Microsoft went crazy early on. Lift the stock. Yeah, they died earlier today, but that's not moving. Remember, Apple was down. And then, Chad, we've been here for 2 hours, but I don't think I've taken a bathroom break on you. So let me go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. God bless you and good morning. And I will be right back.
To hike more. The VIX responding a little bit, but still a 14 handle, so nothing too big there. And then the dollar index continues its path of strength. What does this mean for the S&P 500? Well, let's take a look at a chart that we had been looking at over the year. A beautiful uptrend you can see defined by the 50-day moving average. We had been tracking the August downtrend, which was broken, but look how we now have this range coming into motion. The S&P 500 back below that 50-day moving average, looking like it's going to go back to the lows that we've seen over the last couple of months. The fact that we haven't seen a higher high, but we're seeing these equidistant lows tells you the buyers aren't quite as confident as the sellers. So it's going to be interesting to see this play out as we continue again in this seasonally difficult month of September.
Some really fascinating charts out there at the moment. Abigail, thank you very much indeed. What are we watching for the rest of the day? President Biden delivering remarks in the White House on the labor union deal for port workers. That'll be interesting to hear what he has to say. I wonder whether we'll talk about cars in that as well. Earnings coming through from GameStop. Watch that. And then we get the Beige book. The Beige book is going to be released at 2 p.m. New York time. How beige is the Beige book really going to be this time round? Ira Jersey of Bloomberg Intelligence joins us now. Ira, given the data, how beige can it really be? Beige is usually a symbol of sort of signal of nothing happening here. Things are happening here.
Well, I think it's beige. Keep in mind that the survey weeks and the survey period was actually a couple of weeks ago. And if you think about just the economic data that we received and given the tone of financial markets, I think that it could be very beige, right? It will be very mixed bag. But I think in general, if things pan out the way that we think that they will, it'll probably have somewhat of a positive tone in it. In terms of the consumer, in terms of inflation will still be a worry. But I think that you'll see that most areas of the United States and the country are doing okay, with housing being, a big question mark in some places. And remember, what's really fascinating about the Beige book and what you use a Beige book for is that each of the individual Federal Reserve banks conduct their own survey, all the same questions and the like, but you can get the regional breakdown. And the United States is such a huge country that you can have 2 or 3 regions doing really well while the rest of the regions are suffering. So that sometimes informs how those members of the Federal Reserve will vote at the FOMC.
Okay, fair enough. So it's not like as all like green shoots as we thought, but is this really the first time we're going to really get the Barbieheimer and the Taylor Swift economy for the summer? And I'm not actually saying that in jest. I mean, that's been such a huge driver of certain things like entertainment tickets, concert tickets, etc. Do we get a real read on that?
So I didn't go to Taylor Swift, but I have been to 2 sold-out concerts for other mega bands.
Yeah, you guys caught it. No, you guys are good. Yeah, he said it. He said labia, the labia report. Then he corrected it with labor. Yeah. Welcome. We're back. Happy Wednesday. That's That's a wild one. You don't really hear that one too often. Last time I heard that was from, I think it was in like a Mac Miller verse. John Cena speaking at my work conference. Good. Did you see the YouTube short I posted? I posted the clip from the Fast and the Furious movie. It pissed me off. It was messing with me, man. You got to see it. But yeah, I like John Cena. Have I heard of HYZN? I have. That sounds very familiar. That's from the face. It is. I put it right back in I know that whole verse, bro. It's a good song. Good one. Wasn't YouTube supposed to get rid of shorts? Really? I think they're doubling down on it. Shorts is great. I mean, it makes sense even now. And then now TikTok is trying to double down on longer videos. It's actually wild. So it makes more sense if you get people addicted to short form and then start throwing in longer videos. It'll be good versus get people on long videos and then try to move them to short. Google is worried. Well, remember, last quarter, at least YouTube finally picked back up. But prior to that quarter, I mean, YouTube was like 3 quarters in a row of declining. So it's been decent. But I think something was on the payment of the shorts. Warner Bros. Plans to offer free sports on Mac service. Sports free on Macs. Sorry, I was inspired by Bloomberg. I see if they got me. On my Warner Bros. No, I meant Warner Bros. ABT. Abby or Health, where's Abby Vi? I think they were red on the day. And then where's the rest of healthcare? Down by 0.6. AT&T's been up all day. Again, CEO was making comments earlier. Tesla. Is there anything I'm currently addicted to? I want to say 2K, but not really. I think it's a good hobby. I don't play as much. I'm mad because honestly, I should be a pro. The stock market, I would say. That's it. Yeah, man, you could say the Lord. I feel like I need more, Lord. I feel like I need more, bro. Again, I'm telling you, bro, I was reading the book of damn Job again. I say that because, I'm telling you, man, a lot, I be reading the same story over and over again, and it hits different. I got a crazy PHILO for you, but it's wild. But so it's I wouldn't even call that. I guess maybe that's how addiction feels, yeah. That's what I'm saying, maybe. But I'm I feel like I ain't get enough, son. I need some more, bro. I need some more. But that's it. You could download the new... Really? I thought it doesn't come out for a couple days. Daniel and Revelation on repeat. Is you riding with the Lord or are you hanging with the sucker side? Addicted to making money? No. I don't care. That's it. Honestly, it's something I'm glad I got to work on. At other times in my life, I was way more money driven. And it doesn't. I mean, again, I'm still doing my thing, man. I'm making plays. I'm trying to find cribs, But at the same time, it's no, I don't. It's not about the result as much as it is about the action. So it's whether I make money or not, I could still do stuff. Is the simple thing. The love of money does not. It's a motivator, but it doesn't drive me on. as it used to. Jordan, I haven't answered that question because, like, you're really involved, but I'm like, I think you should know that one. That's why I haven't answered it. So, Jordan, if I don't answer it after the second or third repeat, I saw it. I just don't want to answer it. That's it. Because you'll remember the most randomest jokes I'll say. Well, I need you to remember that one for the divvy yields. Money ain't the motive, but it sure is motivating. It's more about the journey. It's not even like it's part of it. Like I'm saying is that I am more addicted to what is happening in the world than making money off of it. Whereas it used to be, all I cared about was making the money. So that's why. But like all I'm saying is that the love of money is lacking. It comes up from different times depending on the situation. But at the same time, it's just like I don't know. I'm very, like I said, I don't know if you've been hearing me lately, but like, dude, I'm ready to like sell everything and move to the mountains borderline. Like, I want to be a mountain hippie, man. You know, I want to just read my Bible, like maybe see some stuff without shrooms, you know. But like borderline, like honestly, I'm just very, it's very unfulfilling. In the sense, I've had more fulfillment helping people out than actual like money, if that makes sense. It's just not like, you know, there's more to life. And like I'm saying, I see young generations, I see people in sadness, giving up on their futures, all of this stuff, man. I see people lying for $1 left and right. You got people taking advantage of it, leading other younger people into very miserable paths. And it's just like, dude, like if that doesn't make you want to seek the Lord and like for real, like you don't think I feel awful. Did I contribute to that shit? No, but at the same time, it's like, dude, this world and material and all of it, you know, eventually you should get worn out by it. I think that's what it says, but I feel heavy. That's why, you know, honestly, without God, without finger to the sky, without, you know, knowing a lot of it, man, it'd be very weird to look at this world. And that's why, you know, that's why I'm saying just other things matter more. You know what I'm saying? Like people and other things. Money's cool. Again, I like it. It's a tool. I use it to my defense. I use it to further objectives and goals. Like I am blessed for everything I've been given, and that I've worked for. But at the same time, it's like, it's more to that. And like I've said it many times. I mean, the last, you know, it's bittersweet, but like the last 2 years, bro, I've had more people die that I've known than anything, you know, and that'll really make you take a step back and ask yourself these questions. So, but like I'm saying, there's more to life, always, always, always. So appreciate it and you'll be good. What did you think about Rewalk? Are you ready, Stacy? Rewalk is I wanted to buy that company back in the day. I traded it in 2014, and it ended up turning into like a big runner. I made it free off of IPO, and then it dropped, and then it like pretty much died for a while. At one point, their market cap was sub like 50 or 20 million. That was one of the plays that I was going to try to hostile takeover. Yeah, so I like their technology. That was the whole point, because they have a PDUFA or like a special like thing because of the exoskeletons. I don't know if you remember in like 2014, Obama was even like highlighting them. Believe it or not, Obama had Rewalk go to the White House. But I remember that vividly. So I like the company. I like what they do, but like you said in the email, the CEO and just what they're doing is like they haven't done it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what the guy is doing, but at the same time, it's a compelling tech that's been around for almost 10 years now. If they could do it, it'll work. If not, it's there. But at one point, like again in 2018, 2019, when I was looking at them, I was pretty much under the impression that their FDA PDUFA, like in the ability to have a PDUFA, was worth more than the company itself. So that's why I brought my homie from China. We were going to buy 50% of the company and try to reverse split it and fire everybody and then take the PDUFA. But then again, it had a lot of debt. It had a lot of other issues that it just would not work. Yeah, it was a PRV, not PDUFA. But yeah, in 2014, I played it back then. I made it free. So they did a bunch of reverse splits and all of that. But it's a good company, but it's just it's a good tech, medicine tech, but it's not really like, I don't know if it'll ever come to life because of the CEO. That's it. It's just like, I don't know how. It's been around for a while. So there's value in the product. There's value in the drug approval, but they have not been able to monetize it. It's RWLK, Rewalk. It's not Re-Rock, you drug addicts. Or you're not even an addict. You just selling. It's just Re-Rock, dog. What's going on with you? But either way, it's been around for a while. RWLK. Mm-hmm. I mean, hostile takeover XXII. I mean, you could take anything, but it has to be small enough. So, like, even Rewalk right now, it has a market cap of 42 million. It was lower at one point, even with the splits. So that's why I'm like, this is small enough, but then their debt. That's what I'm saying. They just take on this debt and like they make it almost impossible. But these are the ones you want. That's how you make you can make $100 million overnight. That's why we were looking into it, because they had a coupon from the FDA that was worth more than the company. So like I said, me and my friend, we were under the idea that if we could buy this company for less than 40 or 20 million, we could sell that PRV for over 100. So but actually hostile taking it over. So then even then, like I'm saying, like XXII, if they don't have like a special, FDA coupon, they may be worthless. Again, if they don't have any assets that are worth money, there may not be anything to buy. Why didn't you? Because of the debt load. That's where pretty much the poison pill was lying. It wasn't even a poison pill. They just sucked. So then the debt would have been a lot bigger, and then it would have just made it from a no-brainer to a questionable play, essentially. After paying for the company and the debt, now it's like if you sell the PRV for 100, 150, how long is that going to take? But then even then, the higher your debt is, that it lowers the profit margin on that move. CEO's my worry. If they could get Medicare patients, there's a lot of people that would be able to benefit from it. I agree. I think I would know about the company. Like I said, I know a lot about them. Like I'm telling you, even from Obama, I would watch it. If that ends up coming to fruition, I would get in. Otherwise, until then, it's going to be a very, very wide road. Yeah, 2014, it was a lot of hype, but that was, the time frame just shows they were ahead of it. They were the first like FDA approval with like exoskeleton stuff, and it was there's another one too. There's another competition, but then it just, again, that hype led to them taking on a lot of debt. SPY's going a little lower. DXCM on the high again. They gave some update related to the GLP-1 drugs. Broadcom still lower. The news today, Ism Services. Yeah, like they're still losing. Bro, they're losing like $5 billion a quarter. I don't know even how they have this money. That's actually crazy. They haven't done too bad, honestly, lately. Even then, they've turned some things around. We had Loretta Mester in the morning, and then I believe we're going to get Susan Collins. For companies under 100 million, is it even beneficial to be public? Yeah, it just all depends. Like, realistically, it depends on what you're engaging in and then what your use of capital is. So at the end of the day, it costs money. You have to pay for auditors. You have to pay for the filings. You got to pay for the lawyers. It's going to cost you like $200,000 to $500,000 a year in fees to keep everything alive, right? But then it's just like, are you able to raise capital? So if you want to raise capital and that's your goal, even if you're below 100 million, it gives you a lot of resources if that's what you want to do. But then also too, depending on if you have exposure to liability or not. But it's really just comes down to you of whether or not that's beneficial. But if you're looking to raise money and are raising money, yes. If not, then no. And if you're more worried about liability, and if, again, you don't need the ability to raise capital, it may not be for you. But there's surprisingly some really small companies. Good morning, baby. Overstock, it's good. Because I'm glad we didn't play it, because I said I wanted to wait. Because even though I wanted it because of the hype, it was just too high. But hopefully we get a good move off of it. Did you get those messages? No, I did not. That's why I was just looking. All I saw was good morning. GitLab gave it back. I mean, Zscaler gave it back in the morning. That was sad. It's bad if they reverse split. Again, it keeps them alive. It dilutes everybody who holds. So, just dilutive in general. More shares represent less value. Fed Logan. We had Mester. I thought we get Fed Collins too. And then we had Loretta Mesta. And then tomorrow we have a lot more. Tomorrow you're going to get a lot of Fed speakers Thursday and Friday. NBSE. Yo, this thing's gapping up here from the high. 220 to 240 now. Up 100% new base. Was this on the list today? No, this one wasn't even on the movers. Interesting. NBSE. Logan spoke already? Or Collins? I thought we had Loretta Mester in the morning. I did not hear Collins. CRM held. Dow's down 0.6. Russell 0.5. S&P down by 0.8. And then NASDAQ 1.1. Kind of bouncing off the bottom, but my goodness. It's almost 9:13 too. Collins already spoke. So then Fed Logan would be the only one then if he's today. Polly? Yeah, I thought Fed Logan is after the Beige book. Oh yeah, that was 15 minutes ago. So we've already had the Beige book too then. Or no, this is all my time. I'm tripping. Never mind. I saw it. I am on Pacific time. Fed Logan's 12 p.m. my time. NBSE. Do I still look at your members' accounts? Huh? What do you mean? Beige book. It might, but I think what we might get from the Beige book is a couple of good, a couple of bad. What Ira Jersey was saying makes a lot of sense. He was just saying you're going to get to hear from all of everything else, like all the industries, but just with the way the data's been, the back and forth of like some good, some bad, it's just like I would definitely be more along the line of I feel like we're going to get like a couple of regions really bad and then a couple really good. And then it's going to leave us in the middle like, what? What's the ISM Services? It came in good data and then the market dropped. I mean, we've talked about it briefly in the coming days leading into this, but I mean, there's just good data. We went over it a couple times today. But I mean, you could confuse yourself with it, look into it. I know you want to understand more, but like, just quite frankly, all of it was good. Employment, prices, services are sticky. That's the one related to inflation, harder to reverse inflation. And all of it was good today, and that's just not what the market wanted. By looking at portfolios. Oh, like a portfolio review? Yeah. We don't do them like all the time, but I mean, at the right time, maybe this week we should do it. You could send in your portfolio. I'll tell you when to email it and we'll go over it. But as of right now, there's nothing on the docket. Usually good ISM is bullish. Yes. Wouldn't be bad. I mean, honestly, what you've seen is 8 months in a row of ISM services going up. So that's part of the rally that we've seen here, especially if you thought everything was cratering last year. That data is very good, but right now in the context, it's not really good for us because that just means the whole pause and raise rates might happen now, or we don't get a pause and then we raise because the data starts getting better and better and better. So why would the market drop? So it's good. This is honestly a lot better, though. You see what I'm saying? Instead of just like telling me to repeat the same shit, at least you guys are getting me to repeat it through asking good questions. Amen. But the market's dropping because that data was good. And what that indicates for policy means higher bond yields. And it means that, the certainty that all of the data this last month showing that, okay, maybe the Fed is really going to calm down, that's not what this shows. If anything, it shows a very active market that points to inflation returning with a vengeance. And that's why the markets and bonds sold off today. So good question. Bad news will be bad news until it's not, or vice versa. Bad news will be good and good news will be bad until we kind of get out. It's a blessing, though, I'm telling you. I don't think you realize good news, bad news, good news. It is a blessing because at that point, that means you're reacting to the macro and not the face value. You see what I'm saying? Because when good news is good news, you're taking it at face value. ISM goes up, woohoo, yay, things are recovering, buy it. But it's the thing we're talking about. When you do bad news is good and good is bad, that means there's a bigger macro play at hand. And that's where I'm saying it's kind of a blessing because then at least the market is going to respond to what you want it to by actually seeing it there. That's the weird, because at least, like I said today, clear cut. I just said bearish, it went down. That's how it should be, especially if the data is obvious enough. So if we keep getting enough of those, it could be very nice. Yeah, even when we had data below, because that's the paradox. It can't be too bad. If the data is too bad, we still go down. It has to be not improving, and it cannot be any worse than where it was already at. If you could find that sweet spot, that's literally what the last 8 months have been. When you say bond selling off, that means yields going up. Yes. Again, although it may sound confusing, if you've been here long enough and if you take it upon yourself to go look up what is happening, not only just what's on the screen. Again, when I say bonds are down, bonds are up, you will always see the corresponding, relationship with the yields. So like today, again, your IEF chart goes down. I'm saying the bonds are down. You go look at the yields, they will be up. So usually when I'm saying bonds are down, I will say yields higher or lower. But when I say bonds up or down, I am referencing, bearish or bullish. But that doesn't necessarily determine, it should tell you where the yield is, but I'm not referencing yields going higher or lower. I'm saying bonds. I still get stuck on it. It's good. It's just simply the price of a bond is the what's it called? The price of the bond determines the yield. So when the price of a bond goes lower, so think about it. If the price of a stock went down, you would say the stock is going down. And you would say, oh, that's bearish. If your Apple went from 100 to 90, you would say that's bearish. The price is going down. So every bond has a price. And depending on what you pay for the bond, that determines the yield. So when yields are going higher, that means the price of a bond is dropping, and vice versa. When the price of a bond is going up, the yield will go down. But that's what I'm referring to. So the price is dropping on a bond, literally. So when we say bonds dropping, yields should be climbing. Low tickers active. The whole market's at the low. The stock market's a low ticker. We are near the low. Apple's down 3% today, bro. It's crazy. Again, bad China news regarding, banning iPhones in Chinese government offices and buildings. High yields make it more enticing to buy bonds. Exactly. And that means the price of those bonds are lower because the yield is higher. You haven't been in the mood to trade lately? Feel like you've been very slow? No. I made 2 trades yesterday. And then we had the day off. The Friday, we were riding it out. Remember, I'm in AMD, Intel, and NVIDIA. Closed out in NVIDIA. Again, I had the bad news with Rite Aid and Outlook. But remember, before that, it was Disney, it was Target, and there was 4 or 5 other plays. And then I just have biotechs I'm unrealized loss on. But I've been trading a decent amount, but on these days where, again, Friday, I didn't want to do anything because I knew it was a trap. Yesterday, I realized halfway through, but I still made the play on Meta. And then today, did I grab anything? I don't think I did today. So, no. But for the most part, I think we are on the cusp of the market switching to bad news is good news and good is bad, which could be great if we start getting market moves. But at the same time, the data wants to really change, but then also it's we keep getting just one little spot that's not moving, and I'm trying to get out of the holding pattern. So believe it or not, I mean, I'm trying to get I feel like I just keep getting I'm getting tempted into movements, and even then, that's why it's I have been making trades, but all of this is meaningless until the data changes and Powell changes out of this. That's it. All of this is a fucked up game. I don't know if y'all feel me on that, but it's this is all meaningless. This is all this isn't a PHILO. I'm not being religiously crazy, but all I'm saying is that we're in a market where in 30 days you could just sell off everything you've done, and why? If the data changes, that's it. That's that's all I'm saying is that if the market wants to go back down here, it could do that if the Powell changes 2 words. If the data finally shows a strong move and Powell stops playing the game, you could easily just be right back down. And that's why I'm it's so meaningless in this sense, because You could play every day. You could get back, and I keep doing it. I'm not saying this like I'm better in the sense where I've avoided it. And again, it's led to making money. It's led to losses depending on the level of quality you want to go after. That's what I've got to learn. But for the most part, I'm just, I think all of these trades, you might have an opportunity, but it's at the same time, like, this isn't the move. And we're not seeing, everything shift and where that action, I mean, borderline, I would argue that it's been a year for the long term, but it's not really like, this year is a lot less exciting than even the year before that. But this year, at least, the movements were a lot bigger. But I just think until Powell gets out of the holding pattern, we're kind of stuck to this very weird, movement, but not movement, but still has a lot of risk, but no risk, if that makes any sense. But that's where I'm at with it. But we trade. I even traded an option yesterday. Honestly, I need to trade less. So if I can divest into less trades and more, again, the only thing that hurt me was the lower quality ones. Those are the plays I pay for. The other ones, I walk away with profits on them. But for now, it's just, even then, I like my yen, I like my bonds, and nothing seems real until Powell changes his tune or the data does it for him. Less trades, more profits. Amen. No, not puts in the long term. Cash. That's your puts. We could all assume global inflation will continue, but how it goes about that and how it gets reflected in data, that's what's going to change the reactions, which unfortunately make it a lot harder than expected. Powell is in 2 weeks. Next week is CPI, and then Jerome Powell is the week after that. I think the 20th. Yeah, September 20th. 2 weeks and 1 day, or 1 hour exactly. So next week will be CPI, and then Powell. On the 20th, that's going to be in the next thing. He'll probably say the same thing again. They will be changing the SEP. So that's the thing. September 20th has a lot of market implications because there will be a summary of economic projections. So that could be a big one. But like we're saying, too, if that CPI data shows us something, the data afterwards, that is where the real action that's where the real shift is going to happen. That's all. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm saying. It's like right now, right when whatever happened at the beginning of the year, you could argue this was the shift. Realistically, I think the shift was SVB. I wasn't aware of it because I didn't think that liquidity would have helped out that much, but that was a shift up. The market was already going up. It was kind of the same thing from here. You broke down below, but this was a shift. It's like, when do we get the next market shift up or down? I think it's going to be confirmed by Powell or the data in that story. This CPI will do it, but I don't know. I mean, like I'm saying, we're just debating over delayed data, but then it's like the data shows weak and not. The inflation data was a little hotter. PCE is like it's a little bit, then it's not, then it's a little, then it's a not. Like AKA the data comes in strong, then it goes in weak, then everything's weak, and then one of them's strong. So this week has all been about jobs weakening. And then the ISM came in, or last week was all about jobs. So now, CPI, I don't know. I don't know where we are at on the schedule and comparing it to the other ones. But if it does, we're screwed. Now there's the cheek lay through the lows, Chad. 44.52 now. You've smashed all the levels. This was a baby level at 44.57. So we spent like 30 minutes here. Like I was telling you, that's going to be a big level considering how we moved last week. But now you're below the level. It could continue to flush down to 44.30, maybe 44.20. Maybe it goes down to 44.45, 44.47, and then you'll get like a little bounce back above the level. Other than that, though, this keeps going. I mean, data, one-way road. Bad data, straight down. We should have played it. I wanted to see for info, but no, that was it, man. But I'm very glad that actually hit. How much percentage? You're 1% on the SPY. Question, if the data has already been shown to be BS, can you make the assumption that the house of cards are bound to fall? Yes, 100%. That's what everybody is assuming. That's the general. If you're Wall Street and you're not necessarily, like, you don't listen to whatever headline is shoved up your screen, you know, right now that is the writing on the wall. The writing on the wall is that if the lagging data is starting to crack and it's already showing us this weird stuff, theoretically, you could assume what is eventually going to happen. But now at the same time, by the time it doesn't mean the world might be in a different place. So by the time the jobs data might show like actual declines, I mean, again, all of the manipulations, the delay, we know it's eventually it's going to show something bad, but it could very well just turn into, by the time it shows up, what if the market's at a new all-time high and people are still distracted and you get everybody kind of, again, if the data may show up, but if everybody feels optimistic and starts hiring again and you get behavior and spending out there, you could kind of combat against it. That's the paradox, is how the market will be and how it will respond when it actually shows up. But the writing on the wall is, revisions or not, if you're looking at it, you should be able to reasonably assume that this data is very finicky, and then maybe we're seeing a worse situation than what the data might have. But until it shows up, there's nothing to react to, because that's still an assumption, sadly. More downtrend than all of last week combined. Oh, yeah. Well, remember, last week was the recovery. This was just one down day of going down, but just remember, we had a lot of this. This is a pretty big candle, though. This is reminiscent of, like, August 7th, I believe, when we started, like, really dumping. I think around, like, right before or after NVIDIA. Microsoft on the low. Baidu even flush now, 141. So that's it, bro. You're getting the flush on everything now. That's it, man. So the good day. Solidly good data across the board. You had your red. I think vice versa. Next bad set of data, you're going to get a fat bounce. If it has the same weighting as like this. Again, services, paid, prices, employment, all of that. It had pretty much everything. I have seen it. Honestly, I think it's time we show it to you. So again, like the video. I'm not going to sell you guys tin. I'm just going to start selling you stuff for real money. It's a lot better and easier, and then you don't have to make people feel bad. But like the video if you want. I love you. God bless you. But this is just something that Chad has sent. This is going around right now. There's an article from... where is it? It's not loading. Please hold. Did they take it down? Nope. Weird. There's an article. Oh, there it is. It's called The Mad King. I have no idea what this is. It looks like a fake FT website. They use the same the WordPress template. But pretty much what they're going over, they're saying, like, if you look at, like, CoreWeave, pretty much, like, CoreWeave took a $2 billion loan collateralized by $2 billion of NVIDIA, and then, like, BlackRock has, like, a fat stake, and they're pretty much saying that literally, here it is. CoreWeave, backed by NVIDIA, buys $2 billion in NVIDIA chips with $2 billion letter of commitment financed by BlackRock using the $2.3 billion of NVIDIA chips as collateral. BlackRock owns 182 million shares of NVIDIA. NVIDIA claims 2.3 billion data center beat. NVIDIA gaps up 11, all of which was unwound during RTH. So it's a good, again, we've had this debate. People have been talking about it, but it was a very good, this article going around on Twitter, and everyone's going through it. They're saying the CoreWeave stuff. Look about how it all played out, but, yeah, it's pretty crazy, bro. It's pretty crazy. So I thought that people would like that. People would like that. What did I tell you? All debate. All debate, baby. All debate. You guys were against it. But you brought up the other frauds, like you needed to answer. This is why they were a fraud. What's his name brought up Core Weave, but it didn't hit with the conclusion of it. So you guys that's just in debate format. But hey man, it's a good it's a good piece of info. Tesla doing its thing. Zscaler price target raised to 200 from 170 at Evercore. Maintain to outperform. Beige book I think is at 2:11 my time, 2 p.m. Eastern. My next levels, I got 44.52. That's to the upside. I think baby level at like 44.45 or like 44.30, but then realistically 44.25 is the next solid level on the way down. UNTC, bro. Apple, a lot of things took a flip here. Very crazy. I'm not doing GameStop earnings. Just say no to drugs. But I could get you the earnings preview. I think I still own a GameStop share, though, to be honest with you, from that first time when we tried to see if it was actually working. AI earnings. They have earnings again. I feel like I just gave you a preview on AI. Remember, it's like, it's one thing about how they report, but it's another thing. Honestly, I don't know. I'd be careful this time around if these companies are reporting, because after what we just went through, it's kind of like it's kind of like this idea where it's like even if it doesn't matter if their earnings are good or bad. It's kind of what everybody was expecting, and then their guidance and all of that. So just watch out for that. But we could go over any of them if you want. GameStop, all of that. It's still mad early though, so let's do them later in the day. Anything on call sweeps anymore? It's because just like the, what's it called, Max Payne, everybody pays attention to it, and then once you pay attention to it enough, every day you realize it doesn't work, and then when you pay attention to it randomly, you notice it does work. Essentially, that's kind of how it is. I feel like with a lot of things. Any significant earnings move is baked out. Maybe, but it's like, I think it's one thing about the market as much as I think it's about the companies and like guidance. Again, if you're an AI hype play up 100% on the year, it's one thing about how you report, but it's another thing of how the algos and analysts are conditioned to respond to it, as well as everybody else. Because now, we've seen it. Zscaler was up 10% yesterday on a killer beat. They dropped. And then even some of the smaller ones, even if they missed or not, like Etsy, it didn't matter. If it already moved a lot and people were worried, if it's not like a monster blowout beat, then it may not make that move. But that's the thing. We've been getting those surprises. So that's what it really comes down to. It is early, bro. Yeah, it's only 9:30. Let's do another round of push-ups, baby. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. This is our second time doing it, but we've been here for 3.5 hours. There's 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the no smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get her knees to a push-up, plank the worm, anything, but get the body moving. And then U.S. Senate confirms Fed Jefferson as Fed Vice Chair with overwhelming bipartisan support. Let's go, baby. Chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, and boom, baby. That's how you should be sitting. Legs in front of you, not wrapped behind your computer chair. You are not riding a dolphin. Let's go, baby. Then relax the eyeball, stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go blim, 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 blink. Blim, 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 blink. Oh. Ooh. Yes. Oh, it feels glorious. So there it is. Let's go. Get those push-ups in. Do the dragon breath. I'm getting my curls. I got to get my curls in, bro. I got to get my curls in. NBSE. Yeah, we had that up there earlier. I don't know the news on it, but it's running. go. 44.86. So SPY's still kind of in between no man's land on these levels. We're either going to keep flushing or bounce back up to the level we just broke. Oh. Damn. I dropped the weight, and then it hit the floor, and then bounced, and then it almost landed on my foot. That was almost awful. Damn you, gravity. Mm-hmm. That could have been bad. Gotta do these stretches. NVIDIA backwardization is happening. KRE's been getting killed. I'm like answering your guys' chats. Well, I'm getting the... Dude, the shoulder, bro. We gotta get the shoulder. Okay. We're good to go. We're good to go. AI put for September, October. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to play that one. Remember last time I think it rocketed up, shot down like 12%, and then like ended up break even, and then just started moving, and then it would just sell, run up 10, drop 10. It's just very wild. So that's why it's like earnings, if there's a big surprise, you'll get like something huge, but besides that, if it's not, then womp, womp, womp. Tax loss harvesting on Walgreens tempting you. I mean, we wait till the end of the year, but if you have gains to write off, yeah, you'd have to sell now, and then you could buy in by October or November. So technically, you could kind of get away with it. U.S. Senate leaders say working to move ahead with first package of appropriations bill on the Senate floor as early as next week. And then SPY's still going lower now. Watch out. So even the bonds too. And Medtronic on the high. So 44.50. I mean, we are still holding down below. You're closer to getting back up to this support, but you just hit another low. It's turning green, but 44.50 now is the low of the day. Was it tin that Apple will have some working to get the glucose monitoring? It wasn't tin. They said it just kind of years out, but I think everybody forgot about that. Intel moving up. They've been down. Oh, kind of. And then check AMD and NVIDIA, but SPY's still going, man. There's a lot of pressure on that low ticker right now. And then a couple of healthcare names, Durham, Baxter, Medtronic. I see a lot of healthcare now. The VIX, UVXY is starting to go up. SPY is breaking down even more, Chadadonia. 448 now. So again, like 443-ish, I believe. That's one level. And then like 44, 38, 37-ish, or 33. It's just like there's a cluster of small levels here. So we'll just see. But really, if you want to keep it simple, 44.25. But you'll get some baby levels. Roku's now selling off. Remember, I think they're still in the green. Oh, Nikki, baby, good morning. Pump it up at 44. The puts are loaded, Habibi. Don't do what happened last time, though. So remember, how is it going to be different than the last situation? That's why. We got to remember, you have data and Powell. You're right. I only did 10%. My brother still didn't answer the question. I feel, man. I feel, but amen. Wait till the, what's it called? The holding pattern. But good luck. I mean, that's just, make sure it doesn't lead to a stressful situation like last time. Avoid any of the, if you went through something you didn't like, how can you make it better? Have a reasoning for it. And like I said, make sure you could buy it 3 times and you'll be good to go. My last Tesla purchase? Oh, I don't know. I want to say I flipped it. I shorted it. Remember I did that little short play right before it was right before one of the earnings, I think. BAH on the high. Microsoft still getting pummeled, man. And even Apple 3.4 still. I've had that up all day. Nvidia 3.7. AMD 2.0. And then SPY still trying to go down a little bit more. More VIX indicators, or again, just inverse ETFs on the high ticker. Good morning, BAH. Booz Allen, kind of a decent pop. It shows up way higher on the high ticker. SPY going a little lower. Market woke up. It was all the data, the ISM. So like I'm saying, I mean, that from the moment it came out, we said bearish, and it actually held. That's crazy. I mean, it's only 9:40 right now, so we still got to burn a little bit more time, but it's the reverse of the JOLTS job data. So remember, this was the JOLTS data. Remember that shit came out, and then it was just a straight ramp up. You're literally halfway through that now. You're almost, that's probably, if we give it all up, that's literally, this would be the reverse of the JOLTS. JOLTS was really bad, we shoot up. ISM Services really good, we shoot down. So that's the craziest part, is just tying this into the context of the last couple days, and then now your final opposite move, it hit, and it hit well. No other news this week except Eurozone. You're going to get, again, you had Bank of Canada today. You're going to hear from Australia, more from China GDP numbers or trade numbers tonight, and then some Japan stuff as well. And then I think another ECB thing. So there's actually a decent amount going on. But as far as America, though, this was the only thing in America. This was the only U.S. data that we cared about. There, 44.46 now. Another low, doing it slow, but like low key. This was kind of the top rope. You're down 6 points from there. DWAC is on the high again. VIX plays. People want that seasonality. That's the interesting part, but this is definitely, this is starting off September with a little bit of heat, baby. With a little bit of heat. Spiking bond yields. I don't know if you guys remember it, but remember we were talking about 5% on the 2-year. It just showed up on Trading Economics. But remember the market was at all-time highs or yearly highs, and we were just saying, I don't know, man. If we start going up, I don't know if it's going to keep doing that if we start going above 5%. So again, end of July it was at 4.9, and then we never got above, and then we came down, and then as we started to break above recently here, we kind of moved up. But as long as we're above 5% on the 2-year and everything else, I mean, it will be tough. But now it's throwing us into this data reaction mode. So we'll see. We will see. I have to break the trend line from the tire move up. I think the way I'm putting it is I think it's just reverse JOLTS jobs report. That's it. This was the JOLTS report. Shot us up that one Tuesday. Again, literally today's Wednesday, second day back of the market. This would have been the second day on that week, but legitimately, this was JOLTS. Remember, it came out at 7, and we went from 445 all the way to 44.97. 2 days later, you're at 45.50, 45.40. Now, bad data comes in, one big candle down, just like the big candle up, and now we've just been slowly working our way. I think we're really going to close around here, probably. U.S. President Biden to revoke Arctic oil drilling rights sold under Trump. Check energy. Who would have, somebody has exposure. Bro, something about President Biden revoking Arctic oil drilling rights. Who's that other company, the one with Manchin? Remember, there's like one of those. Check any of them, though. CVX, they're not really moving. I haven't looked at crude yet. You could buy the 405 put for the same. You could sell the 402. Try it. See if it works. If you can make it for free. If it truly is the case and it fills you, that play's free. I got your student loan froze. Yeah. I got Arctic froze. It means he's just revoking a drilling permit. I guess Trump gave rights to drill in the Arctic. And then Biden's like, nah, man. Exo, olive oil should be able to benefit, but there's somebody, I forgot who the other guy was. There's another company out there. There's somebody tied to one of these deals and these permits. I think it was the Manchin company, but I think that was like a Virginia oil field, but it's like, that's where I'm thinking you got something. But other than that, very small reaction right now in oil. And another new low. Hold on, you just wicked into that. HSBC announces U.S. equity coverage in partnership with WPB, adding the global research team. Yeah, 44.47, bro. You keep slipping. That's another 44.45. Excuse me. So another like 1.5 lower from the latest low. Energy slipping now. XLE into the low. Remember, I was telling you, XLE was leading. What's crashing the market is the Ism Services data. I mean, that's it. Thankfully, this is all we talked about on Friday. The only two things we've mentioned in the watch list. We even right when we said it would be negative once we got it. But I think you don't have to shit yourself, but it's definitely unwinding what we had last week, and now kind of putting you borderline in the middle of when we had that little dump there back to the low 4300s. Yeah, the China thing, that was bad. Apple's down 4% on that. That's part of it. But, like, regardless of how individual names moved, I think you guys see it with the data. Everything in tandem, everything all at once. Even the bonds dropped and did not react at all. But Apple does have their own news. That's it. Another low. ESTC on the high. What's this? Elastic, they're up 4%. So, again, not everything's dying. If you were already kind of green throughout this last hour and still holding, I think you're able to hold on to it. Like, even Tesla's not even dying in the same way. There's Intel. There's Walgreens. Walgreens about to go to another low. Even MO starting to drop. Woke up. Why are we down? ISM Services. You just didn't want to listen to the last 45 seconds. I feel you. I got you, dog. Like the video. Thank you. Commodities are bad. I mean, they're high. Even price of oil, I mean, that in and of itself could say a lot to you. 444.34. Crash has begun. I mean, to be fair, I heard crash has begun on August 15th, 16th, 17th, and the 18th, respectively. So we are now back to August 16th. So technically, this is the last time the crash did begin. But the point is data. So this week we could flush to new lows if nothing good happens and everything overseas is bad. But by next week, no lows or highs until CPI. How do you get out of paying taxes on big gains in the market? Moral hazard. So when you make a lot of money, go take a lot of risk, because even if you lose, it's a tax write-off. That's the only thing I could give you for this quality of question you're asking. Otherwise, consult with a tax professional. But simply what I said, it sounds stupid, but it does have more knowledge in it than you think. Conoco owns leases in the Arctic. Wasn't there another company, though? Can you carry forward losses? You can, but you can only get 2,000. The whole idea is like let's say you made a flip right now and you make 20 grand. Or let's say you make 50 grand. You're going to pay taxes on that. So what you can do is, again, that's assuming you don't have a tax strategy or anything. Let's say now it's the end of the year. You have no more plays. It's final day of the year. You have two options. It's either you go into the new year with a taxable gain, or even if it was like 50 grand, 100 grand, you could literally risk that amount. And then if you win, you're going to pay even more taxes. But now if you lose and then you set it to break even, I mean, you would just walk away at break even. But then you'd pay no taxes. But then you'd also walk away with no money. But there's the irony of taxes there. But that's why I say moral hazard, because that's what happens to a lot of people. You know, once you figure this out, you might, you know, I've seen people do this. I've asked people in life, I'm like, why are you doing that? And they're just purely for taxes, just because they made a lot of money. They had a high taxable gain on the year, so it pushed them to take other risks, because then they're like, well, if I lose, I could lower my taxable gains. If I win, I'm just going to walk away with even more money. So they use it to justify more riskier behavior if you have the tax cushion. That's what I was saying. Like, you guys are like, what the hell? That's what I was saying Nancy did probably. So remember when Nancy hit all those trades and then the final ones were a couple of losses? Yeah, there you go. At the very least, she loses a couple, but she just wrote off the taxable gains on there. And then at the same time, if those hit, she would have made even more. And then if they lost, she does a lot better on there. More tax, more gains. Yeah, usually. It just all depends, though, but that's the easy one. Moving into real estate. If you have a real estate business, but again, your stock gains are different. It's depending on how you structure it, but, you know, simply, your stock gains are different than a real estate gains. Broadcom, I was looking at it. I wanted to play on it, but I don't like the setup today. It looks like the drain. So I learned that from August, is that when the drain is swirling, I'm not gonna. You got to really pick and choose, because then I'm like, okay, you could buy here or short. Shorts. I'm kind of leaning towards shorts, if anything. I wanted to buy it at one point for the bounce, but other than that, we'll see. Isn't it better to make 100K in gains and pay 37 than just wash away all your gains? Yeah, it is. But like I'm saying, they call it strategy. You could use it more strategic. So again, maybe you risk 37,000 if that's your tax bill or whatever the amount might be, or you balance it out with other things. But it just all depends on the amount. So at some points, I've had that instance where that's why I even keep the losses here after trading for years on certain ones. I just know to have them, because at the end of the day, the point is you realize that gain today, and then next year if you make or lose it, if you end up paying taxes on it, you're double taking the L. So you're right, but at the same time too, just full circle, and you don't have to do the full amount. But then again, I'm not giving any advice here. I'm saying, these are what people do with taxes. It's a strategy. Like we're saying, it could put you in a position to either lower your taxable gains or make even more money. That's a strategy. Someone's trying to put themselves in a win-win. All I'm saying is if you have a big taxable gain, by the end of the year, you could put yourself in a certain win-win, assuming you let the math. It's like me with extra cash, lottery tickets. The difference it's like if you spend money on this lottery, the money you owe goes down. Dude, we're still plummeting right now. 44, 42 now. So this is now 10 points since when we broke the first level at 44.54. Again, it was like what, 44, 50, was it 71? Or no, it was 44.66-ish, I think. That was one of those baby levels. But that's it. You basically risk exactly your tax burden. So if you lose, it's like you paid. It's up to you. You could do whatever you want. But like I'm saying, somebody asked, if you do not want to go and get a tax strategy, this is the only answer you're getting. You know what I'm saying? That's all it comes down to. But it's essentially you do get a little bit. You lower your taxes. You're taking the risk. You could risk all of it, some of it, part of it. It's all up to you. But in general, that's how you could have moral hazard as well as lower your tax risk or taxable gains. Yeah, O is about, commercial real estate, all of them, and rates and everything. You're just getting all of those headwinds pretty much until rates stabilize. I mean, commercial real estate isn't going to be the easiest one. That's happening. This is all from the data, in my opinion. I mean, you have a side note on Apple, bad China news, but the data in the morning, Ism Services, was very good data, led to a very, very negative bond thing. Stop trying to incriminate me. No one's incriminating me. I mean, again, and I like to operate above board with it. If anything, I think people don't want it. A lot of people don't understand taxes, and a lot of people don't, they ask a lot of questions for it, but the easiest thing, always get a tax professional, send somebody your books, consult with them, let them, give you that. Yeah, even in the sense of my tax, nothing is, again, none of this is illegal. None of this should be self-incriminating. This should all, again, legitimately, you saw me, I have unrealized losses. You've watched me realize losses, and I still have gains too. Whatever I end up at the end of the day, it's gonna show a profit or a loss. So whether I take losses for this year or next year, that'll separate it. But that's just like one of the easiest strategies in the world. But what I am saying is that, a lot of people need to, get a tax, especially if you don't get it, none of this makes sense. It's good and bad. You may not have to deal with this problem yet, but at the same time, it's like just definitely the easiest thing you could do. Pay somebody, go get a tax professional, and just be good to go for the rest of your life. Yeah, Bitcoin just kind of, $300 drop? BD's on the high. Biddy. Where was it? Tesla. Tesla's going up. So that halfway through the day as the market was dying, Tesla was able to hold on, but they're still doing good. The wild, you would like the John Goodman quote from The Gambler: "Any idiot knows what to do when they're up 2.5 million in life." Amen. Amen. Downside, ISM Services, man. ISM Services. I'm shocked, but I'm not, because like we called this out day after day after day, but that's crazy. Beige book, we'll go over it. The best explanation is when it comes out, because I do this every time. If somebody asks, like, what's the Beige book? And then we pull up the actual Beige book and then we read it. So the Beige book is a summary of economic conditions. It's so when the Fed talks about economic conditions and they explain, we had, contacts in this area reporting this was good. It's the summary of how the conditions are, not the economic projections, but of current conditions. So when we read it, if you go to the Fed website, it explains exactly what the Beige book is. It explains it in writing, and then you get to read all the new data, and they go over, they're like 12, I think it's like 12 or 13, not venues, what do they call it? Districts. They say, oh, it was good here, bad here, good here. So they should have an old one on the Fed website. You could check that out, but when the new one comes out, we'll pull it up. And then it just tells you, we saw, hiring was good here, employment was bad here, prices were good here, manufacturing was good here, people noticed that consumers were doing this, yibbity-bobbity-boo, and then that's it. So that comes out at what, 11? That comes out in an hour? I'm going to read the Beige book to my baby when he's born as a bedtime story. Hey, man. Honestly, you got to read. I feel like Baby Buffett should be read Intelligent Investor from age 1 hour till like age 21. Just Intelligent Investor, be like a sound intellectual framework for making financial decisions. You got to get him on. Obvious. I think forgive me. You probably already had that on your list. I'm sorry. That's probably number one. Baby's First Babylon. Oh, man. No iPhone. Yeah, just hopefully, though, I don't know. Like, my big worry is, like, I just hope I hope my kid, when I have a kid, though, like, I just hope that he's just not, like, annoying. Not, like, kid annoying, but, like, I just hope he's not whack to be around. That's all. That's why I haven't had a kid yet, Chad. I'm just worried, like, what if I don't like my kid? And I'm like, man, this guy sucks, bro. He don't even want to, like, talk about stocks or anything. And anytime he keeps bringing up this, man. So that's it. Baby's first day trade. That's all. So bully him a little bit. Bully him a little bit. Make sure he doesn't end up too weird. You're scared it'll turn out like you? I would say finger to the sky, man. I'd kick it. If it came out just like me, bro, I'd be like, fuck yeah, this guy he gonna work for hours, and that's it, man. He gonna be very content with oh man, this is beautiful. I'm gonna retire. But he's gonna end up, man. I don't know what he's gonna end up like. Life is like bullies. Kids are usually a reflection of self, so if you don't like them and there's something about yourself you don't like, yeah, I don't have kids, bro, but that's why. I'm just saying, that's my worry. What if my kid doesn't become a gamer? Like, you know what I'm saying? What if I could run it up on Halo 2 and then I don't have a kid, but what if I do, and then 10 years later the kid don't even know what a battle rifle is? You know what I'm saying? And he's like, "Oh, I don't like first person shooters," and then he starts playing Dungeons and Dragons, which is cool, but I'm just be like, "Bro, I could have passed on so much info to you about lockdown or lockout, and then I can't. Now I'm I don't even know how to play D&D, bro." That's crazy. What if he don't even want to play? What if he just starts playing chess? Yeah. And then he's just like, "Nah, man." I'm damn it. What if he grows up and doesn't like Airbnb? That's fine. I'll be like, "You still got a shit ton when you're 18, bro, but you better find something else." I'm cool. That's it. Here's my take, and this is how I will raise my son. So I hope all of you could take a lesson from my parenting handbook. I don't get mad about anything. I really don't. Trust me. Even if you think I get annoyed and all of it, bro, all I'm just saying, if you tell me the problem and tell me what you don't like and do not offer me a solution, you a small brain mother effer. That's all. That's all it comes down to. So my little kid, I'll tell him the same thing. You don't like Airbnb? Go find me something then. Go find what you like. Go find me the solution then. Go show me then. It's very simple, bro. Very simple. Great. You still get your inheritance, whatever you want, but give me a solution, dumbass. That's all. That's how I talk to my kid. That's exactly how I would. If you waited so long, you'll regret it, and so is your girl. Nope. My girl loves it, bro. That's it. If she don't have a kid, that's it. She gets all of my attention. That's it, bro. You see, she goes nice vacations. Nope. We're both chilling, dog. That's it. The only person who wants us to have kids is my mom. I'm like, chill, bro. Chill. So we're bouncing a little bit, man. First one, you had this one around 11 o'clock. So right here at the hour, man, we'll see what this happens. T-Mobile, pop, yeah. Yo, T-Mobile actually kind of big. That's $1 and change. Check news on that. Great call out. That's 1% while nothing is happening. I'm checking, light reading the complex story behind T-Mobile's spectrum struggles. No. T-Mobile to host Q3 earnings call October 25th. That was an hour ago. I'm not seeing any. Do they have a conference maybe? Lately, that's been it. Oh, T-Mobile authorizing $19 billion in buybacks, adding to $14 billion. Whew. Habibi, where do you get this money? Yeah, buybacks. I was 35 when I had my first. Dang, really? I thought you were younger. That's good. See, I got time, man. We chilling, bro. We chilling. That's it. You regret not knowing about the channel before losing money to manage the son's stocks. He's 4 now and you're playing catch up. Bro, it's simple. Get a long term. Set aside a very small amount of trade money just because you're going to get the urge when you see them happen. And then just do all long term. Even if he's 4 years old, that kid will be set. If you start him a long term today, you have no idea. Again, my long term is enough for me to do whatever I want in life. And my father or mother never started it for me. So to give you an idea, that means your son is still at a very big advantage. If you could avoid 90% of the trades you see on here, and what I mean by trades is the trades where I say not a recommendation, and then the long term and hold there, I'm telling you, the kid will be 4 years old. consider it your tuition, but no time was really wasted. As long as you don't let it turn into gambling, and as long as you just hold anything long term, maybe even put it into like a Roth form or like an IRA type beat to avoid taxes in the long haul too. Are the premiums too high to snake the chain? Yeah, they don't even, sometimes it happens. I've had a couple. Again, the other day there was a Boeing snake and I missed it. T-Mobile's coming right back down, but for the most part, just a lot of people just start instantly bidding, and then you barely even see 480 anymore. I'm living proof of the alternative. Listen to Josh. Haha. Well, listen, man. I will be real with all of you. There is more than one way to do it. That's all. I'm giving you a clear-cut way that I'm saying, ignore the trades, focus on long-term. You're going to fucking love me. I've not had any problems with anybody in my life on that. Trust me. Seriously, it's not. Long-term is the easiest thing in the world, but at the same time, it's up to you. You guys could do whatever you want. Some strategies will work. You might have more pain with the trading. You might become one of the best traders in the world. You know what I'm saying? And same thing with the long term. You may make very bad decisions in the long term. Even if you do long term and just go buy fucking Lucid and EVs all day, it's just going to look a certain way, but it's just there's many ways to achieve this. But I hope you do get the truth and what I'm trying to tell you. Building wealth, building financial freedom, it does not result without ownership. So I do hope that, at some point you become an owner at whatever realm and you learn it, but just don't beat yourself up over starting late or early or trading or not. You know what I'm saying? I hope you do it, and I hope you're able to manage everything, but there's more than one way. But I hope wisdom calls to you, and I hope you follow along with it, and that's said for all of us. You may think you understand this, but we all deal with this. Again, like I'm saying, myself included, I set aside my amount for trades, but then again, it's a different world. But you need to find what is for you. But then again, that ownership in the long run will always provide. Wisdom is truth, but truth is not wisdom. Whew. Damn. So, amen. You'll find out your way. But like I'm saying, man, someone's like, hey, I blew some money trading. I got a son. I feel like I'm behind. You're not, bro. I'm telling you. I'm speaking to you from a stance where my parents never bought a stock in their life, dude. Literally, I don't even think they know how to. And I still had time off of my own knowledge to walk away with a long term. So just like I'm saying, avoid the things that'll take your money, aka the trades. Like I'm saying, set aside a small amount, because it's hard to resist. But at the same time, you get that long term at 4 years old for my man. Oh, my goodness. T-Mobile. That was crazy, man. I'm glad. That was a nice pop. I was like, where do they get the money? It might even bounce back up, though. Sometimes that's just the algo move, but my goodness. They were smart to get into real estate. They gave you something to take away. It depends. With my story, you could have ended up either or, to be honest with you. Why? Because they lost everything when I was a child. So all I knew about real estate was that it made my parents fight. It made us go through one of the worst experiences ever. Nobody in my school knew that our house was foreclosed, and every day I thought we were going to lose it all. Again, at one point they had houses. I got to go see what it was like to go to a house flip. I got to see what it was like to count up rent money and deposit into the bank. That was a cool experience as a kid. My parents would let me count rent money, so I get to hold a stack of bills and count it at the bank, and I was like, wow, this is awesome. I want this. And then a couple years later, I'm like, my parents are like, no, we don't have anything now. So like I'm saying, I got to walk away with the knowledge of what they did and what they didn't do and the good and bad of all of it. But at the same time, it's like that experience very well. If I did not want to take it as knowledge, I could have ended up never. I could have told you the awful things it did to my family, how it's so wrong, and literally I would say it's a scam. I would never buy real estate, and I could tell you literally what happened, bro. It's sad, bro. I looked over. This actually happened recently. I got to start getting some of the addresses from some of the houses my parents owned back in the day. And my good dude, they were getting fucked. Dude, I was looking up what they paid and what they sold. I was like, my goodness. Like, they were really like top of the bubble retail. Like, my parents, it makes sense. They didn't have the knowledge. They did not have the info. Like, it's so weird that they got into real estate and like they couldn't tell you half of it. You know, it's actually wicked, but it's all about what you choose to take out of it in that sense. But like I'm saying, it's just I saw the truth in ownership. I saw the truth in assets, and regardless, I took stuff out of it to make the most out of it. Pfizer, yes, GLP, there it is. Remember I was telling you? Wait, it's barely moving. We have old Pfizer. I'm going to add to that now, though, finally. Pfizer webcast. I bought another 300 of Pfizer. I now have 600 on the flip account. I bought it for a while. I was up $1,000 and then it flipped down 1,000. But I just doubled down on that. Pfizer at 34. I like it. Anytime. I'm not hesitating on no GLP with Pfizer because they should have. I was expecting this news. I was like, I don't know why they dumped it with that much money being made. Yeah. Now my average is 36 on 600. 36 flat. So I'm still down like 4% now. Because it flushed, but this should be, I think it could do 3-4% in one day off this news. Yeah, so right here, we're like at the previous low at 36. So just these last 2 days of moving around, that kind of messed some things up. That's for a quick flip, not for the long term. I could be down with it for the long term. I mean, we've talked. Actually, now, is it lower? Yeah, Pfizer at 34, bro. That's a 2019 low. Yeah, I don't know. Pfizer's actually not bad. What do they yield now? 34. I was saying low 34s and like 32 is what I wanted. But again, I like the news. I think I don't know. I think Pfizer is so sketchy they have to get into Ozempic. That's been my logic this whole time. Ever since they announced the first one, I was like, "Oh yeah. You think these guys are going to say no to a multi-billion-dollar medical industry? No, I feel like they have to be involved in it." Yeah, and then the Goldman Sachs conference, that's where the T-Mobile stuff is at. .64, it's a lower yield. What is it? I have 600 flip shares for Pfizer. I'm trying to think. What was that other one? Where's the Dow? And then we bounced a little bit from the bottom there. I think I have the, what's it called? I don't know if Pfizer has the, oh, they're not at the, September 13th. They have an annual general meeting. SPY still holding. Again, Pfizer went down off of that. That news is not hitting so far. Let's see. 34.46. Oh, we got to add all day. T-Mobile news is good, but I think they may have said something else, and then they're selling off again. They're at the conference. Oh, wait, I'm on the wrong. I was like, where's Pfizer? I had the wrong company. I was like, I don't see them at the Goldman thing. There's, what time is it now? The 6th? They're at the Wells Fargo Healthcare Conference. I didn't even know this existed. Wait, it says it's not available yet. Huh? 12:15 Eastern? Or is this Pacific time? Yeah, wait, it hasn't even started. It hasn't even started. So hold on. Pfizer is going to present at this thing at 12. Or at least I'm clicking on it. I don't think it's on. And then there's a City Biopharma conference tomorrow, too. Low-key, it might be a good time to play Eli Lilly then. Eli Lilly and NVO. If there's all these health conferences, mother effers are going to start pumping some shit with GLP. Let's see, Pfizer. Down 3% in 10 months, 11 in 6, 22% on the year, dividend yield 4.77. Biden tested negative for COVID this morning. You have an ad blocker, sorry. It's okay. The mistake was not having ad blocker. The mistake was feeling the need to tell me. You know, it's wisdom right there. Amen. Amen. I bought Pfizer now for a flip. I've been talking Pfizer for the long term, if you guys remember, and then we've like low-key kind of been waiting. I mean, it's down now 10%. Since that moment, which is kind of good about it, and it's like it stays stable. I think there could be more downside, but so I have it for flip shares, but like I low-key really like it for the long term as well. I've been talking about this, man. Something about Pfizer. Just I'd love to back my money with Biden. Just, you know, again, with all the doubts I have, it helps a lot. It's a company I'd want to own, especially for my long term. Pfizer long term, it's there, it's getting there. But I have 600 shares non-long term, but it's up there. Walgreens, they shouldn't cut their dividend because they've increased it for 50 years in a row, but I mean, we'll see. $32. Dude. Yeah, man, I don't know. I like it. I don't know how I feel about it. Is that Pfizer's like a very, very low yield, though, still. Does it worry you if the Republicans win? Pfizer, they don't like it? No. Pfizer's not political. What I mean by they all like it, bro. They all mandated your ass, bro. It was a Republican and a Democrat. They all did it. They all own it. They work in the same building. They work in the same office building under the same company. They are all friends. So yeah, like it don't even matter. Wait, was that this year? My goodness. The ad bomb scared you? I'm sorry. Yeah, it was a Yosh flare-up. It happens, bro. It happens. Let's see, how much would that be? Wait, why? Oh, that's stupid. How come it doesn't let me settle it? Boo. That's stupid. So I pulled money out of Bill, but it wouldn't settle. Unfortunately, Tupperware pop. That's whack. That's really whack. Oh my gosh. Is this for real? That's weird. I don't know why. I should have margin on here, but my long term, it's not. It didn't. My money from Bill is not settled. It's actually really annoying. I don't know. Maybe let me see if I... I'd be pissed if I had over 25K in that. It's very weird, honestly. Very, very, like, so I just sold out a bill to buy long term. Let me try to refresh it. IBM. Yo, you got something on IBM. Noticing Janssen CarePath and users of incident of unauthorized access. Incident for Janssen CarePath database. That's J&J. So take a look. It's IBM and J&J. Yeah, they're fucking me. I'm trying to buy on the long term, but I guess I can't. They're going to be limited. Hold on. Give me a second, though, till I could get this. I'm going to try one more thing, but I think it may not even work, which could be a blessing and a curse. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm. Just got here. That's good. Maybe it'll work out in my favor. Intel's on the high. It didn't work. I was trying to. Again, I've not had that happen, which is very odd. So any other time on Bill, I don't know if they changed something. Any other time I've sold out on Bill, my money is instantly available. Today it's not. So I wasn't able to buy as much as I wanted, but I grabbed Pfizer. I added Pfizer to the long term. Do not trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed 55 shares for the big account, and then I grabbed 15 shares for the small account. Just under 5% yield. I've now, that's it. I work for Joe Biden now. There you go. Pfizer. I like MDT too. I think that one's a good one. Again, I think Pfizer's around the same there. I just think you got a solid divvy here. There's still some downside with it, but it's like, again, it's a bigger company. It's something like Pfizer. I think they're going to have good backing. Wire ACH. I already have the money in the account. It's just in Bill. I don't know. I've never had that happen on this account. I've had it happen on like Colt Sister where it's smaller, but not on this account. I've not had one issue with Bill. I have 600 on the flip account. They're separate accounts. Otherwise, I have now my long-term position is 55 shares and 15. Okay, mute your speakers. I'll mute it for you. I'm going to call the support and see. Yeah, Bill, because again, Bill's a cash equivalent. It should like settle. Whoa! Woo! I muted it, so y'all shouldn't be getting clapped. And then Intel woke up again. SPY's starting to work its way up here. Lennar's on the high too. Jesus. Loves you. Why is it so loud? So loud, man. Answer the phone. It's really loud. ARDX, they got a PDUFA. There's a lot coming up. I might need to send out another one, but there's like a couple of them. There's a couple of PDUFAs and like data and all that coming out. And like we said yesterday, we woke up to like 4 or 5 different actions. Biden. I'm hitting up TD. I'm trying to see if I could get a answer to this. D-Walk on the high. 445. I mean, watch out if this turns into the top rope. Suave on the high as well now. But that's what we got to watch out for. And I put it out again, even with Intel or even with Pfizer, just be careful. I'm adding it for the long term for the flip shares, though. Just keep in mind, you know, the SPY's kind of going through one of those drainage patterns that we saw in August. So it doesn't matter what's going on here. It's like everything keeps getting drained. You will have that risk. Oh, T-Mobile says authorization of $19 billion shareholder return program, not share buyback through end of 2024. So that's why T-Mobile went down. The algos got it wrong. It wasn't buyback. It was shareholder return program. They're like, no, it means two. It sounds very similar, but they're different is what we're saying there. Yeah. Oh, yo. They said it's Pfizer. I was like a liar. I said I'm Spire. Oh, but yo. Oh, sorry. That was the beat for the. Welcome to Wells Fargo 2023 Healthcare Conference. This thing's popping, bro. I forgot about this. Wells Fargo Healthcare Conference. Like, it hits. It hits. It already dropped a little bit, but they were saying some good stuff. I mean, I think it would have been higher. It just how people read the news just kind of created that reaction. You didn't burn through all your day trade buying power. I'm on a different account. So I'm on the long-term account. So the long-term, the small account, I could buy $20,000 right now. I'm not going to do that, though. I was thinking about it if I really wanted to. If I'm like, maybe I could throw it in on the small account and switch it, but that's how you run into problems on the long-term. So I just said I'll be patient, a worst-case scenario, but it's, you know, I don't have margin on the big account, but even then, Bill is a cash equivalent. It shouldn't have to settle. I've never had to have it settle, actually. That's the irony with it. Trump's Georgia trial could last 4 months. State tells judge. Roku. I'm explaining. All right, so he's saying it's because I bought Bill yesterday. So now by buying it yesterday, then taking it out today, that's what caused it. It was the fact that I bought in, but I'm like, what about all the remaining money, asshole? But then I was just like, I'm asking him if they could do anything. I'm like, well, can you let me use it then? Because I'm saying I'm not going to sell it. Yeah, they're saying good faith. But I'm like, I'm not going to sell it. Look at this account. I've never sold anything. That's stupid. We'll see what they say. It should be first in, first out. That's why I'm like, it still doesn't It's kind of stupid. It makes sense, but it doesn't. I'm still kind of like, I think it's just because I bought, though. If I didn't buy it yesterday, it would have been different. Good faith violation. What if I have great faith, huh? Come on. Come on. Boycott TD. It's okay. I mean, maybe it works out in my favor. Who knows? So I'll take it for now. Just very weird. We'll see if they give me a response. All right. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. The trading fraternity. Lennar's still been ripping. Apple's still been dying. SPY's still below VWAP. We got a couple hours left, baby. 2 hours, 15 minutes, and then we got a healthcare conference that we are waiting for.
Coccal vaccines, and often parents don't fully understand of what patients get today with a treatment.
Which one's this?
At this point, I mean, what are you hearing? So we're very confident about Abrysvo, our vaccine. It's a vaccine that's now broadly approved.
I don't know which one this is. Oh, it's fucking with me. I think it may have... Alteryx is working with Catalyst Partners exploring potential sale. AYX, potential sale. I have it confirmed, even though it says sources. So just sources, but that's a buyout offer. Or again, exploring sale. AYX, I think they're halted. Jeez, bro. Okay, I get it. I get it. He's saying you'll have to wait for it to settle. Hold on, I'm bitching at him. He just typed this whole thing. He's like, well, you can't. You have to wait till it settles and the strikes. I'm like, it's very disappointing. I said I use a cash equivalent because you guys offer 0.35%, and now I'm being limited. Yeah, White House is live and Donald Trump. Well, I would play you Donald Trump, but I would get banned. So we're going to listen to the White House. Oh, excuse me. I need to go to the bathroom. That's what I was going to tell you. I was going to play it before. Unless I have to bitch out on I'm bitching out E-Trade right now. Why is she on so early? Oh, so it's 10:50. Today's flown by, actually.
These are vital
Okay, I'll be right back.
government programs that need to be funded, that Congress should act on, that has been done in a bipartisan way. And so that's what we're going to continue to stick to.
More quickly get that FEMA funding. Why not do that?
On the UAW, as the deadline gets closer, does the stance or the position of the administration change? I know in previous labor disputes, for instance, you've invited the negotiators.
Yeah, I forgot the audio. My bad. But be careful, because then that TD Ameritrade is gonna brack at you, bro.
I mean, look, we have had conversations. I mentioned Gene Sperling being the lead on having and being part of conversations for us at the White House, which is, I think, incredibly important. We've seen what Julie Su has been able to do, the West Coast ports, as you'll see in less than an hour from hearing from the president. Look, we believe in collective bargaining. I don't have anything else to share. I don't want to get into hypotheticals from here. We believe that, if both sides come in good faith, that we're going to continue to be optimistic here. We're going to continue to be optimistic on moving forward. So just going to leave it there. I'm going to let the unions and certainly folks who are at the table continue to have the conversations, but I'm just not going to get into hypotheticals from here.
I guess what I'm trying to ask, and apologies for not doing it better the first time, is that, with the ports and with the freight rail, those were seen as very important to keep the economy moving forward, the supply chain. Is that how this is viewed with the automakers? Is this, if there were a strike, does the administration view it in the same kind of harm that they saw the other two situations?
Look, we're going to, I want to be careful, don't want to get into hypotheticals about what could or could not happen. What we are saying is that we know collective bargaining works. I mentioned the West Coast ports, the Teamsters and the UPS, which we just saw a month or two ago, and that's important. The president's going to continue to encourage parties to negotiate in good faith towards an agreement that prevents any kind of shutdown. And that's what we have done. That's what we'll continue to do many times before this. And so we're going to continue to monitor the negotiations. I just don't have anything beyond that besides being very clear on how and what the president believes and wanting to make sure that folks negotiate in good faith. Okay, Karen.
Thanks. Is the First Lady the only member of the Biden family that's tested positive for COVID?
I would refer you to the First Lady's office. I don't have anything further besides, if there were close contacts on that side. I just don't have anything else to share besides the First Lady.
And to go back to the medal ceremony from yesterday, you said today to my colleague that the president, in every way that we could, followed the CDC guidelines. And you made a point to say that beforehand, when he was meeting with Captain Taylor, he was masked, you could have that time with him. Then why not wear a mask when he was putting the medal around his neck and he was so close to him like that? Was that an oversight by the president?
What I can tell you is that the president took off his mask to deliver incredibly powerful remarks about the captain. That was done certainly on purpose, right? Wanting to give him that Medal of Honor, and it's important. It was important to him to speak to. The heroics of the captain, and that's what you saw.
It's popping.
And afterwards, obviously, he
didn't have his mask on, Apple boosts spending to develop conversational AI, the information. It's not reacting, though.
That he was able to
and then AYX unhalted.
We wanted to make sure there was a short amount of time.
I told you I could mute it, but
was there.
Let me see.
And so
He's
that's
about to
what
go
you
again.
saw.
Hold on.
And look, the CDC guidelines, as you know, is masking, is testing, and is certainly having monitoring any symptoms. The president doesn't have any symptoms. He tested negative a couple hours before the event. He tested negative today. I think what's really important is that the president, to put this all into context, that the president doesn't have any symptoms and he's been testing negative.
You've emphasized the pause that he got out of the room to minimize that. But yesterday you had said that he would remove his mask when sufficiently distanced from others indoors. That was not very sufficiently distanced when he was next to Taylor yesterday. So going forward, if he is that close to people over the next couple of days as he goes to these meetings at the G20, should we expect to see him masked if he is engaging with world leaders like that?
So the president's going to be masking in this 10-day period. He's going to be masking. He's going to be making sure that he is getting tested regularly in consultation with, certainly in consultation with his physician. And so we will keep those CDC guidelines. Again, he wanted to make sure he had those really important remarks to share about the heroics and what the Captain Taylor did on behalf of his country. So yes, he took off his mask. But what we made sure to happen is that there was a brief pause. When there was a pause in the program, the president left. So to minimize his impact or his his impact towards the attendees who were there. And so that was done on purpose. That was done very purposefully, so that again, he wasn't there for too long. Again, before, and the reason why I mentioned the before piece, because the president saw this to be so important that he did take some time with the captain and his family, and everyone was masked, and wanted to make sure that he did his part as well and was protecting, being protective of the family and the captain. Again.
We've asked a lot about the president's use of a mask and CDC guidance, but I want to ask about CDC guidance specifically.
Watch out.
Because there
He's
is,
typing.
Going into the fall, kids going back to school, CDC still recommends universal indoor masking for kids in school, students, staff, and it seems out of step with some of the studies around the usefulness of masks for kids. There was a piece in the Atlantic, and I'll just read you a quote from it. It says, "We reviewed a variety of studies, some conducted by the CDC itself, some cited by the CDC as evidence of masking effectiveness in a school setting, to try to find evidence that would justify the CDC's no end in sight mask guidance for the very low risk pediatric population, particularly post-vaccination. We came up empty-handed." So especially with the president going to Congress to ask for more money for a new vaccine and more money for the CDC, should we keep funding these studies if the CDC is not making guidance that follows the results of those studies?
Here's what I'll say.
Yeah, bro. TD.
We did something that
they
the
said
last
there's nothing you could do.
was
That was the
incapable
first
of
time
doing,
TD
which is
Ameritrade
putting
support
to
has
forth
failed me.
a strategy to really truly deal
Sad
with
day.
COVID-19 and this pandemic. They were incapable
Sad
of
day.
doing that. We put forth a comprehensive plan, and we are now in a different place than we were 2 years ago, a year ago. We are in
Beige
a
book
much
is
better
in 3
place
minutes.
to fight COVID-19.
Again, I'd watch
and
the
we
bonds.
have the tools, and that includes masking. That includes vaccinations. And as
see
you
again,
know,
AYX is still
CDC
moving.
and FDA said they're going to have vaccine by mid-September, and we're going to make sure and continue to do what we have done the past couple of years, is inform folks, let them know that these new
I've had
vaccines
no
are
problems.
here.
Now
that
it's
they have to make
horrible.
sure
Honestly,
that
it's
the
kind. That's the
flu
first time
vaccine
in my
and also
life
the
I've
RSV.
had an
All
issue.
of these things are incredibly
Usually I'm like,
important,
dude, look at my
because
account.
we know what works.
like, I'm
I
like,
mean,
what are
we
you
know
doing
what
right now?
works. We are in a
I'm
different
like,
place
I've
than
used
we
this
were
transaction
2-3
15
years
times in
ago.
the last 18
But let me-
months.
but-
This isn't like you just saw me buy it and do it like 3 more times. I'm like, well, come on, man. No,
I'll say
very
this,
weird.
And you're talking about schools.
Very, very weird.
CDC, they're the experts.
And then I don't know. They
They're-
might have changed
they
the
use
classification
science,
of bill
to come forward with their guidelines, and it is important
because that's
that
not.
we
It
allow
should
them
be
to do
treated
their
like
work.
cash. That's a
And
very weird.
We believe
a weird
that
thing to happen.
we are in a different place, and all you got to do is look around. Look around to where we are today and where we are when we first started in this administration, and that's because we put forth a comprehensive plan with tools to make sure that we dealt with the pandemic, that we dealt with COVID in a real way. Let's not forget where we were when the president started off. About thousands of people were dying a day. And so that is like the reality. So clearly, something that we have done
just the
from the
issue
moment
with
that
selling
we
out
stepped into this
and
administration to now has worked.
what's it called?
And that's because
Settling.
we
We'll talk
followed
about
the
it in a
guidance
little
of the
bit.
CDC. We
Just
let
get ready. You got the
FDA
Beige
do
book
their
in 30
work.
seconds.
That's the scientists, that's the experts, and that's why we are in a much better place than we are today. I know you're asking me about data, but all you got to do is look at where we are as a country.
So ignore the evidence and just look at how people
16
feel.
states don't have any mask mandates. 16 states follow CDC guidance closely for schools. 9 states have banned school
Fed
mask
Beige book,
mandates.
you're gonna
There's
get the
a
headlines
patchwork,
here.
basically, of
Yeah, but here's the
protocol.
thing.
Okay, we'll mute you for a little bit. I might need to go back here. So get ready. 3, 2, 1. Boop. What is it? Is it for July? Not July 12th, is it? No, it'll be June, July, August, September. Where is it? Is it not out? Was I an hour ahead? No, Beige book 11 a.m. It's not on the website, sir. It's like 12 my B-day. Let's go. Mara, huge pop. Fed Beige book. There it is. The report was prepared at the Federal Reserve Bank, collected before August 21st. So remember, this is what I was telling you guys. This is what the Beige book is. So if you have questions about it, all you got to do is look right now. So again, you're going to start getting headlines. They're saying most districts reported price growth. I'll just read it all for you. So what they do is they go over all of the districts. There's like 12 of them. They explain how it's report. What is the Beige book? The Beige book is a Federal Reserve publication about current economic conditions across the 12 Federal Reserve districts. It characterizes the regional economic conditions and prospects based on a variety of mostly qualitative information gathered directly from each district's sources. Reports are published 8 times per year. What is the purpose of the Beige book? It's intended to characterize the change in economic conditions since the last report. Outreach for the Beige book is one of many ways the Federal Reserve engages with businesses and other organizations. How it's collected, they reach out, how it's used, yibbity-bobbity-boo. So now here's the summary for this month of August. Overall economic activity. Contacts from most districts indicated economic growth was modest during July and August. Consumer spending on tourism was stronger than expected, surging during what most contacts considered the last stage of pent-up demand for leisure travel from the pandemic era, but other retail spending continued to slow. So that's not good for all the retail stuff, especially on non-essential items. Some districts highlighted reports suggesting consumers may have exhausted their savings and are relying more on borrowing to support spending. New auto sales did expand in many districts, but contacts noted that this had more to do with better availability of inventory rather than increased consumer demand. Manufacturing contacts in several districts also noted that supply chain delays improved and that they are better able to meet existing orders. New orders were stable or declined in most districts, and backlogs shortened as demand for manufacturing goods waned. One sector where supply did not become more available was single-family housing. Nearly all districts reported that the inventory of homes for sale remained constrained. Accordingly, new construction activity picked up from single-family housing, but the multiple districts noted that construction of affordable housing was increasingly challenged by higher financing costs and rising insurance premiums. Bankers from different districts had mixed experience with growth in loan demand. Most indicated that consumer loan balances rose, and some districts reported higher delinquencies on consumer credit lines. Agriculture conditions were somewhat mixed, but reports of drought and higher input costs were widespread. Energy activity was mostly unchanged during the final months of summer. It says Fed job growth, labor markets, job growth was subdued across the nation. Though hiring slowed, most districts indicated imbalances persisted in the labor market as the availability of skilled workers and the number of applicants remained constrained. Worker retention improved in several districts, but relied on certain sectors such as manufacturing and transportation. Many contacts suggested that the second half of the year will be different when describing wage growth. Growth in labor cost pressures were elevated in most districts, other exceeding expectations during the first half of the year, but nearly all districts indicated businesses renewed their previously unfulfilled expectations that wage growth will slow broadly in the near term. So labor was subdued. There's still a lack of skilled and number of applicants. And then even though wage pressures went up, they think wage prices are going to drop. Again, economic activity, it kind of seemed mixed. It seemed retail was the actual big one. So Beige book, retail, and then people spending money off of credit cards. I mean, that's beyond just the media. That's what the Fed is saying now. Everything else seemed mixed. And again, it seems inventory in cars had nothing to do with demand. So that was another one. Again, labor is slowing down, but still tight. And then you still have those issues. Prices. Most districts reported price growth slowed overall, decelerating faster in manufacturing and consumer goods sectors. However, contacts in several districts highlighted sharp increases in property insurance costs during the past few months. Contacts in several districts also indicated input price growth slowed less than selling prices as businesses struggled to pass along cost pressures. As a result, profit margins reportedly fell in several districts. Yeah. So summary of economic activity. Business expanded mode modestly on balance. Real estate continued to lag other sectors in the first district's economy. Employment. Oh, this is just for Boston? Oh, I'm not going to read all of these individually. Yeah, you had it. So you could go through, read state by state. But honestly, I don't know. This sounds different. This does not sound like soft landing. If anything, maybe it does, but it's kind of your first. This is like your first report where it seems like it just wasn't clear-cut, sounding resilient. AKA they're saying prices have decelerated, which is good. Some, again, except for like real estate and other places, but then they're talking about the mixed one and then finally labor calming down. So honestly, I think this was neutral positive or just borderline neutral. but positive in the effect that prices going down was good. And then the economy, it sounds like the economy is getting ready to slower turn based on that. Or at least they're kind of opening up the dialogue for that sophisticated landing. Ta-da. So not bad. What is this? Is this CNBC? What am I watching right now? This is CNBC? Why did it go straight to CNBC? Bro, CNBC have a deal with them. I swear. Because no matter what I've seen, bro, anytime a live stream ends, it goes straight to CNBC. Oh, yeah. What's her name left? I needed a poop, bro. I was hoping that I could have got a poop time. You know what I'm saying? I thought my man, I thought Biden or KJP was going to be up there. It's not beige? What do you mean? Chart on retail spending. Let's see what we got. Where is it? I did not even have an email tab. What do we got here? So you sent me this tweet. Okay, this one's kind of interesting. Saying we're seeing the impacts of student loan restart, spending by 25 to 34-year-olds tracked by spending of 35 to 45 for much of last year has now fallen roughly 6%. And they were the leaders. So lower age ranges are continuing to restrict spending. It could be due to factors from saving or student loans, but they were the leaders in the beginning. I'm assuming that's right here in red. Yeah, 25 to 34. So now they've fell below their counterparts between 35 and 50. So maybe that is the student loans. I guess if you're 30, wouldn't you still have student loans? 35, that's 10 years, maybe not. That's a big gap, though. 25 to 34, that accounts for like student loans all the way down to first property. It's very interesting. But even the Beige book, it seems like that's the case. I mean, that's why I was saying, like, if after what I just read to you, it seems kind of crazy. But like the Fed is telling you people are living off their credit cards. So that sounds a little different than the last time. It's ugly, but then that should be bullish. That's what I'm saying. The Beige book sounds like it's shifting a little bit or getting ready to shift. So you'd think the market would like that, but then at the same time, it was also talking about prices going down in most areas. T-Mobile, they had a what's it called? T-Mobile, they had this news. They said it was like a buyback, or it got misinterpreted as a buyback, but it was like a share return program. People misinterpreted it. And then, yeah, that's it. It just had a little pop and drop, and now it's kind of been comatose as everything's been chilling out. You pay the credit card before it's full. Keep the money. Use theirs. That's how you do it. It's hard to do, but it's one thing about credit cards. I mean, that's the first thing that the Fed is saying, or that the Fed is saying. But that one chart we just went over, just remember student loans and other things. Those are going to have their own little effect too. I think that's what that chart's related to. Some people aren't living off their credit card. They're overspending. Everything went on sale. We personally brought Christmas gifts early. He's paying them down before December, though. Yeah, I think but what they're saying, though, is that, like, you know, looking at just straight up transaction data, they're noticing more people are choosing to go with credit for certain stuff, or the demand is dropping. So that's where, like, that's what they're saying. I mean, honestly, I think it's a very good part. This is something I think you're going to hear about a lot, the auto industry. That's a very wild concept. Do you guys, if you understood what they said, this is, I would argue this is one of the crazier things that have happened to autos right now, is that they're saying auto sales are going up right now, but it's not as a result of demand. So how in the world are you getting more sales but demand isn't going up? They're saying because of inventory availability. So if you've tried to buy a car in the last couple of years, maybe this might make sense to you. It's not like you're willing to pay more for a car right now, or that you have to pay, like, you know, the overpriced there, but now you may just find the inventory you want. It may have what you have, whereas like a year or two ago, there was just no inventory. So if you wanted a F-150, you only had 2 to choose from at almost every dealership, whereas now they're saying you literally just, people are buying more cars, but it's only because of inventory, not necessarily a supply-demand thing, which is kind of crazy. So that's literally what the Beige book just said today. I just finished my second class of the semester. Teacher was economist. She talked about the Fed, and I thought about you. I'm glad, man. I'm glad. That's it. Tell her I'll come speak to your class. If you're in the class, I'll come speak. That's it. Tell her we got to do it after like 1 p.m. Or maybe if I could stream live in the class, we could do both. Honestly, I did stop buying dumb things last month. Yeah, I just buy the same dumb shit. Like, I just buy a car. That's about it. And I thought I stopped, but then I made a flip. So other than that, though, that's it. I just eat food. I haven't been buying dumb shit for a while. I guess I bought the basketball. That's some dumb shit. Maybe. Again. Anything I buy, I hope I could sell it at one point, even if I don't even sell it. It's a weird concept. I got into collecting graded Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh cards. It's big out there. I mean, even the sports cards, bro. It's crazy. The sports card, dude, I think, like, my nephew showed me a card he got, and it was worth like $500. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I had some of these cards, bro. That's it. Do you watch sports? If I bet on it. Yeah, NFTs, I guess those were the dumb things. I still have those. I still have them all. I mean, I cashed out from the little Ponzi dividend, is what I call it. But then it's still worth something. A down detector reporting Twitter down? Isn't Elon suing some, like, defamation league or something? The page in NFTs is going to be hilarious. Yeah, well, wait, though. It's not over. Sadly. I'm saying, dude, it's all like, it's like I said, we don't even know what's going to happen on the next one. Like, the next, like, just, there's still one more crypto. Sadly, we're getting close to it. I hate to break it to you, but we're like one more year, I think, after the halving. We'll see where the next, maybe it's not 1 year, but just the point is, whenever the next, like, crypto bubble arrives, we have to see what happens to it. I didn't realize that Airbnb has so many units. Well, yeah, it's good though. In a weird way, I think the stock banned Airbnb out of New York. I'm excited. You know why? In 3 years, everyone's going to be begging for it to come back. Habibi, why you ban Airbnb, you make a monopoly for hotel, Habibi. Come on, union people, where are you? Where is the people? But that's why I don't think it's reacting in that same respect. I think a lot of people have talked about it already, and then maybe people will just go stay in New Jersey. I don't know their laws, but I still think you're going to be able to run it. You'll be able to have a couple of Airbnbs, but it's going to be a lot more strict. I hear people hate it because there's been billions of dollars of advertising spent to convince you to hate Airbnb by the hotel industry. I 100% believe that with all of my heart. As much as I want to be the underdog and as much as I like my tin, it's just like that's the truth. Like I said, it's very, very simple. Hotels are I love both of them. I stay at Airbnbs, I stay at hotels, I use Expedia, I use Airbnb. The thing I tell all of you guys is to be a smart consumer. I don't care about these brands. I'm not as loyal to them as you think. I am loyal to my brother. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real, being a smart consumer, it's getting the best deals. Sometimes a hotel is better. Sometimes Airbnb is a steal. It's just like, but at the same time, why you don't like Airbnb is a bunch of stories and a bunch of fees, and all of the same thing can be said for hotels. That's why I think they say it's calling the kettle or something like that, or you can't, take the plank out of your eyes, but you have to really realize the same things you hate about Airbnb is exactly the problem with hotels as well, too. So I think both of them, they go hand in hand, but it's, like we said, 1 year after, I think after this year, I believe Airbnb will now have more revenue than Hilton. A year ago, they didn't. 2 years ago, they were smaller. 3 years ago, they were smaller than Expedia. Now their revenues are about to be the bigger. Give it 1, 2, 3, 4 years. From there, you are going to have, it'll probably do more revenue than Marriott. That's the next one, but we'll see. Oh, you get a discount online. Check it. They say pot calling the kettle. I always hear it. I've never really used it. I've never used that phrase. Government policies could put them out overnight. They might, but then again, there's a reason why Airbnb exists. It's a great service. That's it. I'm telling you, last thing you want is to ban Airbnbs and leave the power of short-term housing in the hands of 3 companies. That's all. That's what I've stood for a very long time, but at the same time, if you think Airbnb is the problem, then maybe the devil you know is your friend, because the devil you don't know is now 3 organizations controlling all short-term rentals in every single major United States city. So, again, just tell me how that sounds comparative to how you've seen it all play out. Hotels, yeah. Well, they're already monopolized. It was just Airbnb finally disrupted it. They could buy an Airbnb. They should, but Airbnb is expensive. So maybe, but you need a big pocket for that. Stop banning choices. But that's what I'm saying. Like, again, now I'm glad Airbnb got banned in New York, because now we could have this talk. The first talk was all about why you hate Airbnb, but now, okay, ban it in New York. What are your options for short-term renting? If you don't understand that's exactly the game at play now, I mean, God bless you, then keep blaming the cleaning fees in the cameras. But, it's still like, this should highlight the point. That's why, in a weird way, I don't think it's that bad, because eventually If consumers don't like high prices, you're gonna love Airbnb if they get banned, because now all the hotels are gonna do is monopolize it all. I got an Airbnb going live. Another one I'm done with. Let's go, baby. Make sure you get everything furnished. Make sure you use the white sheets too. Couple pairs. Get it all on autopilot. It's gonna be beautiful. Get a sign-in book and all of that. Airbnb in neighborhood causes noise, drunken parties, large herds of people in people's yard, loud music. Should I continue? No, you could stop there, and I agree with you. All of those things are wrong. They're a nuisance. They hurt real estate values, and people who moved into a residential community should not be subjected to live to that. But to assume that that is all of them, this turns into a racism debate. Like I'm saying, just because some people party, just because some people are loud, does not mean you should eliminate affordable housing opportunities or short-term housing for people who want to travel around places. Why? Because a couple people party? No, there should be laws. There are laws, and it's up to the people, but you're never going to be able to stop that. What about the people who get into cars and drink alcohol and kill people? Oh my goodness. Should we eliminate alcohol, and should we ban vehicles? This, again, it turns into racism, gun control. It's the same type of thing, but I agree with you. This stuff is wrong. It shouldn't happen like that, and people should be punished if that is not the rules and they bring nuisance. But at the same time, to believe whatever the hotel industry, again, if you don't see a disruptor and somebody who wants a monopoly, then I can't do much for you at that point. But I agree with you. Like I'm saying, I'm not really the enemy of one or the other. I'm just saying I like both of them for different reasons, but at the same time, I think a ban might highlight to people why we like Airbnb. No, I feel you. They do not follow what they preach. I kind of agree with you on that one too. But that's how every company is. Again, I mean, there's companies that say, here is a mandated medicine. I'll stop right there. But again, not every company, and I hope they do get punished for not following what they preach. But at the end of the day, you could only do so much in terms of business ethics. You should know your customer and know how they could misuse the product. But there's only so much that you can do to control people's behavior. Again, you could sell cars. You can't stop people from driving drunk, right? Even if the company's saying, well, we don't want you to drive drunk. Okay, then why don't you put the breathalyzer on there? You see what I'm saying? You could do a lot of things, but then that's where, like I'm saying, just like banning Airbnb, you start to run into a realm of eliminating competition, and now the people who are already in place are just going to hold on to their power. So I agree with you, though. I don't think your points are wrong.
Long Beach, which I visited both.
Now you get Biden.
Are covered by this deal. They handle 40%.
I'm gonna go poop.
40% of the nation's cargo containers every single year. With this contract, dock workers at those 29 Pacific ports will get a pay benefit and working conditions that I believe they deserve, and apparently they've agreed upon. That includes a guaranteed 32% pay increase over a 6-year period. It also includes a one-time bonus for the dock workers' exceptional efforts during the pandemic, and it matters. We all remember how the ports around the world were congested due to disruption caused by the pandemic. During my first year as president ahead of the holiday season, my administration brought together port operators and shipping companies and labor to do everything they could to ease the bottlenecks for that season, that Christmas season. And America's longshore workers stepped up with extraordinary measures, including working around the clock 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to keep the cargo moving. It worked. Working with port operations, about 97% of the packages were delivered on time for the holidays or with only minimal delays, and I want to thank the port operators for that as well. Delivery times were actually quicker than before the pandemic. Our dock workers did that, and I want to thank them, and the port operators in our nation's ports moved record levels of cargo in 2021. Then we moved record cargo again in 2022. And today, thanks to the American workers, including the longshore workers and truckers, rail workers, America's supply chains are operating smoothly again. With this agreement, they're being paid what they deserve, and goods are moving quickly and efficiently across the country. Plus, this has a direct impact on reducing inflation. When the cost of moving goods through supply chains goes up, inflation goes up. Strengthening supply chains and inflation goes down. That's why we made fixing our supply chains to bring down inflation a top priority, and it's working. Today, inflation is down to around 3%, about 1/3 of what it was 1 year ago. That's near its lowest point in over 2 years. This contract proves that collective bargaining works. It gives workers a seat at the table and ensures that their well-being, security, and futures are a priority, and it also gives employers the opportunity to deliver for employers by helping them attract and retain the best, most productive workers in the world. Yes, it often takes time, but done right, collective bargaining means everyone wins. Workers, employers, our economy, and consumers. That's why I also want to congratulate another labor agreement. The Teamsters overwhelmingly ratified their contract with UPS last month. UPS is the largest single employer contract in all of North America, covering 340,000 workers. And thanks to that contract, those workers will see significant pay increases, improved working condition, brief relief from the heat in delivery trucks by eliminating the tier system, which unfairly paid some drivers lower wages than others doing the same exact job. With this historic contract, our Teamsters are going to continue to deliver UPS goods across the country, and our supply chains will continue working the way they should. These labor agreements build on other actions we've taken. During the pandemic, ocean carriers increased their prices as much as 1,000%, costing farmers, ranchers, and our economy a lot of money. Last year, I signed the Ocean Shipping Reform Act, cracking down on foreign shipping companies that were making Americans pay higher prices for everyday goods coming into our country. Since then, we've seen ocean shipping container rates come down to near pre-pandemic levels. And under the historic bipartisan infrastructure law which we passed, we're making long overdue investments to upgrade our nation's railroads, highways, airports, and ports. The infrastructure law recognizes the vital role of modern, resilient infrastructure in reducing costs for American families and businesses and in creating good-paying union jobs for American workers. You know, all of this progress underscores something else. You've heard me say many times, including this Labor Day, Wall Street alone didn't build this country. The middle class built the country, and unions built the middle class. American union workers are the best in the world, and they do their job on time, long-term, and at less cost over time. People are starting to understand that. That's why America's support for unions is higher than it's been in nearly 60 years. And to anyone who asks whether unions really make a difference, I urge them to read the new report from the Treasury Department, which was released last week. It's the most comprehensive ever look at the impact of unions have had on our economy. And it concludes definitively that unions raise workers' income, increase American home ownership, creating more jobs, increase retirement savings, increase access to critical benefits like sick leave and child care, and reduce inequity, all of which strengthens our economy up and down the line. When the middle class does well, everyone does well, and the wealthy still do very, very well. Plus, even workers who aren't in unions, even workers who have been laid off, see benefits when unions are strong. Because unions raise standards across the workforce and industries, pushing up wages, strengthening benefits, and strengthening them for everyone. That's why I'm continuing to call on Congress to fully and finally pass the Protection of the Right to Organize Act, the PRO Act, which makes it easier for workers to organize unions and more difficult for businesses to engage in unfair practices. Let me close with this. We faced some pretty tough times in recent years. A pandemic that took more than 1 million of our friends and neighbors and our families. It was the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. Major disruptions to critical supply chains. It wasn't long ago that 20 million people were out of work here in America, 20 million. But the American people and American workers didn't give up. Today we have the strongest economy in the world. Let me say that again. Today, the United States has the strongest economy in the world. The lowest inflation rate among all major economies. 13.5 million new jobs. Around 800,000 of them in manufacturing jobs. America is now one of the strongest job creation, going through one of the strongest job creation periods in our nation's history. And it's no accident. I came determined to build an economy, as I said before, from the middle out and the bottom up, because everyone does well when the middle class does well, and the wealthy do very well. And look, to invest in American workers who are the backbone of the country makes sense to me. Labor contracts we celebrate today prove that. And while I'm proud of all the steps my administration has taken to strengthen the economy, the real hero in this story are the American people. Ordinary people getting up every morning, walking out, busting
You said this is how you feel when you were
believing,
piloting the
doing
chat?
their work, showing up. They're the ones making this happen. And they
This is a
remind us
big
who we
difference
are.
than yesterday.
I've
I'm
said
just
it many
he
times,
was.
and I make no apologies for
He
it.
did flip, bro. He
We're
did
the
flip.
United States of America. There is nothing beyond our capacity.
Shut up.
And we do it together.
We'll do it right.
Think about it. Name
Right,
me
fucking
one
think.
major issue
Yeah.
that we've set our mind on solving
Not
we haven't
one.
been able to do.
Nothing.
So God bless you all.
Well,
Thanks
bless
for what
you all.
you
We're
did.
in
Thanks for,
speed.
and may we continue to have this
do
economic
good.
growth, and may God protect our troops. Thank you all so very, very much. Thank you.
This is so unproductive. That's on you, bro. I saw my opportunity. I did a bowel movement. It was I did it in a productive fashion. Honestly, like that's it. It's like it was honestly. I think productivity comes down to you, sir. Productivity comes down to you. SPY is at VWAP, still much lower than where the data came out. MU running, I did see that on the high. I saw that a couple of times throughout. Even Pfizer's picking up a little bit. There's Macron, young Macron. There you go, man. I washed my hands. Yeah. I got a water. I see it. I was even thinking about what I was gonna eat. That's it. My girl, she texted me. She's like, "You want me to come make you food?" I was like, "Nah, I'm good. You have a day off. That's fine. You know, do your thing. That's it. I'm a good boyfriend. I'm gonna go get her a gift or something." That's it. I'm thinking salads, bro. You know, fiber is hella good for your diet. I'm speaking from personal experience. That's all I'm saying. Pfizer in 30. Dude, I don't know what time it's supposed to begin. I mean, I had it at like 12, but then when I click on the link now, it takes me to an old one. Again, today's September 6th. There's another conference tomorrow. Bro, all through the September 11th, there's like 3 healthcare conferences. So honestly, we might get a lot of moves there on any of the biotechs. Nah, man, I am the poop master. No, bro, for real though, like 1 salad a day will change your life. That's what I've learned. Again, it's better than caffeine. I'm telling you. Just one like fiber-filled shit, just wow. It'll change your life, bro. It'll change your life. I used to not eat salad. I used to never eat vegetables. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I would be the guy who would order like the plate. I would eat the protein and then I would leave everything else on it, or I would give it to the hungry person next to me. Usually that would be my dad, my mom, or my girlfriend, or anybody else. Everybody always loved eating with me because I would only eat that. But now I'm like, nope, I'm getting me at least a salad, bro. At least a salad. It's a life changer. Fiber is for cow. Okay. My dressing of choice? Well, I'm dressing curious. I don't know if that's it. Don't judge me. I said I'm bi dressing. I don't know if that's the terminology. I just wanted to make sure I was accompanying for that. But I try anything. I'm down with that. That's it. I've had like the vinaigrette. I've had the ranch. I've had the raspberry one. Like I see it. My girl, she's just like I'm experimenting till I find out. But like honestly, I'm open to a lot of different ranches. I have a very open mind when it comes to ranch. I'm not like I'd say polydressic. That's a better way. That's a better way to do it. Like I don't really have a favorite, but like low calorie, high calorie, I don't care. Yeah, Italian, American, it don't matter to me. But like for real, You're dressing phobic. I've heard of that. A lot of people don't like dressing on their salads. It's because like it doesn't make it. It makes it less healthy. I feel. I could understand that, but I'm definitely. Any type I could get, man. I'm down. Because there's been some nasty ones, but like you got to try it. That's just how it is. It's just like a leaf with sauce. I mean, what could go wrong? You know, like that's how you get to try sauces out. You put it on a leaf. I'm telling you, it hits. New Ukraine aid includes critical assistance for demining. I was like, demining? Demining, Blinken says. Yeah, I don't mess with blue cheese, actually. Just like actual blue cheese. Actually, I don't like blue cheese. It tastes like feet. I've never tasted feet, but anytime I've ever smelt my feet and they were bad, it tasted like that. You get what I'm saying? I don't know how to describe it. I don't like blue cheese, though. I can't do blue cheese. It tastes like feet. And like I'm saying, I've never ate my feet, but I feel like that's how they taste. It would taste like blue cheese. You tasted feet. I don't lie. Don't lie. No, I don't fuck with that, dog. Sorry. That's why, again, I don't get, if y'all in the feet, that's all you, man, but I don't fuck with, like, that's it. My girl tries to put her feet, like, near my face, I'll fucking smack the shit out of that foot. Get out of my face. That's disgusting. Feet are, like, little weird hands that don't, like, honestly, and, like, I watch too many animal TikToks. You know what I'm saying? And, like, you watch enough animals, bro, and you look at a foot, you're going to be hella freaked out. You like, man, I don't know. I love the Lord, my Savior, but that theory that we came from animals, man, I could see it. I could see it because it's nasty. It's nasty. We just look like we got, like, little hand, feet, toes thing. Like, what's a toe? It's a finger on a foot, dude. It's weird as hell. Like, nah. Yeah, little grippers. Oh, just hate them, bro. Hate them. Yeah, but I don't like blue cheese. That's the point. Yeah, bro. That's it. What's that? RXRX was moving up. And then Apple. I got 2 apples. Watch others eat them. Freak you out if toes seem weird. Nah. Have you seen me eat? No. Like, you may have heard me before. Why do you realize if I open up one thing and eat it, everybody, like, at least 10% of the chat goes nuts? I eat like an animal, bro. I understand. Like, that's it. Like, it's freaky. Like, I could eat with my hands. I could, like, sometimes, bro, never mind. I'll just, like, because, like, sometimes I'll just be lapping up water out of a cup like a dog. I'll go, FDA could greenlight new COVID booster as early as Friday. Whoa! Oh. So NBC News is dropping that. They're saying FDA could greenlight a new booster as soon as Friday. Pfizer's getting some off of that now. Or no, that's Myrna. Where's Pfizer? Myrna's starting to move. Yeah, a little bit on Pfizer now. Booster on booster on booster. I hate this so much. Like I said, my only worry is I hope my mom... I don't know. I need to ask my mom. I haven't talked to her about it yet. I need to sit her down and be like, Mom, are you going to believe this shit again? I'm like, hold on. I get it in the first half. For the first half, it makes sense to believe, but I'm just saying, Mom, if I don't, that's it. But for the most part, we'll see. Slowly but surely. Still not even 2024 yet. I put Pfizer in just a couple of minutes ago, maybe or like an hour ago, and I think it's time. I mean, it's now at like 2018 lows or something like that. I still think it could go down to like 30 flat, but 5% yield, and then there's all this next like week and a half. It's going to be a bunch of healthcare conferences, and then Pfizer also talked about them getting into GLP-1 drugs, which I think they will, but ultimately, solid name. And that way, for all of the tinfoil and everything I talk about, at the very least, if I get banned, I own Pfizer. So it's a win-win. It's a good hedge on life. But at the same time, I do think it's a solid name I've looked at for a while, but now it's finally time to start with. I only grabbed a little bit because I got limited on Bill because it was because I just bought it yesterday, apparently. How many Pfizer shares was I going to buy? That's a very personal question. You know, you're asking me to commit conspiracy. You know, I bought the max I was able to buy. I bought the max I was able to buy today. As far as what could have happened, what was going to happen, I don't know. T-Mobile again? Oh, wow. Yeah, all over the low ticker. I didn't even have to click on it. I think it just, bro, that was just a mix of the pump faking because AT&T's up and I think Telecom is doing good. But still kind of wild. Perfect V-shape. What do you think? Nancy bought some? Maybe. I mean, at this point, like I'm saying, Pfizer is about to be yielding the same amount as a bond. I mean, it's still kind of expensive. Remember, up until recently, it's not like Pfizer would always like rip like this. Other than that, I mean, it's spent like a decade at the same price. It's a pretty stable stock. So, I mean, people, but like I'm saying, it can still go down a little bit, but we'll see. And then as far as how everything's moving, I mean, it will respond to certain headlines. Tell him, baby. Tell him, Pat. Tell him. Perfect timing. Perfect. Chattadonia. Are you ready for this, man? Are you ready for this? I got a great PHILO for you, man. And I hope it gives you something to hang on to. Just some little ones, man. There's so many things you could take from this PHILO. I don't know what's gonna be your favorite part about all of this. You know what I'm saying? I really don't. I don't know. It's not a huge pop. You could calm down a little bit, but I see you. It's moving up there. Again, down 23. They had bad Bed Bath & Beyond news. But PHILO is good news. I got good news for you. I don't know what you're going to get out of this one. I'm serious because we're going to talk about the story of Job. So right away, you start talking story of Job, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like if you know the story of Job, it makes you feel a certain type of way, depending on how you feel, honestly. I think depending on what you're going through. Some of you don't know what Job is. It's the book in the Bible that's spelt like Job, J-O-B, so you know Job. But the thing about it is that, like, I've made another philo on this. I don't know. Does anybody remember the last time I brought up Job to you? Does anybody remember that? Does anybody remember the Job philo? Yeah, he lost it all. Some of you might know that. But do you remember the last philo I gave you related to Job? Let's see if what did I say? There was a key punchline. I had a punchline in the last Job philo. I'm putting you to the test, philo warriors. Let's see. Because ever since I gave this philo, I always think about this when I look at the book Job. It was one of my eye openers the last time I was reading it. Let's see, obedience. I don't remember. Good. I want you to think. I'm gonna let it marinate. So, last time I put up, like, we started talking about Job. The punchline that I kept telling you, or that I opened it with, was telling you that you are not Job. Like, every time we think about Job or we read it, we're like, he lost everything, and then he got blessed. And I'm like, no, bro, we are not Job. Every time somebody reads Job, they think they are Job, but you're not. We are more likely the people in Job who were yelling at Job. Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me on that. That's how I feel. Call it what you want. Go ahead, my all high and mighty. But I think it's more likely in that story, if you ever read this story, we are like the people who were talking to him. Because Job lost everything. If you don't know, he had everything. He was super blessed. And then one day, the devil, it's like this weird, it's kind of like an anime movie. It's like the devil's roaming around, and then God is flexing on the devil, and he's like, yo, you see Job? That's my man down there. Look at it. Blameless, bro. Blameless. Look at him. That's what I'm saying. We don't meet that criteria, bro. Stop it. But eventually, and then devil's like, well, obviously he's faithful to you because look how rich he is. He has everything. He has all of this stuff. Of course he's going to worship you. That's what he says. So God's like, go ahead, do whatever you want. Just don't kill him. Don't hurt him. And then all of these bad things happen. But in the process, so imagine the guy goes from on top of the world, having everything. Everybody in society views this man as a respectable, honorable person. He is wealthy in spirit as well as he is in material, goods, animals, land, all of that stuff, right? And then he loses all of it. So what do you think his friends tell him? What his homies go up to him. And they say, obviously that happened because you did something wrong. They say, well, yeah, you idiot. You probably violated the Lord in this time. That's why you did something, Job. And the whole time, Job was like, I ain't do anything. He said, I put it on. He said, bring me in front of God. I said, I'll put it on God. Literally, I didn't do anything. Isn't that funny? That's why I say every time, I'm like, Job is such a great story, bro, and how it plays out and all of that. But I always would tell you, you're not Job. I think a lot of the lessons you could capture from the book is often how we treat people sometimes and how other people will treat us at times. But it's like, man, I don't think we're the blameless ones. And honestly, it's hard, because what happens when you lose everything like Job, but you're not blameless like Job? Oh, my goodness, Chad. Oh, that's the worst. I don't know if y'all fit. This don't work. That's only for some of you, if you get it. That's it. Some of that went over some people, but some people, I know you feel me on that. But like, it's big. So that's what I'm gonna share with you next. But before I say anything else, let me just give you a little bit of context behind Job 2. I'm not gonna go into it much more. Honestly, the next thing I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna go so left field after this. But I thought this was informational. It's just understanding how these three work together. My favorite book in the Bible is Proverbs. There's another book called Ecclesiastes, and that one is the book that says everything's meaningless. I think Ecclesiastes talks about boobs, if you're into that. And then it also talks about, like, it's borderline a satire. It lets you know nothing new under the sun. And then there's Job. There's these 3 books, bro. Yeah, but they're very, very good. And I don't know if you knew this, but the idea was Proverbs is supposed to explain how character leads to success. Ecclesiastes tempers the warning, or tempers it by warning that the rewards are not guaranteed, since there's a kind of crookedness that is coming to the world. And then the book of Job further just explains how even if you do right and above all, there is still suffering. And then honestly, the final conclusion, if I could break down this whole complex book that there has been thousands of people who have talked about it overall, it's simple. The book warns you of one simple thing, and that is avoid reducing God's moral rule to an easy formula. If you don't understand what I just told you, that's what it is. That's what these books are telling you. Even the book of Proverbs, the book of Ecclesiastes. Again, whether you have no religious belief or not, if you use them for knowledge and success, the premises and conclusions are giving you a lot of stuff. Right? It's telling you character leads to success. Even with all of that, there is crookedness in the world. You have to watch out. There's no guarantees. And then it also lets you know how even in good there is this suffering. But like, and these are all these complex stories, but simply it is a great warning to avoid reducing these moral rules and understandings to easy formulas. Because that's what you learn. Why is it? Why something went bad? Because you did wrong. Is it? Is that the case? Why did he end up with double? Why was God even flexing with the devil playing this game? Who knows? Right? You cannot reduce it to an easy answer. Unfortunately, we don't know that. Instead of saying, I know better, I could just say, I can't tell you that. That because it is above me. But now, like I said, this is me into Job, right? How did I get here? So let me tell you why. Why I started reading it again and why I just wanted to look over it. Why this is on the top of my mind. Is because of what I told you the other day. I told you to train your algorithm, right? Oh, man. Oh, you're mad. It's crazy. Let me see. I'm going to pull up this video. I told you to train your algorithm, right? You remember that? And I was being serious. I was just saying, man. Just like, for real, go through, like, whatever you're seeing. Like, honestly, dude, I don't know what you believe. It don't have to be no Jesus, you know? Like, for real, bro. Like, if you want to, like, smile more, positive more, bro. If you don't understand that that little phone in your pocket is trained to show you something and that it affects you, come on. Stop it. Let's for real. You got to mature into that for now. But, like I'm saying, start training what you see. Interact with good content. Interact with content that whether you like it or not, but like if you know it's good, get some vegetables on your timeline is what I'm telling you. That's all. And especially with how powerful these algorithms are, it's not even so like it doesn't hurt you. I'm just saying it could be very beneficial. I don't even say this as like a, you know what I'm saying? Like this doesn't have to be like, oh, I have things on my Instagram. Like, no. It's like, dude, I'm just saying it's a tool. So whether that tool is working for you or against you right now, it's a damn tool. And that's why I'm like, what? It's because I saw this. So honestly, I'm trying to, let me see. I got to go to my liked videos. But I interacted with this video because I saw this video. And honestly, I want to show you the video just to give them credit because it was an awesome video. But it's like, there wasn't even, it was just text. And it was a guy going back and forth with like a fake situation of himself. One guy being God and one guy being himself. And the guy's like, God, why are you allowing this all to happen? Why are you doing this? Why are you making making all of this happen to me? And he's like, why? Like, and then it goes, again, no words in this. It's just the writing. And then he goes, well, why didn't you trust me? Oh, here it is. Let me find this. Here it is. Let me show you this. I'm going to have to get it. If I could pull it up on Instagram, I'm going to stop it right now so I can show you this. Let's see. here, bro. Oh, is this it? Wait, no, he has a bunch of these, bro. Now that I think about it, hold on. I just... Which one is this? All right, hold on. I got it. Give me like 1 more minute. I'll be there, Chad. I'll be there. I just want you to see it. I don't know, man. There's something about it that was just crazy. All right, I mean, he has way too many of these. His name's 856 Ryan Adams. But literally, he starts talking about Job, but then again, back to the story. It's like that 2 thing, him and God, whatever. Again, this is just a guy making a video. He's like, why are you allowing all this happen? And then he's like, God says you don't trust me to bring you through it. And then the guy goes back. He's like, I trust you in all of this, but like, what are you like? Why are you letting me fall so far? Why are you having me do all this? Like, he's like, what do you mean? Like, he's saying, do you trust me? And he's saying, well, what do you mean? I'm not going to do nothing. Do you want me to do nothing? Like, if you think I'm dropping you so far and letting you fall so far, why are you trying to get back up? And then he goes back, and then he says, nah, everything. He said, he hope it's not an advertisement. No, it wasn't, bro. It's a guy who just makes these videos. That's why I was like, I like it. It's good. But he said, so I should do nothing while my life is falling apart. He said, I didn't say do nothing. I said, trust me. And then it finally ends in with this, stop trying to catch yourself when I'm the one lowering you. And then he starts talking about Job. That's how I got here. So again, I just told you this whole thing about Job, going over it, looking at it, understanding some of the concepts of it, but this is how I got here. I can't find the video. I'm trying to find it here. That's why I got quiet there for a little bit. I gave you his Instagram, but he makes a lot of these videos. That's why I'm like, I didn't know. I thought he only had a couple of these. You know, you ever like a reel and then you've never seen their profile? That's pretty much what happened here. But that's the little video that got me there. And I liked it. It was talking about Job. Literally, the part that he was saying is like, if I'm letting you fall so far, why are you like you have a controlled fall and you have a controlled rise. That blew my mind and had me thinking of Job again. But then I just started diving deep into Job, and then everything, the snowball, went from there until everything else that I gave you. So the point of it does relate to that trust. I think if you are being risen or lowered, there is a process. And I hope that in the process of it, you embrace it. But then even more than that, I hope you learn what these 3 books, one of my favorites especially, what some of the formulas are telling us. Again, even the book of Job, even in the process of being raised up or even lowered, both are very humbling learning experiences if you've been through it. And I think a lot of you have. But it's like, for real, this warning against reducing everything to easy formulas. Like, that's the crazy part. And I think this is a beautiful spiritual lesson just because I'm thinking the same way for the economy. Oh, I don't know if you feel me, Chad. That's why I love the book, when it teaches me about my world right now, as well as a lot of other things, bro. Oh, my goodness. You get what I'm saying? No, for real, though, because like I'm saying, like if you are being risen up, raised up, or lowered, you, like, again, do you trust the process in all of it? You still, we are prone to mess it up a lot of times, freak out, and do a lot of things. And like, that's one thing. And we could learn a lot about Job in that process. But like I'm saying, it's just like, it teaches us so much also about just reducing these things above us and so complex into simple formulas that make us miss so much, or really miss the point, or would leave us vulnerable to what it's trying to teach us to protect against. So it's an all-around one, man. Like I said at the beginning of this PHILO, I don't know what you're going to get out of this. I want to find you this video because, like I'm saying, the way that it hit me, it was good, and it led me into reading. But then when I started reading and diving deeper, it started getting crazier and crazier and crazy. You know what I'm saying? So I hope you could get it, but what I'm trying to tell you with all of it, I think you could figure out what you want from this one. I think, honestly, this one is up to you whether you learn something from the economy. Like, seriously, you can't boil it down to the moral simplicity or economic simplicity, whether it's about being risen up or lowered, or, again, just what the books of Job teach, and maybe even not being Job. But overall, all in all, man, it just... If I could throw in one more, I don't want to overwhelm you, but this does bring on a lot of amor fati. Like, for real, a lot of trust in the process, what you're doing, what you're going through. Again, part of enjoying life. I mean, it's just the cherry on top is amor fati, is how this could all be interpreted, or at least one element of it. So, Chad, I'm going to leave you with that one. It is now Power Hour, so I hope you enjoyed that one. I hope you take that to the bank. But that is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hi chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and real estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Traded Fraternity. I love you. And now, here it is, bro. Here it is. Are you ready, man? I found the video. Here it is. Here's the video. I just DM'd it to myself. I'm smarter than I look, bro. So here it is. There's no sound. It's just like, you know what I'm saying? Like, ding. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's it. Can you read it? It's a good one, bro. It's a good one. I'm surprised y'all don't see this, too. This one had like 159,000 likes on it, bro. This thing was popping. But yeah, that's PHILO. See, then he brought up Job. That's why I was like, that. I didn't see this as going into Job, bro. You want the Trump golf video? I'll get you that next, actually. Fed Logan might be live. Oh, yeah, it's already looping. Yeah, there's no sound. Yeah, so that's the video. But let's see. I need to go pee, though. Post PHILO, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if the Rizzler, if he's... Let me see, where is Logan? It's the 6th. Fed Logan. Laura Logan. What a name. I don't see Fed Logan yet. I don't even have a headline. Is it 3? Yeah, Power Hour. Again, where's that Pfizer thing, too? So remember, that healthcare conference is going to be all week. You see the Toyota Century? Is it new? Oh, shit. That's kind of hard. Didn't they have a Toyota Century back in the day? Have you ever seen that, bro? There's a Toyota that's like a 1999 or like a 1990, and this shit had like Maybach features before Maybach even had it, I feel like. Is that what I'm saying? Isn't the old Century, don't they have the old Century? But this looks like a fake Cullinan. Yeah, it was a sedan. That's why I'm like, is this the same one? But the Toyota Century, I think it has a very good lineage. Oh, shit. What? Why does it have a minivan door, though? I don't fuck with that. It looked like a Cullinan mixed with a Plymouth. And I don't know how I feel about that, sir. That door messing me up right now. Like, you know, in my mind, I'm expecting something else. Look like a Kia Palisades Cullinan. Very cool. I did not know that. That's an interesting one. The Century was made for the Prime Minister. Yeah, dude, it was decked out. You should go see the old Toyota Century, like what it has on it. Oh, dude, it's fire. McConnell, I'm going to try to finish my Senate term. Says nothing to add about health after physician letter. Oh, you hear that? That was my neck. We out here, bro. All right. So I don't know. Is the Rizzler still here? No. Delta names Tom Brady as strategic advisor. Let's say, all right. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. If it goes to commercial, you get to listen to Biden. BRB.
And get those planes into the gate, get my bag out onto the carousel. Can he do that?
I think
because they seem to be having trouble over there at Delta doing
I think you
pilots?
just sketched out the
But they need.
I didn't think about it. Yeah, all right. Okay.
Yeah, where's Jill? Come on. I mean it. Hey. It's 4 p.m. 4 p.m. is when I wake up, bitch. Shout out to Percy, that's me. You could just call me JP. I do not answer no questions. You could leave that to Shaki. Kamala riding with me. She'll lock you up for some weed. Say bad things about the vaccine. I'ma make sure you don't speak. Got a laptop you won't see. Hunter, I love her, but that shit was weird with his feet. I love my Congressman trade. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them will say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine. Every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros and they old. None of they borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us straight together. Strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold. They in my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we going practical. Hunter, my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fall about shit. Especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fall about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student low froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze. But mention and cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who whitey. Questions from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passing bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They lock you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just get Evie a test rate. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just ain't change my name to Stalin. Right off the screen and I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. How about fresher than a bread truck? How I got it, how to just, yeah. How I gotta make it one car. Station on your block, took off. Mixing up my words, I'm live. So I think they mad, my fault. Talking about inflation, I caused. Dump bit of oil turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon. And fresh, I'm tired.
I feel refreshed now. I feel refreshed. I love it, man. I love it. It's a good one. Bro, what did he say? He said how to. He said, fuck the squad, fuck the foe. How the 9 fuck up, bro? Now we going back to go. That's hard, bro. If you heard the original version, bro, it's hard, man. It's hard. But Chad, I have bad news for you. I was talking about it earlier, like what would happen, but like I need to eat, man. Not really, but like I'm getting a snack. So I have a little like string cheese thing. You might hear me chew it on, or I might chew on it. So, all right, I'm gonna eat it, but like you chew and then you don't like the chewing sound. So, you know, I could play you like something else and I could down this thing. Like I told you, I eat like a maniac. I could eat something in like 10 seconds. I could probably eat all of it, but I don't want to get hurt.
Closer to the.
All right, yeah, so you could hear about the core of the market.
Semis, I think, are a different kettle of fish because they're more replicable and you can, you know, and there's a longer term story that I think we both totally agree with. Makes sense, years 3 through 10.
I got issues I want to get to with both of you regarding the market, but I do because we're talking about Apple, want to bring in our Steve Kovac. It's good to see you. We do have a number of issues on the table, as I laid out. News out of China, government officials not being able to use the iPhone at work, et cetera. And then, news out of the EU as well. And then questions about the valuation, Steve, which, you look at, too, historical averages versus where it's at today.
Yeah, and I think the EU is the most important story happening right now, Scott. It's this designation that the European government gave under this new law, the Digital Markets Act, going into effect next year. It goes after Apple's, high margin businesses. The App Store is at risk here. iMessage is at risk here. That's important because iMessage is the lock-in that keeps people upgrading to a new iPhone every time instead of switching over to Android. So all these pieces of Apple's walled garden are starting to be cracked down by the European Commission, and basically it's forcing Apple's hand. Next week we're going to see this in action. Actually, Apple's expected to change that charger plug on the bottom of the new iPhones because the EU put out a regulation saying they have to start using standard chargers. So that's going to be a global change, but we're also going to see, most likely, Apple having to start to split up its software. So there's a different version of the iPhone software in Europe and a different version in the rest of the world. And this is going to impact not just Apple, but 5 other big tech names that we talk about so much. This is a huge law. And then on the China side, this seems like a tit for tat thing for me. I will note that China, the Chinese company Huawei just put out its first new smartphone in years, in part because they found a way around some U.S. regulations and sanctions keeping them from building those phones. Huawei's downfall in China was the main reason Apple saw so many people switching over to iPhone over the last couple years. So not only the government officials using it, but consumers having that Huawei, that homegrown Chinese option again, is another risk for Apple. So there's a lot going on today. We see Apple down 4%, Scott.
Yeah, no doubt. And you laid it out great. I appreciate that very much, Steve Kovac. Thank you. So on that note, the other thing that we're going to find out next week is just what the iPhone, the new one, is going to price at in the Wall Street Journal with an article today that, Apple is going to push the limits, and you're going to see a price increase there. It just leads me to what the Beige book was talking about, Adam, not an hour or so ago. Some districts report consumers may have exhausted their savings, reported higher credit delinquencies, and the like. Do we need to start worrying about the consumer? The thing that has been holding this market up, arguably more than anything else?
I think if you do what we do, you ingest a couple hundred variables, macro variables, and really try to gauge where we are systematically. No matter how you do it, no matter who you tell do it, what it'll show you is the consumer's in good shape, but slightly eroding. In aggregate, I don't think you can say it's in bad shape. I don't think you can say it's falling off the cliff. If you look at jobs, wages, credit card delinquencies, confidence, retail sales, you take
Party
all the
City
data in,
reorganization
the consumer
plan to
aggregate
cut
is in
debt by
above average
almost
shape
$1
versus
billion.
history, but slightly eroding.
Honestly, Party City, it's almost Halloween. They've waited all year for this. What is it? I thought it was is it PRTY or I thought it was PTCY? Or did they already go bankrupt? Yeah, they already got the Q. Yeah, they're dead. Wow. Never mind. How did my congressman trade? I for damn. They didn't even make it to Halloween. Never mind. Did they make it to last Halloween? Sad day. Yeah, they had last Halloween, but then they died. Yeah, that was it. The lyrics, they should be out. I posted them earlier. But I think we made an update to get it approved on the stores. I don't know. It doesn't show up on Spotify. It's Halloween spirit now. It's a good place. Good place, Very, very active. Let's see. Oh, no, it doesn't have the lyrics. Not yet. Did you update? No, that was it. So all the songs, there's a couple of songs that got released on the Uncle profile. But then if you go to the Uncle topic, back when they first early got released, every song is there. They just split them up. They're just some YouTube shit. Remember doing hella HD credit spreads? Yeah, man. Now the HD moves a lot, though. So back then, right before it started going crazy, that's when the 2020 days, HD used to actually be very, very calm. Sell the in the money ones, bro. So I feel heavy in the money. And then McDonald's, too. I bought PFE for the long term. Yeah, we were considering it. Then I ended up doing it, but I had an issue with Bill because I bought into Bill yesterday. So then, like, I was able to sell out some of Bill, but essentially, it didn't allow me to use my all of the money. So I went with 55 shares and then another 15 on the small account at around this price. But first deposit for it. Again, I can't hold cash for some reason. I did so good last year, but I keep buying these dividend stocks that just keep going lower. So it's different. I mean, last time I was waiting for the dividend stocks didn't go down last time until October. That's why I bought growth when they dropped. What did you buy? That's awful, dude. That's it, man. That means you fully like turned into one of those like birds on Finding Nemo. Because, like, you were here, you were listening, and then all I said was I bought. So, like, once you realized the conversation led down the direction of buying, you were like, hold up, what the fuck you just say, Josh? What did you just buy? Buy. So I bought Pfizer for the long term. Make sure you get some sun today. I did. I got a lot of... I'm like tan. I got tan over the weekend. I'm very proud of myself. I sat outside. I sat in the pool. That's it. I was on a golf cart. You know, I was just chilling, bro. I wore sunscreen, too, so I didn't even get burned. Like, that was... Dude, I'm telling you, I got all the vitamins that are outside. Like, that's it. I even took my vitamins. It was great. Dividend stocks are competing with Bill. They are. They definitely are right now. But then again, it's like if Bill stays high for 2 years, definitely. But then at the same time, it's like the idea of why you're buying equity would be for the back end. So, but definitely right now you do have to compete with it. Listening for over a year, baby. Let's go. Shout out. You got a long term yet? I hope so. So great time, especially in the last year, great time for the long terms. But a lot of emotions, a lot of back and forth. You know, it's kind of like it's bittersweet depending on when people got into the market, whether it was last year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years ago. Everybody was faced with some different challenge that was just much more different than kind of in the past. But, you know, it's good. It's good to see. But get the long term. Yes, long-term way to go. Good. It's good. It's good. You know, I hope you guys. It's good though. You guys, some of y'all though, I like it and I appreciate you because I don't even know, but I'm glad that you know the script. You know long-term. That's it. Instead of raising you in a conservative Christian household, I've raised you in a conservative long-term household. That's all. You know right and wrong. You know it. Some of y'all just know it too. Y'all just, even if you say it though. So it's good. Amen. It is the way. No matter what. I don't care. Even if you believe it or not, whether you do it or not, you should know damn well. That is the first thing. So I could get behind that, KJ. Amen. Amen. What time is it? I was going to buy Walgreens. But then Pfizer... I was thinking Ozempic news for a while already. The first time I bought it on the flip, I'm telling you, they're not. I don't think they have a way into the industry. I don't think they're going to let it slide. But at the same time, with everything else, history, the yield, I went with Pfizer. Again, I still have some cash, but I'm trying to hold my cash. But then again, these value plays are, again, they all pay dividends. Anything I've been buying lately, I think this year I've only bought stuff except for PayPal and Disney. Those are the only two without dividends, but even if they're dropping or at break even right now, I don't care about them because they don't have a divvy. And then some of these names are now hitting, multi-year lows that I could get behind. Mm-hmm. You're right at VWAP. I mean, I think best case scenario, you end up right where the data came out. But even then, it's like a pretty modest 1% sell-off following the data, then 0.7. It's not bad. I had my national kickboxing match and I won. Walkout SAR was pump it up. Let's go, bro. Send me a video, man. Let me see this. I'd love to watch you kickbox somebody's ass out, bro. That's crazy. You sicko. Why are you doing kickboxing? Boxing wasn't enough? You just wanted to throw kicks in there, too? That's insane, man. Yeah, bro. That's like you could be fighting like it's not even UFC either. So he's like, nah, I'm not cool with knees and elbows, but like definitely kicks and punches. I got to see this video. Yeah, it's way more lethal. That's why I'm saying send me this video. He's a sicko, bro. He's probably a warrior. This guy was meant for it. Just, bah. I could do boxing. I can't kick, bro. I don't know how to use my legs, so I don't play soccer. You know what I'm saying, bro? That's it, man. I could not even use my feet. All I know is kick somebody's shins in a fight. That's it. I don't know how to use my own feet in a fight. I feel like I'd be at a disadvantage if I try to, like, kick somebody. You know, I feel like they would just grab my little stumpy-ass leg and just, like, grab it and then flip me over or something. You know, I'm better off using my little twig arms. You know, they're quicker. It's like, you know, like needles. Just pop, 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 pop. Mm-hmm. My Muay Thai tournament in 3 months. I'm going to play Uncle. Let's go. Let's go. But I could use footwork. I could run. I could jump. I cannot use my foot like a hand. It's the only thing I can't do. That's why I don't get behind any of those activities. You could learn a couple months, 2 weeks. You'll end up jacked. I've done some like boxing stuff, but never kickboxing. That's why I'm just maybe Jose just inspired me. Send me that video, bro. Amen. And good job. Way to win. Way to win. Yeah, I don't got feet-eye coordination exactly. I got hand-eye coordination. Tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Or tag me on Instagram if you have it on there. Thanks for the consistency and standing in Christ. A lot of fun. It's because of you, baby. Thank you. And hard 41 months. Skull, Ernest, my guy. Arna. That's it, bro. Honestly, I should have took you, bro. I should have took you this weekend. You should have been my bodyguard. I was going to say, that's my bodyguard right there. But I did travel without him this weekend. But I didn't need it. It wasn't like I traveled, but it wasn't like it was hella. It was safe. I kept it safe, man. Sweep the lead. Broke the keyboard. No, I punched my chair. Honestly, my knuckles are kind of bleeding. I got cut on them the other day. I get really into all of my animations on stream, even though you can't even see me. But any noises you see are real, and I create them fresh, whether with my hands or anything else at our disposal. But yeah, honestly, my knuckles are bleeding a little bit. I punched my like armrest. I keep doing it. I don't know why I'm not stopping it. He won't get jacked doing it 1 to 2 times a week. Takes more dedication. I've fought and trained guys for years. Mine, I mean, nothing for me happens in weeks. That's why I love the long term. I learned that a long time ago. Anything I saw other people do, I'm just slow, bro. That's it. So then once I started aiming for the long term, that's it. Like I don't even if I go into the gym, bro, like I'm telling you, I don't even get big in the gym. Like I could transform kind of quick, but then after that, it stops. And that's it. I just eat too much. So, fresh chair to table noises are the best. They are, honestly. It often goes overlooked. You know, most of the sounds you're taking in, they're inorganic. So I feel it's an honor to provide organic sounds on a daily basis. Yeah. Do not perform these. I mean, at your own risk. Again, I'm not, like, honestly, my knuckle hurts. I didn't realize till you attracted my attention to it. Plateau, bros. Yeah, bro, for real. But it's not even like, I could not plateau. Like, I could genuinely, but that's it. I have a line and a girlfriend where I just eat too much shit. And then I told you, even without the caffeine, bro, I cut real quick, but then I can't lift because then I have nothing to eat when I don't eat enough protein unless I want to down like 8 of those shakes and like shit even crazier than I already shit. It doesn't work. So it's like if I'm not eating, I have to either eat a lot and I could lift a lot, and then I could just lift as much as I want. I don't get tired. I could stream. I could work. I could do anything. If I eat a lot, I eat anything I want and work out. You know, that's it. 3-4 times a week minimum. That's it. But then the minute I stop eating like as much, or like I start cutting down on that, or like I try to eat like, you know, specific caloric meals and then like supplement it with protein, I'm just dead. I'm so tired and I can't even lift. It's awful. You're plateauing in tennis? I feel like you could always get better. That's it. Because people play tennis. There's like no like age limit on it. So you'll be good. You're just psyching yourself out. Like I feel like tennis and golf, you could kind of always improve. You're up to 170 now? You've never been this high? You think the surgery changed my metabolism? Oh, I forgot about that, bro. Yeah, what, bro? What didn't you have something like crazy removed, or it was like that was like last year or like 2 years ago? I totally forgot about that. That's wild. But even then, though, I mean, the good thing about having weight and eating pretty poorly is that you do have energy. Like, I don't know if you guys realize it, but like, if you do like, so if you're like bulking up, or you have weight on you, or you eat a lot and you don't feel like you eat as good, the benefit is like, definitely energy. Like because that's it. If you try to cut it down, bro, like, blah. Try fruit, kale, and cucumber with protein before you work out. You'll be amp. I need to do something, though. Because I like it. It's nice to know. Like, because if I like eating good, but then it does, like, my workouts suck. I can't. I start sweating faster. I get tired faster. I'm, like, sore longer. I'm like, I need steroids. What? Why would you lift? It does nothing. I like it. I don't know. I feel like it keeps me active. I don't like. All I'm doing is picking things up and putting it down. But like, especially with my nerd neck and how much I sit down, I need muscle. You can't, honestly. Like, I think anybody, if you plan on sitting down for the next 5 years of your life, 7 hours a day, which I've already done, even before college, even that's not including college, that's not including anything else. It's like you need muscle. Again, eventually, like your muscles will deteriorate, especially when you get older. So that's kind of what I do it for. But I don't go to like lift a lot. Like that's what I've been saying. Like I don't really care about how much I lift, but more so like working out and making sure I could just have good structure. So when I get old, all this sitting is going to fuck me. Bulking season. Stamina. I have decent stamina, but like that's where my man's is right though. Like low key, you could be hella strong, and then like you can't run for shit. Like, what good is that? Or like no endurance. If you can't do a lot of sets, it's like it's crazy. 20 years, you sit down. If you don't exercise, you'll end a cripple. Pretty much. Like, it's crazy, bro. Like, it's crazy. It does happen. You'll get the bend. You'll just start hunching over. We all have it. I still even have it, even with our work. Like, I'm telling you, the battle against nerd neck is a daily process, even to this day. I'm not stand up, bro. Fuck this. I can't talk. I'm getting my resistances. Oh, shit, you do got you mad. 42 months, baby. Showtime. Call Real Estate today, 5 p.m. Eastern. Right after the stream. Now y'all got no excuses now, baby. Horna. Amen. Y'all heard from Cole Real Estate on Wednesday or Friday. They jacked Mosby. That was funny, bro. I felt, honestly, man, it's like, I'm like so proud of both of you, and I just think it's hilarious, though. I'm like, that's not, and then I'm like, damn it, man, it looked like that was a sponsored post for Colt Real Estate. But this is 5 p.m. I'm giving you your sponsored post right now. It was hella funny, bro. But like looking back at it, because like I totally thought I was gonna watch. It was natural, but I thought I was gonna be watching Mosby's like job interview, bro. I'm telling you, I went into the shower. I was like, bro, he has this. I was like, this is good. And then I come back, and I'm like, what the fuck? I was like, did the stream end and it went to Colt Real? I was like, no, that's Mosby. I was like, what? And then I was like, oh man. After listening back, it was good. I got to see how it all started. It was funny. I'm proud of both of y'all. All of y'all, actually, technically 3 and 3, and then add another 100 in there, baby. Shout out Colt Real Estate. Honestly, man, it's great. Honestly, can I give you guys like can I talk to y'all? Can I talk to real estate bros for a second? Whether you're in real estate, Colt Real Estate or not, I don't give a fuck, okay? I say that because if you haven't gotten the vibes from this community, and even then, just the way I've seen Colt Real Estate work with everybody, it's beautiful, bro. So I honestly hope I could give you, some words of wisdom, my brother, some words of wisdom. Real estate, you guys are going to go through, somebody said it today. There are more real estate agents than houses for sale. I don't know how crazy that sounds to you. Even crazier, I'm doing resistances during this as I'm trying to explain this to you, but I'm telling you, man, I'm very proud of a lot of people who have done it. Again, whether you are part of Colt Real Estate or not, whether you got into investing, whether you got in as an agent, flipping, again, your first rental, whatever it may be, proud of you. But even so, like, there's one thing now is like, what I've seen in the last couple of years is like with uncertainty, I've watched a lot of people get up and do it, and it's just like, I hope you know, and this is the moral of the story that I am trying to tell you, my real estate people, you are in the most important industry. You are in literally money-wise. Again, I still get shocked by the lack of reality connection that people make to the fact that we all need somewhere to live always and forever. But you are in one of the most hated industries. So that's what I wanted to tell you. You know that? That is what I wanted to tell you, that you are in a most hated industry, and I'm proud of you, and I hope you remain and keep the fortitude, because you're going to see it left and right. There's so many agents, and I know, and this is why I applaud the boys at Colt Real Estate for always telling you, it's just like straight up, man, it's how you perform. There's always agents, and a lot of people fail at this industry. It's not like there's a reason why the numbers are like that. There's a lot of agents, not all of them are active. That's why it's like, everybody closing deals, it's like, it's amazing to see, and I hope all of you take advantage of the resources to do that. But like I'm telling you, like, you're going to look around and people are going to make jokes about real estate. I see meme pages making fun of real estate agents. I see everybody say, oh, the real estate this, the real estate that. You got to deal with some of the most shit out there. So like I tell you, congratulations, and keep it up though. And like I'm saying, there will be the reward there, and some of you have already seen exactly what I'm talking about with that. And I think you have seen it and shown others. But keep that in mind for mental fortitude. And like I'm saying, especially now as some of the years you've gone through, you got a couple more years left to go, but it's like you turn around the corner, all of these people you've heard, and even the guys who came on Colt Real Estate, it's the ones who make it through in this industry, bro. It becomes insane. So I hope you keep doing it, and I hope you stay strong and welcome. And you are earning your stripes, my brother. Welcome through the years. Oh, yeah. Now more resistance. People don't like when they feel they're being sold something. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about all the people that want to see you fail. What do you like? Come on, y'all want to? We don't want to talk about the elephant in the room. Oh no, let's go. Come on, you're a real estate agent, There is double the amount of agents per house, and there's triple the amount of people who want to see you fail. Yes or no? I don't know. You tell me. If what you've seen through the internet, through media, through your friends, and all of it, that's how real estate does get treated. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, at the end of the day, it's like I'm not talking about selling people or not selling people. I'm just saying, you personally, you know, again, being in an industry for 10, 15, 20 years, if you're a couple years in and you didn't know, like, again, it's not like everybody's going to be your best friend. You know, something bad happens, you're going to have 10 to 1 of people like, yeah, really, that's what happens. Oh, all the real estate, they bought a car. Look at, oh, yeah, you know, so it's like, I'm just talking about, you know, the natural opposition towards advancement in your career. So keep it up. And what I'm saying, that is natural. And those who do make it through it, I mean, the reward is always worth it. I mean, a long-term in real estate should sound nice to you. It's a Freakonomics. I love it, bro. I love it. It's great. I have read it. I don't know if the Freakonomics with real estate, doesn't he talk about it? They talk about how real estate agents know because they make you sell your house faster because the commission time and all of that. Yeah, I'm very well aware of that. But like I'm saying, it does not change. What I am trying to communicate is for my people who are in it. I hope they understand, and I hope that they have the mental fortitude and continue to provide good work, not fall into a negative stereotype, but ultimately, you know, rise and understand, you know, having people who want you to fail is part of the industry and it's part of success. And, you know, and what I'm saying, in a weird way, it's kind of good. But I hope you're ready for that. I don't know how much, but that's one of the mental things of the business, just far from just selling and clients and this and that. But amen. I love Freakonomics, bro. I think everybody should read it. Opposition is there for trading too. When your fam says if you're gambling, it is, but at the same time, it's way easier to gamble. So that's why, like, you got the long term, it's a different story. Majority, 90%, all long term. If you're doing more than, your family will stop telling you you're gambling. Trust me. Own a stock for 3-4 years in a row in an account, never selling anything, even if you made bad investments like there and you're not trading as much, but that would be the difference. But like I'm saying, this applies to a lot of industries, but especially with real estate, how things have played out. It's not like, you know, real estate has been politicized. And now it's like, you don't talk about real estate now without, and well, what about the price? And now and then it's like, it brings up so many different things. It's crazy. You do real estate well, 3-4, you got credibility. Kind of. It all depends. I mean, my thing is always 10 years, no matter what. But even then with the long term, it's just like that. Even at just, you always, the fine line of gambling is it's an issue. You got to make sure. That's the thing. Because, like, I agree. I do think, like, again, my parents told me to never touch a stock in my life. My life would be a lot different if that was the case. But, and again, I heard a lot of things growing up throughout the time. But, you know, at one point, I just realized you don't know what you're talking about. If I tell you I'm in the stock market and you tell me I'm gambling and you don't even ask me what I've done, or more so to the point where it's like, even if you don't ask me or not, it's like, legitimately, if I'm buying a stock and holding it, I don't think that's gambling, especially if I'm planning on holding it for 10 years and there's like a broader process and it's around stuff that is achieved commercial success and like is kind of been proven. I've always stuck to that, where it's like that is the truth. So, but then again, you're always going to get this in a lot of different industries, but especially, You know, with real estate, it's something. Real estate has its own pressure, and then stocks, you get your own thing, as well as now stocks is a lot more of a easier line to fall into gambling than, let's say, like a real estate agent. Pretty much stocks, you'll gamble with your time and money. Real estate, you'll only gamble with your time initially if you're only being an agent. So, like, that's it. Like, let's say you're being one of those BS agents. You're just like, oh, yeah, I want to get into real estate. You know, kind of lying to yourself about it. And, like, you just, like, half-ass it. And, like, you know, nothing turns out of it again. Or maybe you work your ass off, too. And it's just still nothing is clicking there. It's like that's time that you're spending as well as the money and effort. It wouldn't be as much. Whereas, like, stocks, you know, it's like, oh, they say I'm gambling. But it's like stocks, you could waste a lot of time and then be out of the money all in a day if you really wanted to. That's where it's like it's way more opportunities for it. So similar and different. 200,000 for Canada is a different real estate market, man. Canada, I don't know how. That's it. Canada is like wonkier than ours. That's why, like, God bless you guys. All the Canadians out there, do whatever you guys, like, God bless you. I don't know how. Dude, you know how long they've been calling it a bubble, right? Like, dude, Canada has been a bubble since, like, 2015, 2016, I would say. Like, and then it just kept going. Like, the bubble, it just kept bubbling. Like, it's honestly, I don't, like, you would freak out if this was anything else in real life that was natural. You'd be like, nothing grows like that. It's actually wild. It's a bubble. No one knows how big. But, like, that one's weird, dude. I'm telling you, Canada is, like, dude, I don't know how their price is. Again, people, population, whatever it may be. But it's like, dude, those prices if you think America's crazy, I mean, you should see Canadian real estate prices over time. Where is it? What's Canada economic data? Yeah, this is like yearly. But this is only showing 10 years. This doesn't even account for it. Again, it was like going crazy in like 2014, 2015. And then obviously this is all of the 2020 and shit. But, dude, these are just, I don't even know. I want number data from it. But, like, they're insane. I'm telling you, it's been about a decade, maybe longer, almost 10 years of, like, every year in real estate has been unstoppable. Again, I've helped out people, or I've talked to people even back in the day. You know, I gave them guidance on certain things, but they were always be Canadians trying to buy in America because they were like, back in the day, they were like, oh, Canada, it's a bubble, it's going to pop, the rates and all. And it just, dude, it never went down. Ever. Today they froze interest rates. Yeah, but, like, that's ridiculous. Because what a lot of people don't understand is in Canada, like, you guys realize their mortgages move with the Fed. So for, like, you guys you're like, oh, they didn't raise rates. That's like a huge deal in Canada. But think about that. Oh, yeah, bro. A lot of people don't know this. So, like, I don't know if it's all of them. I don't want to say all of them, but most of the mortgages in Canada, when the Bank of Canada raises rates, their mortgage goes up with it. So if the bank raises 0.25%, their mortgage goes up 0.25%, even like some of their auto loans and all of that stuff. But here in America, Fed raises rates. Your interest rate on your house does not go up. In Canada, your next month payment, if the Fed raises, your payment is going to be higher. Now, think about it. You guys are like, oh my gosh, that's unsustainable. Oh, it's a bubble. It can't happen. It's been like that for this whole time. The real estate market in Canada refuses to go down. So it's not like this is a new feature. So that means even when they had low rates to now and when prices kept it has been sustaining, bro. So even though it sounds unsustainable, just like modern monetary theory, somehow it keeps sustaining. That's why I'm like, Canada is the wildest real estate market in the world. So there you go. Isn't that crazy? Well, yeah, a lot of people don't know that. It's always like, but so their rates are way more, so their real estate's way more sensitive to interest rates, but that's why it's like it don't hit the same way, bro. I made it to Sunrun. Hit the ground running. Get the Chad to help too. I sent you the info. I would love to, but I would have to do it for every Chad, bro. So I'll keep doing it, man. I'm proud of you. But like that's how it. If I could do anything privately, I will. Believe me. But as far as like promoting everybody's thing on stream, I am not. I'm allowed to, but I choose not to. Throughout the years, if you've watched, just because I would have to do it for everybody. So that's why I've tried to kind of make it like Switzerland in the sense that we tried to avoid certain things and certain activities just because I don't want to be attached to it. Doesn't mean anything about you, but also because I would have to do it for everybody who reaches out, and I just don't want to. I don't know how things will turn out, and I don't know if everybody is gonna it would be a daily thing. So, but if I got the email, I'm down with it, bro. And solar too, though. But here's the thing that sucks about solar too. In that same respect, I have talked about it with everybody doing it because the solar guys are running it up, bro. I love it. So run it up. But dude, I'm screwed in California. They screwed you out. I've gotten solar panels a lot, but the problem is I have been forced to buy solar panels every time I bought a new build. So they've already been installed, unfortunately. I do not really have too old of existing properties that I'm looking to put solar on right now. That's my only downside. So I'm not good demand, but bro, the Chad, we've got a lot of solar guys. Some guy was saying it the other day. He was killing it, bro. I'm honestly, bro, it's a good industry. You know that hourly wages in Canada are up 50% since 2008? No, I'm not, but I don't know if it makes, if that's good enough, then sure. But I think their prices and price growth is even bigger than America. So I think their prices are a lot more crazier than ours in some respects. So if that 50% is enough, but I do believe it's a borderline same or worse situation to America in terms of affordability. And then rent is up 350% alone in Canada. But so if anything, Canada proves that even with wages going up, like whether wages go up or down, the real estate is going to outpace and be in its own little world. But at the same time, it's more along the lines where I'm just saying, Canada's insane. This is the whole point, and it's it does teach us a little bit, but now it's we got to see, but around the world, Canada, they are on one, bro. Let's see. You said rappers and Trudeau? Man, it's a weird mix. Well, let's see. Now I want to look into Canada. Let's see what we got here. Housing index. They don't have an average housing price on official data. Interesting. see. Unemployment rate. Ours are split up. Yeah. So maybe that's the difference, because ours, we don't have the same like average, like Canada has average hourly wage index. Ours are broken up between like manufacturing and then different, like we have wages. Oh yeah, there it is. They just have wages. It's not even considered average. But here's the two. Oh, since 2000, yeah, wage. I mean, this is America and this is Canada. So wages were at end of 2008. They were at 20 in Canada. Now they're at 30. 2008. Let's see. What is it, like right here? Is that like just under 20 and now it's just under 30? So that's just for Canada wages. And then where's the other one? Oh shit, 10-minute rigged. I don't know if America has this. Yeah, it's a little lower. So even then, I think the wage gains are almost similarly on average hour. But again, I think all that data is fucking skewed as hell. So granted, this is just looking at the same sets. And then here's Canada's price to rent ratio. It's at 140. And then America is 133. So like even then, if you take like Canada's price to rent ratio has been breaking out since literally 2010 and has not looked back. Ours actually, we didn't, literally up until recently, price to rent didn't even go above 2005. So I think all of the numbers are way, way off for any of the data. But just to give you, I'm telling you, Canada is crazier. So it's like, even if you think their wages went up more than ours, which even though they look up the same, but it's just like you could, that one is unique. But then again, they've lasted for another, they went 5 to 7 years longer than anybody else thought. I'll tell you that much. Thank you, Castro. I mean, you could blame China too. I mean, again, all I see, my answer is just there's too much money in the world, not enough real things. And that's it. It started with China when they all fled and tried to get their money out and everybody buys it, but that's it. There's just so many things being bought up with fake dollars and they're buying real houses with it and real land and real other stuff, but it's just like I just think there's too much money. That's it. I think this is the effect of MMT. Canada's whack that houses cost less than condos. It's probably because the houses are probably in the suburbs and then the condos in the city. But that may flip in the long run. So, I don't know. Maybe get a house in Canada. Man, I can't believe it, man. 10 minutes or 5 minutes now. Final 5. We barely moved again. They doing it to us, bro. They doing it to us again. But this one we had way more movement though today. I have to be fair. We actually like had data. We went straight down, but now the last like half of this day was just like absolutely nothing. Again, some movements here. Microsoft, again, here is the final 5 in 20 seconds now. You knew what MMT was 3 years ago. I would have not. Now I've been eating, breathing the market every day. I've learned so much. Welcome to the dark side of economics. Mm-mm. 5 more minutes. Yeah, the new guy, he'll be on here soon. So get ready. We still got time. Yesterday I was a little delayed. So don't worry. We'll make sure. We'll get it in here in time. We'll be good to go. Dude, today flew by. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but today went very, very fast day, Habibi. Very, very fast day. Tomorrow we don't have any data tomorrow. That could happen. I mean, we'll see. But China data tonight, though. Actually, I don't know. You do have a China data at like 6 p.m. Pacific time. They're going to get their balance of trade. People will freak out on that, just depending on what it puts up. People are either going to get really excited or really, really sad about it. Jobless claims I don't think will be as important, believe it or not, until the jobless claims move out of their range, but they've pretty much been stuck at that 1.7 number for a really long time. So I really think the jobless claims are a non-event. But now it's time, Chad. Earmuffs. Ladies and gentlemen, the new guy is coming on here. He gets very loud. He is going to be landing the plane, so just to avoid any bleeding eardrums or any annoyances or nuances, whatever you want to call it, we want to make sure that you put on earmuffs right now and mute your speakers because it is going to get very loud. So right when I say earmuffs, you are liable for what happens to your ears afterwards. Okay, so earmuffs. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisle with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 67 degrees and cloudy, kind of sunny today. Once again, looking like a beautiful day unless you thought good data would create a good reaction, because now it's bad news is good news. But fortunately, we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required. But we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Time to wrap it up, but you're moving up, man. You're moving up a little. It's a 1% down day. I don't know. Maybe NASDAQ fights back a little bit. Final minutes. 60 million. Slightly better volume. Considering we had data, it could have been a little better. But remember, this was the JOLTS jobs data. And now we are right back here, man. So let's see what happens. But Chad, you don't have much time left. You have 1 minute. Let's go, baby. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Are you playing an option shares future? You got to finalize it. We had data. You got China overnight. Other than that, there's nothing else in the States. Maybe you'll get something for Europe. You have less than 10 seconds. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Or nah, let's go, baby. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it, we made it, we did it, we made it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I need a good game in the chat right now. Everybody, GG, let's go. 7 hours in the books. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed, baby, good game. All the members, all the non-members, all the stream alerts, honorary members, non-honorary, haters, baby back bitches, the most bestest in the world, all the best contributors. We love you. Good game. Cleanse your sins with the GG. That's it. Don't matter who you are. All that matters is if you did a GG or not. That's it. That's all you get bunched into. Good game or not. Do you have sportsmanship or not? That's all that matters, baby. Shout out the members. Shout out that stream alert. Shout out that YouTube. Shout out that Twitch, baby. Good game. I see you too, baby. Let's go. Good game. That's how you play. You ready? It's almost year end. Closer to 2024 than closer to 2023. Stop playing with me. Good game. Let's go.
Cause then everyone got like opinions and thoughts why they don't mean a lot. And my money on stocks, I can show you the top. Every bottom I pop, both the key and the lock. Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot.
I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Huh. No, this one. S&P 500, stop it. Stop it, Chad, that's the day. God bless you all. Thank you for being here. Listen, man, all that matters, you got co-real estate at 2 p.m. If you ain't an explorer, you ain't an explorer. I got the description right there. That's it, bro. That's all you gotta do, bro. Amen.
I don't wanna rap that.
Oh, yeah, God bless you, baby. I see the lights too. No tinfoil. No tinfoil. We did it, baby. Y'all sleeping on the lights, but I still love y'all, baby. I know who's with me. That's all we need. I only need one, baby. God bless you. Amen. Thank you, baby. Let's go.
To the villa, got these motherfuckers carrying. Pulling up the line, so got it looking like a Marion. When I put them on, the motherfuckers dead. But it's some more fire, y'all.
Check out the description. That's it. Fill out the prayer request wall. We praying for you, baby. Get a long time. That's it.
Same OJ, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't give us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from her. They was took a shit, but we still try to love her. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a folly on my wrist. Rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery, and maybe live the season and keep on buying stats every month, spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully, and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just a G and me, and when we done with that, we going back to the reality.
You get another one. That's it. I'm just gonna listen to these all. The day's over, Chad. We made it. Thank you for being here. That's it. It's called real estate. I told you. Yeah, exactly. 2 p.m., baby. Stop playing with me. That's it. I need to eat. I need a poop. God is good. So let's go, baby.
I kept it cool. Was move fast. I came with nothing left with the bag. You should do the math. I ain't pulling back. I'm pulling up. You pulling that. I double down, then double day. I changed the plan. I'm full with that. Nah. This should be your motivation. Balance growth and values. I ain't talking about it. Stop rotation. Price are going up, but the Eddie go up. So got inflation. Told you it was tough, but it's different when you finally face it. Take it for complacent. Get your patience. If it reaches what you making, cause it hasn't taken place. And when it does, you can't replay it. So I hope the words you saying don't come back to harm you later. This a vicious game we playing, but we in it though. Put me in the dictionary, and that's the fucking get it, bro. Please don't
have a good day, Chad. I love it. Thank you again, baby. You got the PHILO, bro. I gave you a 3-in-1 PHILO, baby.
Everybody giving 24. So use it wisely. It's surprising how much time they waste despising. That could really tilt the balance or could kill you at the margins. Beg your pardon, I ain't never beg. I planned it and I got it. Long time Luka Doncic with the options. I'm Giannis. Feel like Jokic with the passes. I'm a holder, you a talker. Getting older and I'm wiser. I can run it like Elijah.
Run it like Elijah.
That I eat it if you've never been through fire. Whoa, I'm the favorite to the yes before a favorite. You got motive, not no motivation. Stop with all the faking.
Oh yeah, we didn't go over AI.
Gonna hear me say they can't do it how I done it. They still tryna make the payments. So fuck it up, yeah, that's the plan. I watch it down, I watch the end.
And then play.
Then buy again, son of the time.
Archer Daniel, bro, David Buster. Yeah, you got earnings coming out right now. I think AI. Then you have GameStop.
Been with nothing, I ain't fearing it. You ain't need the love when you in love with it. Made $1 million, I gave all of it. Y'all
3 cents a share. Uncle loves you. What else we got? Loss of 1 cent. Sales were 1.16 billion. So that's decent. Again, they had a net loss, but still, the fact they do $1 billion in sales always surprises me. They had a pop and lock. Net sales 116, estimate 114. Proceeds from digital assets 1.5 million, 98% year-over-year loss. That's from like damn like NFTs. Yext, I saw it roll by there. I don't know. Let's see. Let me check GME. Oh, no, I was just looking at GME. Yext. Yext is really fun to say. I don't have their estimates. Loss of 3 cents a share. Net loss 3.4 million this quarter. Revenue on 102.6 million. Sprinkler AI's moving. I see it up here. I don't think they're out yet. CP3 AI. Short it. We did the same thing last time. We didn't play it, but like I vividly remember this thing moving a shit ton, moving up $4 ahead of the report. Half the chat's like, short it, play it, short it, play it. And then like their earnings came out and then it did nothing. So we'll see. But like I'm saying, I do think this play boils down to, I think it goes beyond just like earnings. It's just more so earnings in context of hype. So you either need a really, really hype earnings. Oh, they release, wait, AI releases new generative AI suite. What the fuck? What? They initially released in March. C3 AI has been well received. The market interest we're seeing is staggering. They just announced something else right now. I think it just came out 1606, like literally right now. They have generative AI for aerospace, defense, healthcare, intelligence. Answers are deterministic, not random. What is this? The licensing is within 12 weeks at a cost of $250,000, and they pay per vCPU, vGPU an hour with volume discounts. Sounds like credit spread. That's before their earnings, bro. Bro, that's crazy. Yeah. So they just announced this ahead of their earnings. They just announced a bunch of new offerings. 28 new domain-specific generative AI offerings available to the unique needs of the business. Interesting. So ahead of earnings, they literally just dropped this new announcement on new AI stuff. Interesting. And then they said it's going to be $250,000 for the setup, and then they're going to charge people per hour. I think it's because of the earnings. That's why no one's reacting, because like you should buy this if it was a normal instance intraday, you know, if the stock didn't move off of it, but at the same time, the earnings are going to come out in like 6 minutes and just mess up your life, or it's going to hook you up. Very interesting. It's a very extensive PR. There's a lot. Generative AI for Snowflake, Salesforce, and Workday, and Microsoft. Oh, shit. So did they partner up with all these people? Because they own all of they're naming them after companies. They're having specific AIs for specific companies. Generative PR AI. Interesting. They can operate on cloud of including Google, AWS, and Microsoft Azure. Seems like a pump article. It sounds super great, but honestly, I don't know. I've not followed AI. Maybe somebody who owns it could speak more on it, but at the same time, I don't know if they've had partnerships with ServiceNow. I see Databricks, Microsoft, Oracle, Palantir, Salesforce, SAP, ServiceNow, Snowflake, and Workday. So I think they have a generative AI for all of those companies. So I don't know if they had prior partnerships with them or not. So I'll let that one marinate for a little bit. But I think 5 minutes we get the earnings. Don't fall for it. I have not yet. Charge point on the low, plays on the high.
Yeah, another day, another divvy. Hater still a bitch. Riding through your city, screaming, say that 10%. When the market crash, I'm gonna buy that triple net. Turn the bag into a boat, off the buy, let it sit. I ain't talking drugs, I got a lot of keys. Open lots of doors, but that shit didn't come cheap. From the moment I was born, it was them or it was me. But I still show them love, paying homage to the king. People hella fake, they do it easy. Or you got something to say, but you ain't speaking. How you know about the play, but you ain't eating. It's a shame they can't do it before they speak it. New levels, new devils like Dante. No Kendalls, no Ellens, no Kanye's. Cause I learned a little lesson from my madre. You don't wanna gain the world and lose your soul, man. But that's another lesson, you should know about it. Asking if I heard, bitch, I told you about it. Don't be so dramatic. You ain't Lil Wayne, making little money, but I bet you gon' feel the same. I'm still a little vain, grew a little with the pain, changed a little with the change, change of thought, change everything. Thank you, God, for the day, for the sun, for the rain, for the joy, for the pain, the divvies and the trades. Another day, another divvy. Hater still a bitch. Riding through your city, screaming, say the numbers yet, bro. When the market crash,
it's doing what it did last time.
Turn the bag into a boat.
It's not out yet.
Let it sit. I ain't talking drugs.
Oh wait, nope. Now it is.
Open lots of doors, but that shit didn't come cheap. From the moment I was born, it was them or it was me.
Now it is, yeah. Literally 72 million in revenue, estimate 71.6. Subscription revenue was 61.4. I don't have the estimate. Gross GAAP profit was 40.5. 56% gross margin. Non-GAAP was 49.6. Current RPO was 170. Net loss per share is 56 cents. Net GAAP loss was 0.09. Cash flow, $809 million in cash and cash equivalents. Operating cash flow, net cash provided by activities was $3 million. Free cash flow, negative 8.9. Oh, and then they guide full year revenue 290, or they still see 295 to 320. Estimate was 307. Charge point dumping. So it seems like they just kept everything in line and then barely beat. Barely beat on revenue. See, second quarter, 72. They kind of guided a little lower and then higher for next quarter, and then kept yearly guidance the same. UiPath, too. I know some of you guys want that one. Something there. I see guidance numbers. Yeah, AI could bounce, but overall, I mean, if people want to eat up the good end of the guidance range, otherwise, seems like in line. I think their news that the PR they announced in the beginning, that was probably bigger than anything else. So I think the earnings were decent, but remember, decent earnings, just meeting expectations. We've seen a lot of them sell off on that, but the news I liked for that. And I mean, where is this? $30. Still like a crazy price, low key. Expedia's on the high. Bros. Corvus Pharma plans to initiate soquelitinib potentially registrational phase 3 clinical trial first quarter 24. CRVS. Weapon of Path, that one's still holding up. Yeah, honestly, kind of chill, bro. Kind of chill, bro. So, Chattadonia, I love you. God bless you. But that's the day. That new uncle, now you got to wait. You got to wait a couple weeks at a time. Slowly but surely. But, Chad, that's the day. Thankfully, you don't have to wait too long. You got co-real estate in 45 minutes. You'll get a watch list, and then you're going to get a stream in the morning, God willing. You know what I'm saying, Chad? So that's all. I hope you had fun today. I hope you explored into the description to find what you may need and never be lacking in anything. And even if you ever feel like that, rebuke it, because that's just the mindset. You know what I'm saying? But above all else, thank you for being here today, and I really, really know I appreciate your time, and I hope I made the most of it. That's why we put in 7 hours with more talking and more information than I go to the bathroom, because I love you, and I appreciate being here, and whether you've contributed or not, but especially if you have contributed and treated this place like my home, where I spend hours a day, you clean up after yourself, you contributed, we're a part of the community, we're a part of the laughs, the questions, the arguments, and all within respect and love, man. I appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully we see you here tomorrow, see you here the next day or whenever you're free, but that is all. Go fill it out. You pray for me, I pray for you. That's it. Don't ever forget about that. But Chad, that is the day. That is the day. We finally made it, but I'm leaving now. That's it. Bro, I'm almost on 1 month of no caffeine. So honestly, we've had earnings which have kept us busy, but it has sacrificed our after hours time because your boy I can't hold my poops and I can't hold my hunger the same way that I used to without the caffeine, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really can't, bro. I really can't. That's why. So I gotta go, bro. Yeah, well, I already took a big dump. It might be, I don't know what this one is. I'm hungry as shit, but I might still need to take a dump again. I don't know, but it's just the timing is not gonna work now. But that's it with all of these. I have emotions. Yeah, caffeine. Caffeine makes me poop too, but like I think I just, even without it though, I just like still poop though. And then like I eat and then it's just weird, bro. It's weird, I know. I'm a very weird individual. Caffeine makes me poop and no caffeine makes me poop. Y'all are just still missing the main. I poop like a maniac no matter what. That's kind of the idea there. And just literally as my body changes and stuff, like I have to shit. And like depending on what I go through, my shit habits, you know, like they're pretty shitty, like, you know, pun intended on that one, but I think you get it. Somebody knows what I'm speaking. Somebody feel me in here, you know what I'm saying? But Chad, I love you for real. In all seriousness, thank you for your time though. I hope you enjoyed it, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you for showing love, for real. Fill out that prayer request wall, but that is it, man. That is the day. That is all. We have finished it. You got your opportunity. We call real estate. You ask me for some real estate shit tomorrow. I'm going to just stare at you blankly and you won't even know. It'll just get quiet because you can't see my face. See what I'm saying? So don't do that to the people. So I love you. Okay? Amen? Amen. I'm leaving. I love you. So go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't ever forget why we're here. Okay? Don't ever forget why we're here. Why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why you gotta read the book over again sometimes, and why we gotta realize, you know, it's not as simple as it may be outlined, and things are above us, and that's okay, because that means we could learn and grow and keep pushing, baby. And why is none of that ever going out of style? And it's all built on the foundation of love, baby. Why, baby, why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chad, that's it, man. That's it. You have a great day. I'll see you tonight. Why are you going to see me tomorrow, asshole? That means you ain't going to watch the watch list? Come on, I'll see you tonight, bro. I'll see you tonight. He's like, I am going to watch it, Josh. I just phrased it differently. I know, but I'm just giving you a reminder. I'll see you tonight, baby. And then the morning. And then even 45 minutes. Call real estate, baby. Stop playing with me. So, Chad, I love you. Have a wonderful day. Enjoy it and peace out. And you see the news? Hunter Biden to be indicted this month. Special counsel says. Wall Street Journal. Oh, my goodness. Second link, baby. You'll find it. You'll find the watch list. You're not an explorer. That's why the explorers will have it revealed, bro. They'll have it revealed into them. They will have it revealed into them. But, Chad, I love you. God bless you. Thank you again for being here. But that's it now. So, goodbye. I'm leaving now.
Yeah, what about Hunter? Hold on, Josh. You thought that, but what do you mean? Hunter getting in? What does indicted mean? What's that mean? Is that like a player in Dragon of Dungeons? What's he tired? What's indicted? Indicted? What's that? What does that mean? Indicated? What are you going to indicate him for? Like a turn signal? I love making turn signal noise. I go, Yeah, you like that? Here, listen again. Yeah, sounds like like an indicator, huh? No. Yeah, anyway, he didn't do it. He's innocent. I don't know what he did, but if I knew what he did, I didn't know what he did it, because if I knew what he did, I'm not allowed to know, but I don't know what he did, but I know he's innocent. All right. Come on. Why were you even fucking... Come on. What do you... Fuck you. Anyways, I'm leaving. Oh, UiPath. Path, like a Nissan Pathfinder. It's a good car, but it's not made by Mary Ibarra. Anyways. Now, Joshua, now what are you talking about? I got a couple of questions here. First of all, we never got to the bottom regarding the Wi-Fi, but it's simple. Did we find out who brought the cocaine? Is that what the indictment is for, or is this for a separate reason? Okay, I understand. You're telling me the laptop wasn't real, but the cocaine was. So what exactly are we indicting him for? Can you explain it? No, I'm not trying to tell you that the Republicans are demons and that the Democrats are demons. No, that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to tell you they were smoking up the powder in the White House. Exactly. They were sniffing on the nose candy rails, and they were having a jolly old time like it was winter. Exactly. Now, now I'm trying to find, what is he being indicted for? Can you explain it? No, exactly. I reclaim my time. No questions are being answered here. Thank you. I yield back. Goodbye. Hello. I don't even have a wonderful evening. Now I got the Biden in me listening to this guy for too damn long here. You're going to vote for him again? Is that what you're going to do? Exactly. After 4 damn... I yield back the time. Thank you. I reclaim it. Damn it.